battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Joliet Grand Prix at the Autobahn Country Club. So let's take a look at the South Course here at Autobahn Country Club in this Indy Pro 2000 as we cross the start-finish line and line up and use all of the racetrack and more for the steep uphill hairpin, not quite using all of the track at the exit of 2 to line up nicely for turn number 3. Accelerating us downhill to this late turn-in corner, turn number 4. A lift of the throttle lets us navigate an even faster turn 5 as we accelerate towards turn 6, the double apex kink. Clipping the curving here as we head to the lazy right-hander, turn number 7. The 40-foot wide circuit seems to narrow as we brake hard for turn number 8, turning at less than 90 degrees for an even tighter turn number 9. Drivers anxiously eyeing turn 10, as this is where the cars really open up and run free. Down the long backstretch, rowing up through the gears, the drivers checking their gauges and mirrors here as the cars move to the left side of the racetrack, lining up for hard braking to navigate the slow turn 11. Then carrying as much speed as possible through the opening turn number 12. Now through turns 13 and 14, drivers find car placement all important to scrub off as little speed as possible, taking us back onto the front straightaway. And that is a lap around the South Course at Autobahn Country Club. 2.1 miles is the distance, 14 corners, and that is what our teams will be enjoying this weekend. Yes, indeed, and welcome everybody to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum along with Les Epps and Kyle Lockrow calling the race for you this weekend. Folks, we're in race control. It's noisy, it's busy, and it's going to get a lot noisier and busier out there on the racetrack soon. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning, Paulie. Good morning, Champ Car Nation. 15 hours of great racing here in Illinois this weekend, Paulie. We have some beautiful weather. It was a little questionable the other day here. They got a lot of rain, a lot of heavy storms, but it has all moved on, and we are in for an amazing race weekend. A strong field this weekend, 47 cars.
Yeah, we got Begley Motorsports here this weekend. Premium Dudes is out here with their weapon of choice. There's No Z and Mazda. We've got the Hero Time Racing car in there, Acura TSX. This should be an interesting car to watch. They've had a very fast car, a lot of good placement in the race, but then they often have mechanical issues. So they've been fighting mechanical gremlins, Kyle. And then we have Tire Rack, of course, TR Motorsports here again this weekend in the 318 car. Replacement engine after that engine failure some time ago. They're hoping for good results today, too, and they told me unequivocally they never finish Sundays. So I don't know if that's really going to happen, but hopefully they have a good Saturday of it at least. And plenty of other teams, though, out here. 47 cars signed up for the race today. Shed Racing is out here. Looks like that's not Boston Winders. That is the Whip Racing team. And so they're out here with their cars. So lots of variety out here, Kyle, and the weather couldn't be better.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. Beautiful skies, just a light little bit of cloud cover up there just to keep it cooler. Today's going to be the hotter day, though. We have 2 days of racing, 8 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. So the trick today will be usually on Saturday you want to push for it, but you're trying to get to Sunday. but you've got to take care of the car. You got to make sure you keep some brakes on it. You want to make sure you take care of it. You don't overstress the motor. So with it being a little bit warmer today, you really want to make sure as we get into the later hours, you really want to make sure you're taking care of your car, because you want to do the least amount of work to get it ready for that 7-hour tomorrow, because then you have to push it a little harder to be ready because you have one less hour to work with. As we see the Begley guys getting ready to go here. Jim Begley's going to take it to the green flag today. They were very excited about having a camera this weekend in their Corvette. They're very excited to just be here. They just had a lot of energy in the pits. I talked to them a little bit this morning while I was getting the camera turned on. They also wanted to thank all of their partners that we see listed there on the camera that make things go round for them and keep their program going. So good luck to Jim and his team this weekend. We wish them luck.
Yeah, 2.1 miles is the distance. A really fun racetrack. It kind of harkens back to where my heart is in these little club racetracks all over the country. Autobahn's got a north course and a south course. We're on the south course again this weekend, and so we are poised for another race here at Autobahn. And if you haven't been here before, you really should make a visit, make an attempt to get out here and race at this track, because it is a lot of fun.
Like you said, Paulie, we were talking yesterday. You said it's one of these bull ring racetracks. It's a little bit smaller than some of the other more premier tracks that we go to, but it's still got a lot of character. A lot of the characteristics that you would use at a Watkins Glen or a Gingerman, or you would use even at remind you of Carolina Motorsports Park a little bit. It really has those elements where there's not a lot around you. So understanding your racetrack and understanding where you are and what you need to do to get into that set of corners or a corner is very important. The reason being is you don't have a lot of markers to let you know your brake points, your turning points, even picking up the throttle. It's all got to be by feel, and it's got to really you have to know the racetrack. So if there's drivers out there that are just getting a feel for it, it's going to take them a little bit to get their bearings about them as they settle in.
Yep, they're getting ready to bring the cars off of the pit road here. Green flag's supposed to be at 8:45. And the cars are beginning to roll just now as we speak onto pit road. So it looks like car 729, an EC car, is going to be on pole. And this is just through random draw. They're going to line up behind the pace car. And then David's going to take him out onto the racetrack. I think he's here this weekend. And they'll get their pace lap in. They'll check the transponders here in the tower to make sure everybody's hitting. There's whip racing. And then they'll turn them loose if everything looks good.
So, Paulie, let me go a little bit, while we're waiting on this, let me go a little bit farther into that forecast. So right now, folks, it's about 74 degrees, absolute Chamber of Commerce weather here in Joliet, Illinois, just a little bit southwest of the downtown Chicago. And not too far from the lake, as you see the field rolling out through turn one. So there's the blend line you'll have to be mindful of this weekend. We'll talk a little bit about that as we get into the broadcast. But right now, beautiful weather. High of 84 today. Chance of rain is pretty much at a zippo, so we should be good. The temperature will progressively go up as we get into it. We'll race till about 4:45 today, so we're at the lowest point now. At the highest point in the day, it should be there. We'll taper off a little bit at the checkered flag, but not much. So you really want to make sure drivers are hydrated. You want to make sure you got a lot of cooling. You want to make sure you take care of your brakes. You want to make sure you just have a lot of cooling going to those components that get really, really hot, because there's not a lot of cloud cover and the sun's going to be baking down on this racetrack.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. There's some elevation change here, not too dramatic. There's some camber in the corners. Again, not too dramatic. There are some corners that drop off just a little bit, so there's just enough. There's just enough here to make it fun, make it technical to a degree. But it's a great place for drivers to come out who don't get a lot of seat time, maybe new drivers as well, to come out and experience what's it like to go racing. So this is one of those safer racetracks to go racing at, because look at the runoff they have here at the Autobahn Country Club.
It really is a great place to learn. Like I said, there's a lot of elements here with some of the quick changes. You're crossing the racetrack quite a bit. I haven't had the pleasure of racing here yet. Paulie, I know you've got a lot of laps around here. This is Les's hometown. He's going to come up and talk to us a little bit about why he loves the Chicagoland area so much here later in the day or even tomorrow. So you'll get to hear a lot about it. But Paulie's right, folks. It's a great place for drivers to come and learn and really understand race car, understand the racetrack. And the skills you learn here, you can take that to a lot of the other racetracks that we have on the Champ Car Tour.
Yep, David's taking them around here, the corners through turn 9 here. So they'll wrap through the S's here, and he'll bring them back towards the start-finish line here shortly. Just a few turns to go. So thanks for joining us, everybody, here on Champ Car Live. If you're just tuning in, we're at the Autobahn Country Club this morning, starting off a weekend of endurance road racing, 8 hours of racing today, and 7 hours of endurance road racing tomorrow, as the cars are being led down the front straightaway here.
So, Paulie, we were talking about the random draw. The number that got picked this morning was pit stall 19. So it should be 45th Parallel Racing and the GT Hillbillies starting it off in the 729 car. So they should start on pole today based on the random draw.
All right, so there you have it, folks.
And I did just get an update from the GT Hillbillies a little bit. Skip Starkey wanted me to, he's going to be in the car. Thomas Pancheco will be leading the field to the green. He just wanted to say good luck to everybody. They wish them luck. And I think he pretty much wanted to relay hammer down the Hillbillies. So 47 cars entered this weekend, 5 car classes, no F-class cars this weekend, but we have 9 A-class cars, 12 B-class cars, 16 dominated by C-class cars, a lot of BMWs and Miatas like we typically see, also a lot of Miatas sprinkled into the A-class, 3 D-class cars, and 7 EC-class cars. 10 different manufacturers represented this weekend. Leading the charge is BMW with 10, Acura with 2, Audi 1, Chevrolet 4, Datsun even this weekend, Paulie. That'd give you a little near and dear to your heart there. We got one this weekend. 2 Dodges, 6 Fords, 2 Hondas, 1 Lexus, 13 Mazdas. Mazda's leading the charge with 13 entries this weekend. 2 Nissans, 1 Subaru, and 2 Volkswagens. The oldest entry is the 1978 Chevy Malibu for the follow-on mission. And then our newest entry is the Fiesta ST Racing, the Ford Fiesta. Justin Price and his team are back this weekend. We saw their dominance that they displayed at Daytona until they succumbed to the mechanical issue, but they are back again and looking for vengeance.
Beautiful skies out here in Joliet, Illinois. The field under caution as they're being led around the racetrack for the second time. And this time we can bet if everything looks good, pace car is going to pull in and we'll set this field underway racing here at Autobahn Country Club. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Please hit the like button if you appreciate what Kyle and Les and I bring to you every day. Every weekend we go to a racetrack and broadcast. Shed Racing looks like they're getting a late start here, trying to get their car on the racetrack. Quick check, make sure they have their driver's bands.
That's a good way to wake up with some coffee in the morning. Get you a little Miata noise to get your Saturday morning going.
It does wake you up. It's kind of a shrill. Some people relate them to bees, the sound of bees. It is kind of a rattling, shrill sound, but yeah, it's let's go racing. Guys coming up through turn 9 here.
And you can see, folks, if you're new to Champ Car competition or just new to racing and you're wondering why are they crossing the track like that, what they're doing is they're making sure they're getting heat in the front tires. For rear-wheel drive cars, what they're doing is they're going all the way across the racetracks, doing big swoops back and forth to make sure they get heat all the way across the contact patch of the tire. And then with the rear-wheel drive cars, you'll see them kind of lunge forward and then they'll stomp on the brakes. Lunge forward and stomp on the brakes. What they're doing is getting on the gas a little bit in a lower gear, spinning the rear tires to generate heat. Your front wheel drivers will just kind of spin the tires and spin those and then they'll just have to work the rears in as time goes on. So it's kind of a little bit of an art, but it's well known. That's why you see them doing that. You want to get the tires and the brakes and everything up to optimal temperature before we go racing.
Yep. And here comes the green flag. There it is. Green flag racing here. We are underway here at Joliet at the AutoZone Country Club for 8 hours of endurance road racing.
Early move by the 286 car. Nice move there on the start to get to the right side, and they lead the single file conga line headed through turn 3.
Cars still trying to get through turn 13. There's so many race cars out here this weekend. Here they come through turn 5. We'll go back on board here with TR Motorsports. You can't even see anybody in front of them. It's just trying to get that car up to speed.
Really fighting the wheel there as he's coming through the corner. Tires are probably, again, not up to temperature yet, and the car's just getting warmed up. So, whoa, yeah, he's having to chase it a little bit, but it looks like he's getting there. Once his tires get up to temperature, the car should grip just a little bit better.
There's No Z and Mazda.
I talked to Eric yesterday, who's the car owner. He absolutely is going for broke this weekend. He feels this team is very strong. They were good at Watkins Glen, even in the weather. He feels the car will be strong again this weekend. He got through the corner really strong there. He rolled the centers smoothly. He's already got a run on a few cars here. He said this team, as we see him nice and easy, I think that's behind Skidmark Racing, the 44 car, trying to duck to the inside, thought better of it, and gets a good run out of the corner, gets back on the gas a little quicker, and back in, I believe that's turn 9 patience, as we call it. You want to keep the car over to the right as we see him turning back to the left. He's working on picking off another one here. He's trying to get to the inside of him. Not there yet.
45th parallel coming across the start-finish line, leading the race.
We see Cole Morgan Racing back out this weekend, our D-Class winner. Party Cat Racing is back with us. We saw them a little bit earlier this year, but we saw them with their debut at Road America last year in the fall. Then we see Hurry Racing with a move on, I believe that was the 111 car. So right now, 45th Parallel Racing's out to about a 3.5 second lead over Legitimate Racing. Fiesta Racing is up into third spot. Justin Price and his team. Rice Creek Speedworks. I talked to one of their crew members and drivers this morning as I was leaving the hotel. They're very excited. They said they were definitely going to tune into ChampCar.Live, but nice early run here as they're in fourth. And Gorilla Sticker runs in fifth. This is kind of a hometown race, I believe, for the Gorilla Sticker team, so they definitely want to put on a good show. TCR is in sixth. A little bit of a rough weekend for those guys so far. Their EC car, the 936 that we see out, and they have it here this weekend. They had a motor let go.
Sorry about that, guys.
They had a motor let go about 3:30 yesterday. So if you're not awake and haven't had your coffee, folks, that was our adrenaline rush for you. As we see the 97 car working through the corner, you hear him just having to gingerly get on that accelerator. Gets a good pull down the straightaway here.
Yeah, he's got some good power. There's one of the Gorilla Sticker cars there, the 516, as they brake hard here for, looks like they're going into 11.
Nicely executed right there. Heard him getting back on the gas. Really using up all that racetrack.
Yep. Going to use all the track here at the entrance. This is challenging. He's going to clip that second apex and throw away the first one. Gets a good exit onto the front straightaway.
Headed down to turn 1.
This is uphill. It's got a little bit of a bank to it. You notice he's really going to aim for this second apex here.
Now, you heard him burp the throttle, folks. What he was trying to do is he's trying to get the car to turn a little bit, so he burped it to get the rear end to step out on him just a touch. It's kind of a trick move. It's a controlled slide. Oh, yeah, you heard him have to lift a little bit there.
Yeah. It's a fast exit, but there's something about the grip at the exit that's a little tricky. Now for this kind of an awkward late apex right-hander. Here we go. Now you get the squirt down here.
Up behind the 25 car, he's going to dispense a Rice Creek. Sorry about that, Paulie.
This is 7. It's just a little bit of a dog leg there. But good heads-up driving by follow-on mission. They're watching the drivers coming from behind. TCR gets a clear shot there.
And great job by TCR, seeing that, being heads up, using that 757 follow-on mission Malibu as a pick.
And then through 10, onto the back stretch. You can see his rearview mirror there, up on the far right, as they head down the back stretch here. He's watching these number panels to the left for his brake zone, getting the downshift in. Just going to ease the throttle on here. Try to get a good run out of the left-hander. It's almost like a bus stop the way they negotiate it. He's going to lift and just aim, start working his way into the throttle.
He got in there a little bit tighter that time. I think he got in a little bit wide last time. Again, there's not a lot of reference points, folks, on where you can put the car and just knowing your turn-in points. So it's very easy to miss and misjudge when you're turning in. Plus, you can also try different lines around this racetrack as well. As we see him working through turn 3, just a little bit of a burp right there, enough to just kind of set the car and get it rotated.
And Whip Racing has taken over the lead of the race, so we'll go on board with them for a minute here. Rain Man at the wheel. That's a really good nickname. My nickname wasn't very good.
What was your nickname?
The Diva.
The Diva?
I don't know why.
I don't know. We could see it.
I find that really hard to believe. I don't understand at all.
You're high maintenance, Paul.
I don't think I am, but apparently others think I am.
You require a little extra. You're just a little extra, as they call it.
Apparently I am.
As the cool kids say.
I don't know where that comes from.
As we see Rain Man working through the back part of the track, coming through, I believe that's 7. Last lap time was a 1:47.99, so just a hair under a 1:48, so that's a good lap for them. Coming through 8, then headed into 9, again through that what's called patience.
Oh, a little bit of tire protest there. Coming to that 9:10, it's tricky. It's tight, it's slow, and you really want to get after it because you get this nice backstretch here you want to get after. Let's go on board with the Begley Corvette and see how they're moving up through the field. We'll keep an eye on them. So Whip Racing leads over Hurry Racing. Speed Spud Racing in 3rd place. I like the name. 45th Parallel, a longtime Champ Car team with us in 4th place. Legitimate Racing in 5th place. Then it's Fisted Racing, Rice Creek Speedworks, Gorilla Sticker, TCR Motorworks, and Maximum Effort, rounding out the top 10 overall.
Let's ride on board here with this Corvette. Now, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting view, folks, because this is a heavier car. So in a racetrack like this, it favors some of your smaller cars or something that's got a little bit more of an aerodynamic advantage where you can really corner better because of the tighter radius corners. For the Corvette, it really takes a lot of finesse to get this thing around here. And you hear him just rolling into the power nice and smoothly. You don't hear him romping and stomping on it. He's just taking real good care of that car.
We've got a really cool observation deck. We're up on the top floor of the tower, and there's an observation deck here to my right, and it's gigantic.
It really is.
It's a full house. There are a lot of people out here looking at the front straightaway, looking at the cars as they come down and around this amazing racetrack. 2.1 miles is the distance. It's got about 14 corners out there, depending on what you want to count as a corner. This is a look at turn 12 as the cars come down. And then this is coming off of that long backstretch, and then they dive into these little S's here. Up through 13 and back onto the front straightaway. There's not much online about this racetrack as far as in-car camera views, so you're probably going to get more from this race, ChampCar.Live, about how this track is laid out and how it's driven than you'll find anywhere else. this is a country club, so there's an exclusivity to this location. There are garages here where there are plenty of fine race cars and performance vehicles that are stored here by people, and then they can come out on the weekends and enjoy driving them on some of the racetracks. In fact, the North Racetrack is still open for those folks to go out and do some laps today.
Paulie, I don't know if you noticed that he got just a hair over to the right a little too much and actually got his tires on that wet grass. Folks, we can't stress how much rain they've had here in the last couple of days, and it looked like Jim got a little bit of the right sides on there because he went to make that left-hander and the car started dancing quite a bit on him. So you really have to be careful, and that white line to show you the end of the racetrack is not very large, so you want to make sure you have a lot of awareness of where you're putting those tires, especially in a wider car like the Corvette.
Yeah, there's no forgiveness out there because it is sopping wet out there, Kyle. You're just not there's not enough of anything out there, but you get your tires in the grass and you're going to be going for a ride.
Yeah.
Shed Racing working through, I believe that's turn 7 and 8. No, this is 6. This is the kink, as they call it.
Good line through there. You notice he took that wider entry, folks. Instead of double apexing it like Paulie stated before, he took a little bit of a wider entry and then turned the car in, and it allowed him to stay straighter and get that run through 7 to head down to the 8-9 complex.
Shed Racing, a 94 Mazda Miata.
And there's such tight corners on the backside of this racetrack. That is a 90-plus degree corner right there, and you really have to make sure you're lined up for it. And Paulie, I noticed this as well, and I'm sure the viewership's noticing. You cross the racetrack a lot here, where and the corners just come up so quick on you. What does it take to be successful around here? Do you really have to, especially if you're in a heavier car, do you have to be mindful of that body roll and just how you manipulate getting the car around the racetrack?
Yeah, you really do. You can see he's struggling with grip a little bit here. This is not the first car we've seen that from, Kyle. The grip level maybe not as good. There's still the track has somewhat recently been resurfaced, and before then it was pretty rough. They resurfaced it and it was great. Well, it's been a number of years since they've done that, and now there's that shiny surface you see that's right on the racing line as you go around the track. So he's struggling a little bit for grip as the track begins to warm up. I think the track will come around for him here a little bit later on, but this is a track that it's 40 feet wide. It's not super fast out there, so there's a lot of great opportunities to pass, and because of that, you want to keep your eyes in your mirrors. This is a great training ground for road racing because it really teaches you how to watch your mirrors, be careful out there, and it's very forgiving. You make a mistake, and there's ways to get yourself out of trouble.
Yeah. And you notice he was having to navigate a little bit of traffic right there. He just had to be very, very careful, you didn't want to close up on the car too quick, so he timed it where he would get him right off the corner. So he's looking really smooth through here. Matt's doing a nice job. But again, he is fighting the car quite a bit. You can see the car just dancing around. And Paulie, with the harsh winters that they get up here in the Chicagoland area, like you said, the track has just definitely gotten a lot of character back as we're back on board with Whip Racing. Rain Man at the wheel, still leading this race, coming around to complete another lap.
Yeah, we had some practice time yesterday, and it didn't rain last night, so the track shouldn't be fully green, but there's Bagley up ahead.
He opened the door. Let's see if Whip can get on the gas and go with him here.
Yeah, the 162 is trying to come in there, and he's like, well, there's a car there.
Let's see if he can pick two.
Can't really do that.
But he did a good job. He stayed right on the right rear quarter panel of the 707 car and stayed right with him into there.
And we're going to go to red flag here, Kyle. We're going red. We've got a lot of smoke back here, so it looks like we might have some material down on the racetrack. Hard to say, but what's a red flag, Kyle? Let's describe what this is for those that are tuning in and aren't familiar with Champ Car.
All right, so if you've ever been to a Champ Car race, you've ever watched before, in a red flag situation such as this, all cars have to slow down in a controlled manner and pull to the right side of the racetrack, come to a complete stop, but you want to make sure you're in sight of a flag station. So, for example, you can see the flagman right there holding up the red flag. The drivers are off to the driver's right side of the course. You want to to let the safety vehicles and let all the emergency and EVs get where they need to go to get to whatever's going on the racetrack. So all the drivers so far look like they've done a pretty nice job there. It looks like we have one of our entries. That's the
Hastings, yeah. That's the Hastings Corvette. They just changed that engine, and now it looks like it's gone up in smoke. They were having some trouble with it yesterday. I was talking to Andy about it at breakfast, and it looks like it's popped out a fire, so they're going to have to take care of that.
Working on getting the driver out. You can see him trying to get the window net down.
Okay. Well, they'll work on getting him taken care of, and that's why we do the red flag, though, is so that we can stop that field, and we can get those emergency vehicles out there, Kyle, and get them taken care of quickly.
Yeah,
so there's
absolutely.
already emergency vehicles are already on site, tending to the car and to the driver, getting them taken care of. So that's this was a car that they had just replaced the engine in, and they had some an oil line issue with it. So that because of that oil line, it blew a bunch of oil and it made a bunch of smoke, and they had to go back to the paddock and fix it. And as I was walking through the paddock, I'm familiar. I've raced with these guys before. I saw Tom was down in the back of the car working on it to secure things. So yeah. It's unfortunate. I was talking to Troy about it. He said, "What do you think are your chances for tomorrow?" Because they've done well here in the past. He said, "Yeah, I don't know. It's a junkyard. It's a used engine. Just you just never know about these things." And he's had problems with these types of cars in the past too. So with these used engines rather. So yeah. Now you saw earlier the ambulance going out. That's standard procedure. Whenever there's something like a red flag or a car gets into a wall, they just send out the ambulance because the track workers are not medical professionals, Kyle. They're not. That's not their thing. So they want to bring a medical professional out there to make sure the driver's okay.
And that's standard at pretty much every racetrack where they want to make sure that it's properly there. It looks like safety's gotten everything under control there. They're just working on getting the last little remnants out. Looks like the driver has gotten out, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing. Autobahn Country Club, along with every other racetrack that we have on the circuit, they absolutely have the best people in the business, the best safety crews, best EV crews that really take care of the drivers. So, I mean, it definitely is good to see that.
Yeah, and the track manager here is extremely hands-on, so he's always making sure that everybody is safe. One of the safety things, Kyle, that he talked about over the PA a couple of times yesterday, bears mentioning here on the broadcast while we're under red flag here, and that is that the pit entrance is track left as you come out of the final corners here. As we look at the reference here, let's see, where am I at? 13 and 14 there. You really want to be track left all the way to the left, and you just want to ride that all the way around, so that way you make the pits. You don't want to be crossing back across the racetrack carrying the line, or you're going to cross right in front of people because you're going to swing back to the left to get into the pit. So yeah, we want to make sure we're not doing that.
Yeah, and the best way to do that is you can see where they're still working on the incident. But what you want to do is you come through 13, like Paulie said, you want to get on the brakes. You want to turn into the corner like you normally would, but you want to make sure you're off to the left. You want to just stay offline, and then make sure you get to the pit entrance accordingly. So where you would want to hit the double apex to come back around to go to the front straightaway, you just want to stay driver's left. And a lot of times when you're coming on pit road, if there's somebody around you, if you're doing 360 awareness, checking both your side mirrors, checking your rear view mirror, making sure there's nobody around you, or if there is, sometimes getting a hand up and just putting a wave up. A lot of times if you do HPDEs or some type of driving experience, they have you put your hand out the window. In this case, if you just kind of wave out the left side window, depending on where they're at, or wave in the rear view mirror to just wave your hand up, it just gives the driver a heads up that, hey, I'm coming in, something's going on. And hand signals really do make a big difference. I mean, we joke that a lot of times the drivers don't look for them, and it's hard. And we're race car drivers. Sometimes we're lucky we can count to 1, 2 Earnhardt, 4 or 5. But a lot of times that does help, especially if you have a nice light colored glove, because the colors, we're very observant to colors as drivers in the race cars, especially when it comes to gauges and lights. It just gets your attention. It breaks your concentration momentarily.
Yeah, they're sending a flatbed around to pick up the stricken Corvette of Hastings Tires Plus. What a heartbreak for those guys. He went from the BMW that they had to the Corvette because of all the mechanical issues they kept running into. Just got tired of working on the E30 and brought the Corvette in as their main car. And now it got torched really bad. We know that there's going to be a lot of electrical wire damage there. And maybe be some chassis damage due to the fire. So, oh man, that's just
I feel horrible
heartbreak for them. Yeah, great guy, operates a tire business and called Hastings Tires Plus, and just a super hardworking guy, great guy. And so it's hard to see for that team. But I know he'll be back. He's got perseverance, must be his middle name. The guy just has no quit in him.
And he's so positive all the time. I talked to Troy yesterday. He was bummed out about it, but about things in the past. But he's like, we're here, we're ready to go. I'm excited. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, this is just absolutely heartbreaking for this team. But we know they'll be back. They'll go back. They'll get it figured out. And I'm sure we'll see him back either with this car or knowing Troy, he's got lines on other cars if needed. Yeah, perseverance is definitely his middle name.
Yeah, I was talking to the team yesterday. They said that they were relating a really funny story where they had been brought. They came out to the racetrack for the weekend, and what they had for their final set of tires were actually just all-season tires. They ended up finishing third on all-season tires out here at the racetrack. So it was a pretty bizarre story, but especially from a guy that is in the business of selling tires. But that's what happened. So they should be getting these guys back to rolling again under caution. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races, or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Pace car heading out on the racetrack, and this is standard procedure. We're going to get the pace car out there to... okay. So thanks, Les, for that. He's going to be online. There's the stricken Corvette, bringing that back. So here comes the pace car. They're going to go pick up the leader of the field. That's going to be GTR Racing, according to my intel, my information. So they'll go pick him up, and then... And Kyle, you had said something about being side of a flag stand. That's the old way of doing things in red flag. We don't really need to do that anymore because we have flagtronics. So you just want to keep an eye on your flagtronics. But it does bear mentioning, the thing that gets people really in trouble with red flags is they'll slam on the brakes when they see that red flag. They panic. And you've got guys behind you that will run into you. So the idea is to have a safe, controlled stop pulling over to the side. But like in racing, you got to keep your eyes up and have your eyes in your mirrors. Be careful when you go that. Even if you have to make a pass, if there's like a group of you, just make the pass, and it'll be okay. It'll be okay.
It'll all get sorted out in the end.
The most important thing is to come to a safe, controlled stop so you don't center punch or hit anybody. Because there's been a lot of accidents in the old days before flagtronics of that happening. And I haven't seen that much of that since then. So hopefully as we go back to caution here.
I got an interview with West Tennessee Racing if you'd like it.
So as we may be getting an interview lined up here, we're still under a red flag here at the Autobahn Country Club in beautiful Joliet, Illinois, just about 60 miles southwest of downtown Chicago. So we are a lot of great racing this weekend. Great to see a lot of our Midwest teams, a lot of teams from Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Chicagoland area.
West Tennessee Racing here. You guys made a long trek up here.
We did. It was about 7.5 hours, and we drove through some storms. I think there were 13 tornadoes in the area while we were trying to navigate up through, got on some county roads. But we haven't raced in a while, several years. We started back when it was ChampCar racing, and so we haven't been out here since 2018, I think. So we had a little bit of new rules to figure out. But they're easy to work with. ChampCar is, and we got tech, and we're here. We started last from the draw, but that means we get to start on the pole tomorrow.
Yeah, but you'll start first tomorrow, so that's the trick of it, you know. So driving this far up here, have you driven this track before?
We did years ago.
Okay. Heck yeah.
And this is, so we picked this as our first race tag just because we feel like it checks all the boxes for us, and we're going to make it to the big tracks like Daytona and such, but it might be next year. We kind of want to ease back in and do well and come to a track that's we feel fits us pretty good.
Heck yeah. So yeah, man. Well, best of luck to you guys. Oh, also, probably want to tell the people at home, what kind of car you guys driving?
We're driving a 1996 Mazda Miata in the A class.
Okay.
It's generally stock.
Generally stock.
Yeah, largely.
Largely stock. Well, you guys watch out for these guys. I'll see you at the top step later on the day.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah. All right,
I like that positivity. Yeah. Thanks, Les. That's what we like. Les Epps out here again this weekend, bringing us all the pit road feelings and action down there, so appreciate him.
Well, and let's let them know. I don't know if they're listening to us, but they're leading their class right now.
Yeah.
They're running fourth in the overall, and they're leading their class.
There you go.
So great start back, guys. Welcome back to Champ Car Endurance Series racing.
So it looks like they've got that part of the racetrack cleared, Kyle. So I'm thinking we should be able to get back to racing here shortly. I know they sent the pace car out. They sent David out to pick up the leader. Oh, there's the code 35, just as I mentioned that. So we should see the field. This is when the drivers notice, oh, okay, I guess I can go now.
So, Tom, we miss you too, buddy. We wish you were here this weekend, but hello to the family at home, and we'll see you hopefully in Lime Rock Park for our next one.
So code 35 means the drivers start their cars, they get going here, they'll accelerate up to 35 miles an hour and hold there. So I thought they were going to go caution with the pace car, but it looks like they're not doing that. They're going to code 35. So maybe we had the idea to do that and then changed. I don't know.
So, folks, if you're new to Champ Car Endurance Series competition and you haven't watched with us much before, or if at all, if this is your first time, welcome.
And our apologies.
Yeah. So we'll have to absolutely, apologies if you joined in, as Paulie said. Anyway, real quick, if you've never seen it before, what I was getting ready to say was there's a little bit of commotion in the booth here, a lot of stuff going on, but what we have for the Code 35 rule, if you've never seen it, if you happen to watch Formula One racing and you've heard of what's called a virtual safety car. So the safety car is kind of the foreign term for the pace car. So what happens is they have a virtual safety car out there that allows everything to go at 35, the field to go at 35 miles an hour, to where they don't actually have to put a physical pace car onto the racetrack. Yes, we do have a physical pace car out there right now, but they do have, we're under the virtual procedure where all the cars are going around at 35 miles an hour. So how it works, if we're under green flag condition, the red threw us a little bit of a curveball. So if we're under green and there's an incident, say we have a stalled car or somebody's in a barrier or something like that, and we need to get the field slowed down, the yellow will come out for about 15 to 20 seconds. That'll slow the field down to about 60 to 70% pace, and then you'll see the purple 35 come on. And what it'll do is it'll flash at you until you get down to the appropriate speed. That'll then slowly get you down there. As we're going back yellow, we should be going back green here, so you will actually see the process in reverse. So you'll get down to 35, they'll go through the process, get everything taken care of, and then to this point, they'll put the yellow back out. You'll increase to 60 to 70% race speed as we see the field coming by. And then about another 20 seconds will go by, and then the green flag will come back out, and we'll be back to full green flag racing.
So, yeah, they got those double yellows out there. So that means full course caution. So anytime you see that, that means the whole field is under caution. So that's 50%, 70% race speed, and no passing. But they do want to condense the field. They want you to get caught up. They don't want a second pace car out there. So you do want to get caught up to the field. If there's a big gap in front of you, you should see a car in front of you. So they want to get caught up. And occasionally that's done because they want access to a certain part of the racetrack, and they want to get the cars grouped together so they have some time to work on the track. I don't think that's the case here. I think the track is ready to go. And there's the pace car down there a little ways as they bend into this corner down here, turn 12. Yep, there's 45th parallel. Looks like they're back up at the front.
Nope, you're exactly right. 45th parallel's back up. I think a few cars might have come on. I think a few cars might have come on pit road.
Okay.
So 45th Parallel Racing leads this race over Fiesta Racing. And then Premium Dudes, Andrew Johnson, Nathan Gardner, and those guys have worked themselves up into the third position as 45th Parallel has decided to come into the pit. So that should hand lead over to Fiesta Racing, Justin Price and his team, the 378 car. So they should come across here and take over the race lead, yes.
Come down the front straightaway.
And then TR Motorsports, those guys in the 318 car are now up into the third position and lead A class. Hero Time Racing, one of our B class cars, is in fourth. And then Rice Creek Speedworks continues to round out your top five. Hurry Racing in sixth. Gorilla Sticker in seventh. There's no Z and Mazda. Those guys have worked themselves up into the eighth position. Speedy Spud Racing still in the top 10 right now in ninth. And Cole Morgan Racing, the 98 car, their 96 Ford Mustang. Cole Morgan and his team, our Watkins Glen D-Class winner from Saturday, are back out again this weekend, and they currently lead. And then the leader of our EC division right now is the GT Hillbillies and the 729 Mazda Miata, the 96 Miata. They're out front. So let's give you a quick rundown of those EC cars real quick. So if you want to follow along with the EC guys, you're probably going to have to go to one of the other sites that we have or that they have available so you can check on the EC. We don't necessarily always have them in the mix. They're scored separately. The A, B, C, and D cars will be in the race, and then the EC guys have their own race within a race. So GT Hillbillies leads over 8-Bit Race Car, and then Fendurance Racing in third in the 350 car. Begley Motorsports in fourth. Follow-on Mission in fifth. TCR Motorworks, the 936 sixth. Auto Prep Club, the 195 Chevy Corvette in seventh. And rounding out your EC is the 770 Team Mayhem and the 1979 Datsun 280Z in eighth in EC right now.
Yep, and looks like one of their competitors in the pits right now, and they're looks like they got that left side jacked up, working on that. It's the 787. That's the Hakuna Miata, which I love that name. They've been around Champ Car for a while too, and they're looking at that left rear corner, Kyle. It might be where the exhaust is too. So doing some work on that Miata. Here early on, the B-Class car with the pop-up headlights, yes. So that means it's probably a swap. So we'll keep an eye on them. And Hero Time Racing, I believe that's one of the EC cars here this weekend. It could be.
Which car is that?
Is it Hero Time?
Hero Time is B-Class, Paul. They are second in B-Class right now, fourth in the overall.
Yeah, it's a really sweet-looking car. They got a nice wrap on it. I mean, it's a really great-looking car. I was talking to Charlie yesterday, and he said that our thing is mechanical. We just keep breaking stuff. But it's always something different, which is really frustrating.
but they have good pace. That's the thing. If they've shown good speed, they've shown good pace. If they can get the reliability in the car, they're going to be good. And what I've noticed about that team is they drive hard. And I mean, they drive hard. Brian Vang, Charlie, all their drivers, they push that car to its limit. So you got to wonder if maybe they need to dial it back just a little bit to take care of it. There may still be some weak points in the car, but you got to kind of push it to find it. But at the same time, too, do you want to maybe dial it back a notch or two just to take care of it? We know the car's got pace, so when they need to push it, they can. But it seems like maybe they haven't figured out the right time to be able to push it to really keep the car there for the finish.
Yeah, that was one of the things that Charlie and I were talking about. He said, well, we break axles. I said, well, you got to tell your guys to stay off the curbs.
Yeah.
I said, well, I did, but they said it's too much fun.
And there's a lot of and we're back to yellow flag, it looks like. Or no, we're still under yellow flag. Sorry about that. I heard accelerating. I got excited. I thought we were going back green.
Yep. You see some of the... Oh, the reason for the delay, thanks, Bill. They're refilling the fire truck because they had to use all that water on the Corvette. So they're refilling that truck. They need to have all of their safety vehicles prepped before we can go back to racing. And that is one of the things that does delay races from being restarted. It's not just refilling a fire truck. It can be positioning of safety vehicles. When they've come out and done something, they got to get back to where they were.
Oh, it's important because if something, how many times have we seen where we'll go green flag racing and then all of a sudden something will happen in a completely different corner? You absolutely have to make sure your safety team is there because you want to have the minimum amount of time needed to get to the driver, to the incident, so they can take care of it. So it's essential. So you know what? It's important that they take care of that. We need to have that. I mean, we hope, knock on our table here that there's no other incidents like that this weekend and everything's clean and green, but anything can happen in motorsports, so you always have to be prepared.
And this weekend we're having our another members appreciation dinner. So after the race, we're going to be get together with all the teams and have something to eat here at the track and just kind of talk and socialize. And it's one of Champ Car's ways of just saying thank you to all of the people who make it possible for us to come out and go racing. And that's you folks. That's you folks who come to these races, who sign up, who pay those entry fees. That makes it possible for us to come out on these weekends and have a blast together. So you are appreciated, and this is just one of those ways that Champ Car wants to say thank you to you who make it possible for us to do this, and you make it possible for Kyle and I to come out and do these shows too, and we're grateful for that.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody's support with Champ Car. Bernie, that's a great point. Joliet has a lot of racing influence, a lot of racing in Chicago. There's Chicagoland Speedway, which is going back into operation. It looks like we're going back green flag racing, Paulie.
Yep, the green flag is out. Pace car is in. We are back to racing here at AutoZone Country Club. Bernie knows this track really well. I've seen him out here before when I was racing and working the track, so great to hear from Bernie again.
Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, that's awesome that there's so much racing. You got the Chicagoland Speedway, the Route 66 drag strip where the NHRA races. Again, the NASCAR guys will be back in the not too distant future at the Chicagoland Speedway, and there's a lot of short track racing, dirt racing and paved racing. You have the AutoZone Country Club, and there's even race teams around here. You've even got Dale Coyne Racing's team is based in the Plainfield area, not too far away with IndyCar. So a lot of racing influence in the Chicagoland area.
Hero time right on the heels of the TR Motorsports BMW right now, as they are dicing for position here.
Nice move right there. TR poked the hole, and Hero Time went with him.
Whew, Charlie's not lying, man. That car is quick. He's got a move here on the 318 of TR Motorsports as they come into, I believe that's turn number 8. Here comes the 910 complex. And Hero Time's got a beautiful. He got held up a little bit at the exit there, Kyle.
Yeah, he couldn't get on the gas. He wanted to go to the right side, folks. You heard him throttle up to go. The problem is he wasn't sure if he was going to get held up while the heavy Corvette was navigating the left-hander. So he decided to wait on it, and he was still able to make the move here, getting into, I believe this is 10.
Yep.
Or no, I'm sorry, 11.
A little bit of smoke there from the back of the Corvette. Really looking for the line here, but he's got all this traffic here he's got to get through.
Big catch there. But I wonder if there's still a little bit of speedy dry and stuff out there, maybe a little bit of fluid. The Corvette had a little bit of a twitch, so did Hero Time Racing. The 448 car.
There's Swampy there as he moves down into turn 1 here. It's busy and it gets a little tight through here, so you want to keep your eyes on your mirrors. You see Hero Time doing a great job of working through traffic, but also keeping an eye on those mirrors as they head down into turns 4 and 5.
See, if he can get to the power, he could big catch right there.
Yeah, he tried to pinch it a little too much, I think, Kyle, and it caused the back end to step out.
I think he got up on the curb as well, Paulie. These curbs on the inside, folks, where you put your left and right sides on the inside of the corner, they're high.
That just wasn't an advised move right there. It gets very tight. You got to make that right-hander. You got to leave room for everybody. He was right on the quarter panel of the Corvette there.
And that's the 171 car, one of our Corvettes.
Into 8 again. Now, he needs just to hang back a little bit. He's got the legs to get the Corvette, so he just needs a good exit here on 10. Checking his mirrors. He's got somebody hounding him on the left side there. It looks like he's getting hounded by another competitor, and that little bobble they had back there around turn 6 at the kink has set him up in the sights of another car. Downshifting for this tight right-hander. Trying to get a good exit here to get some good speed to keep after the Corvette.
He's doing a nice job of chasing him back down. He saw the Corvette twitching a little bit.
Slippery over there, isn't it, Kyle?
Yeah, it really is. But Charlie's done a nice job of chasing him back down. He's within a couple car lengths. The Corvette will pull away just a little bit on the straightaway. He's still just got to show patience. Nice job with his downshifts there. If he can get to the power and get to his bumper, I think he's got a shot at it. He's just got to find the right corner to get through. The only problem is that Corvette's wide and he's using all the racetrack. Yep, he's using all the racetrack, and it makes it challenging here. He needs to figure out where am I strong and where's the Corvette weak. And then next time I get around that part of the track, can I pounce? This is a great opportunity. You got him right there.
This is a really good pass. He's keeping an eye on him. Now he's got the advantage, and he will need to make this turn and swoop across the track for this apex. It gets tight right there. Good exit. I think he did slam that door, so he's got it. Keeping an eye on him. We know their pace is pretty equal. They sound like he pushed the brakes a little hard there. He's trying really hard to get away. And he's got to be careful not to overcook it here. You know, he got the job done, but he doesn't want to throw it away here, trying too hard to get away.
You want to take care of those tires, too.
You want to take care of the tires. You don't want to miss a shift, Kyle.
No, not at all. Paulie, and brakes, another thing, folks. You probably wouldn't think, it's a club track. You're not probably going to use a lot of brakes. You're going to use a lot of brakes here, folks. This place eats brakes with a lot of the straightaways, the tight corners. You're really having to use the brakes quite a bit. So you want to make sure that you're just taking care of them, giving them time to cool down, but also you want to manage to make sure you got brakes with a couple hours to go.
Yeah, and you'll notice that, and this is common when you get some experience with racing, anytime he has a little bit of a bobble, when he was sawing at the wheel coming up onto the straightaway, you can see he checks his mirror, because he knows, okay, I've slowed a little bit there. Where's my competitors? Are they coming around?
And it's good 360 awareness. You want to check both side mirrors, you just kind of want to be on your head on a constant swivel.
Yep, absolutely. Especially out here, you're going to have people catch you quickly. There's a lot of turns, and so they can catch you, and you never saw them coming. And suddenly they're there. See, he checks that mirror before he turns in. He's got good spatial awareness, situational awareness. Every time he turns right, he checks.
He's using a lot of curve. He's got to be careful.
Car's so fast.
Yeah, if mechanicals have been their downfall, he wants to make sure that he takes care of it.
So with that, we'll take another quick break and be back in just a few. A weekend of racing at the Autobahn Country Club. The Autobahn Grand Prix continues. We'll be back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the Autobahn Grand Prix here at Joliet, Illinois. Feasted Racing shown leading over TCR Motorworks, Hero Time Racing in third, Legitimate Racing in fourth. There's No Z and Mazda in fifth. And we're keeping an eye on our friends with TR Motorsports as they are now up to sixth place in that number 318 BMW 318IS.
And continuing to lead the A-Class in that too, Paulie.
Yeah, looking great. Great to see Bob and the guys out there. A friendly wave of a thank you there as he heads into turn one. Again, uphill right-hander here. You can see the wheel kind of constant radius. Once you get that arc set, you let the car track out to the left, it tracks back over to the right, you clip that apex, and you're set up nice and tight on the right side for that left-hander.
And it's just the way this, whoa, had to catch it a little.
Yeah,
had to catch it a little bit there.
You think he got into the curb a little bit and that upset the car?
Yeah, it looked like he got a little bit. Yeah, see, he
really
used a little bit of curb there.
He's so good through that part of the track. There's a really fast section. I think it's a faster section of the track than what a lot of drivers give credit for through there. You can really carry a lot of speed through there.
The kink here. And very fast. You're accelerating all the way through. Now you're going to be hard on the brakes into turn 8. You're slowing down. This is the slowest part of the track. And actually, these drivers are coming up to a corner that Autobahn calls patience, because these drivers really need that patience as they navigate through turn 10. You see a lot of work.
Trying to catch it.
And sawing at that wheel.
Did a great job. That was beautiful driving right there. So the voice that you just heard, folks, this is Kyle Nadeau. He is the Director of Operations here at the Autobahn Country Club in Joliet. Kyle, welcome to the ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here. Sorry, I just get so excited for this type of racing that I just want to jump right in feet first. But
let's see if we can go back to this. Yeah, instant replay. Let's take a look at what happened here. Why don't you guys take a look at this? Tell me what you think is going on here.
So he's coming through the corner. He looked good right here. So he turned in, got on the power, got a little bit wide because he had to change direction, and I think he just rolled off the tire. I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Was I just talking about needing patience?
You were talking about, Kyle, you were talking about needing patience, and that was the perfect demonstration and segue into why you need patience, because you have to take a little bit of a wider entry into the patience, into 9, keep the car down to the right, and then you want to make sure you set up, and that's a lot of body roll, folks, and in bigger cars or heavier cars. In a Miata, you might be able to get away with that a little easier, but not so much in a BMW like that, where you really have to get that body weight rolled back over to the other side, and it looked like he just rolled off the right rear tire.
So Kyle Nadeau, loving this racetrack as much as you do, do you have any favorites at this track as far as corners or segments of the track?
So absolutely. One, we're coming in, again, we're back into turn 8 and turn 9 that we were just talking about. Everyone loves South Track. It's 2.1 miles, but they love this portion right here. So they got to navigate through turn 10, and now you have 1,850 feet of straightaway. This is where the guys are excited that paid for the extra cylinders. So look at that Corvette just walking away. I mean, this section of the track is great for the V8s, the V10s, the 12s, all that, so you can really open it up. But then you have the hard braking zone of turn 11. Now you've got the quick right-left of turn 12, and we're coming up to the infamous turn 13, where you come through here, and you're just modulating the throttle before you get the front straightaway, and you see the start-finish line right through here. But you were asking me about my favorite corner. It's a toss-up between this one right here. Turn 1, you nailed it. It is a constant radius corner, so in theory, all you should do is turn the steering wheel once, hold it, and that is going to get you through turns 1 and 2. Right here, this is called $1 Million Corner, which I do not like that namesake. We can talk about that more a little bit, but actually turn 4, this is probably my favorite corner. You can carry a lot of speed through turn 4, slightly uphill, so you can keep the grip. And then turn 5, you just throw the car in. It's a very fast corner. It rewards you if you do it right, but if you do it wrong, unfortunately, that's becoming billion-dollar corner there.
That's a place I saw you have a lot of runoff. You have a lot of wide curbing there to help save some guys that might get the tires off there a little bit. What's the trickiest, most technical corner out here at Autobahn Country Club on the South Course?
Besides all of them, I would say actually that turn 5. You can carry a lot of speed through turn 5. But it can certainly bite you if you get it wrong. So I'd say that's probably one of our most technical and most difficult to get right. But here we really focus on driver safety, and that's why we are constantly improving the racetrack, adding additional runoff and moving things back so that way you have some beautiful grass. If you want to turn your race car into a lawnmower, you absolutely can. It's better if you stay on the black stuff as opposed to the green stuff.
Remarkably faster when you're on the track.
It is. But South Track is probably our more technical of the 2 tracks. Oh, man, a little tight squeeze. Oh, boy.
I saw Paulie moving there. I reacted to him. He saw that. I
love the braking going into 1. You can just stand the car on its nose as you go in there. You late brake, boom, and you can see the back of the cars lift up as they broke for turn 1.
Paulie was driving that car for him. He wanted to get it snatched in there, pitch the car in, back to the throttle.
It's too much fun.
Is he listening to the broadcast right now?
He's got to be.
He's getting some tips from us?
He's got to be.
Here's that turn 5. Oh, and a little...
yeah.
All right. Yeah, as you can see to the left of there, a few years ago, we paved some additional runoff to, again, improve the safety here at Autobahn, because ultimately you want a fun but safe racetrack.
Yeah.
And that's what all tracks want, and especially here at Autobahn.
So Kyle, you were talking about you've been with the facility for about 10 years now. You've been in and out of different types of racetracks. What is it that makes Autobahn Country Club such a successful racetrack? And as we see TR Motorsports still trying to navigate that Corvette and working through the traffic, the Corvette kind of pokes the hole and the BMW goes with it. But back to what we were saying, what is it about Autobahn that you love so much, and what is it that just makes this a place that the Chicagoland natives and even Wisconsin folks and Indiana folks just love to come out here?
Well, first and foremost, Autobahn, the best way I describe it is this is an automotive Disneyland. You come out here, and as a member, you can come out 6 days a week, 7 months out of the year, and one of these 2 racetracks is yours to play with. There's no tee times, there's no reservations. You just simply, as a member, you can come out here, put a helmet on, you can drive your Ferrari, your Lamborghini, your Honda Accord, it doesn't matter. And then also, kind of the more of the secret sauce of Autobahn is we have developed a fantastic member racing series. So we start you out in karts. At the age of 6, we have a beautiful go-kart track that you can start out as. And then as your children or you get older and you progress with your driving ability, if you want to move to the big track, then we start you there. Our Spec Miata series is probably one of the most healthy in the region. We average about 50 cars in our Spec Miata series, but we also have GT Challenge, we have a Radical, we have an open wheel series, and also a karting series. So if it's got wheels and a motor, we're racing it here at Autobahn.
And just like with the Champ Car Endurance series, you guys are a member location, but you also have other series and other divisions that come and race here as well, correct?
That's the beauty of the 2-track model that we have. So today, Champ Car, you guys are racing on our 2.1 mile South Track, and members are enjoying our 1.5 mile track on North Track. So there's always activities going on here. Yeah. The kart track's running, members are on North, Champ Car's racing on South. I mean, and we've got beautiful weather today. you couldn't ask for anything better.
No. So you were talking about it, how you're always making improvements, always trying to make this place better and just more attractive.
You're trying to get me to say it, aren't you?
What projects are you guys working on? What cool stuff is coming down the line?
Well, all right, you're twisting my arm. So on our North track, we are actually this past week we broke ground, and we are going to be adding a new configuration to our North track, and that includes something that's very rare in the Midwest. We're going to have actual elevation on North track. So there's going to be multiple configurations that we just started construction. We started moving dirt on Monday.
Okay.
So that is going to be, because this track right now, it's 22 years old.
Okay.
And so that's how long Autobahn has been around. We were one of the first country club racetracks in the country, and but we're constantly reinventing ourselves. And by adding on this new configure on the North track, it's just going to pump new blood into the Midwest Racing Series.
It seems like you guys are always doing something. It's a well-kept facility, and it's beautiful. It's in a beautiful part of the Chicagoland area. A lot of industry out here, but it's very quiet. It's very open, and the sunrises you guys get out here in the mornings are absolutely beautiful.
You know, you wouldn't think it, but Joliet, Illinois has some of the most beautiful sunrises and sunsets. I mean, just what's fantastic about a weekend like this is once the checkered flag flies, everyone's going to be hanging out in the paddock with a drink of their choice and reminiscing about the race today. But then you just sit out and you watch the sunset over these trees and this beautiful vista that we have here, and it just brings camaraderie. So you're hanging out in your paddock stall, and your fellow competitors are going to come over and strike up conversations. And there's the South Track right there. You see 15 turns, 2.1 miles. And again, you can see between turns 10 and 11, that big long straightaway of 1,850 feet long. So you can really open it up. But so this track's got a little bit of everything. There's some technical corners, some big fast sweepers. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a beautiful facility, and a number of us have gotten a chance to drive on it, and just it seems like it's a popular stop every year. Every time we come up here, it just seems like we always have a full field. Kyle, we don't want to take up too much of your time. We know you're kind of roaming around the facility. So if somebody's interested in getting involved in becoming a member here at Autobahn, or if somebody's out there maybe looking to bring their series to the racetrack, how do they find you guys?
Best place is on our website, which is autobahncc.com. You can get a lot of your information there. You can also see all of our contact information right there on our website. You can also follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and then also we live stream our races as well on YouTube. Now, I am very jealous of the live stream capabilities that you guys have, so we'll be talking soon. But this is absolutely fantastic that Champ Car does this and brings such fantastic television to all the viewers at home right now.
Well, we're jealous of this racetrack, and that you get to spend all your time here helping folks come out and live their dream and their passion to come out and enjoy motorsports, enjoy their race cars. I know you've got some fantastic facility here for storage for these great cars that folks can bring out and store their cars, and as you said, enjoy on the North Circuit when there's other events going on here. So there's so much to check into. Make sure you check out the Autobahn Country Club on the website to find out how you can get in on some of this action.
I just got to say that I absolutely love my job. I get to play with race cars all day long. I get to hang out with you guys, and somehow I collect a paycheck. So absolutely, we'd love.
I feel the same way.
We love Champ Car. We want you guys to come back year after year. You guys are a great series. It's a nice, fun, safe series, and that's really what we look for. But yeah, we're reinventing ourselves just like you guys are doing. So I appreciate you guys taking the time. And if anybody is interested in learning more, check us out on our website. But let's get back to racing.
Okay, thanks, Kyle. Appreciate you
guys.
Kyle, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, everybody. Kyle Nadeau from Autobahn Country Club team joining us on the broadcast.
Yep.
All right, as we're back on board with Jim Begley and his Begley Motorsports 1980 Chevy Corvette here, number 80, still working around. Let's take a look and see where Jim and the guys are running right now.
How are they doing? This is a family team. They come out. They've been racing with Champ Car for a long time. If you recognize the name, you might be thinking, wait a minute, didn't those guys used to race a Datsun 510? And that is exactly true. This is the same team that raced the Datsun 510. Now they've got this Corvette that they campaign, and they've been working on this car. It's an EC car right now, but Jim told me we're working on it. We're going to try to get it into, the D class. They're in 28th maybe right now, Kyle?
They're in 4th in the EC class right now.
They're 4th in EC, that's right. So they wouldn't be overall. They're not scored with overall. So they're 4th in their class right now, and just having a great time out here at Autobahn. It's always great to see those guys, and they're one of those teams that Jim pings me and says, hey, are you going to be at the racetrack? Hey, come out and say hi. We just want to come talk, And so he's one of those folks here in the Champ Car series, just a good friend.
Good catch right there. Had to pinch the corner off a little bit as he's trying to work around a bit of traffic, but nicely executed as he's trying to work through one of the Miatas.
These guys have a lot of circle track and some dirt track experience too, Kyle, so they really know how to handle a race car on the track. They have a tremendous amount of experience in racing. So now they're doing the road racing gig, and they bring all of that circle track experience into their road racing.
And I noticed that steering wheel, he's got that cool MPI wheel. That looks like more of what's something you'd see on like a dirt track midget or sprint car.
Yeah.
And it's kind of cool. It was kind of, I smiled a little bit as I'm partial to that. But it's a beautiful thing. And you notice, I was looking at the wheel, and it's got a lot of that grip on it where you can really get it because you're working the wheel in those cars with the oval track and the dirt track experience. And it's cool to see that. You can see him, he's kind of shuffling the wheel a little bit, but he's just working it back and forth, and definitely you can tell he's using a lot of that dirt background to just you don't see him like jerking the car around, but just a little bit of catch and release as he's working the throttle, and he's so smooth. Every time you watch him, you see him turn in, he's running the same line about every time, and that consistency is why they're running in 4th right now.
Yeah, I mean, Jim is probably one of the more expert drivers on the racetrack right now with the season experience that he has and the victories that he has in oval racing. So this is one of those guys that, it's just another competitor, but actually what he's got between his ears is more experience than most of the guys on the track combined.
And at a place like this where you have to know your racetrack, that knowledge can be key to being successful, as Les is hanging out down on pit road getting us some great shots.
Yeah, look at that sky, how beautiful it is. It was pretty terrifying back on Thursday.
Yeah.
But it's just beautiful out here today.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a logistical nightmare for a lot of us to get here just due to the horrific weather that they had roll through here on Thursday evening.
They canceled your flight, Kyle, and it's no surprise. I mean, they're not going to fly in level 7 tornado weather as it was serious.
Yeah, it was some rough weather, but thankfully it moved through, and there was a little bit of carnage from it in some areas, so we sending our thoughts and everything out to those that may have been affected by that. We're thinking about you, and if you need something positive right now, tune in here with us on ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone and get you a little auto racing fix while you're working through all that.
Yep, the cars come up through turn 5. We were talking to Kyle Nadeau. I tried to get his favorite corner, his favorite segment. I'm not sure I really got, I had a feeling he was just going to say, I can't pick one.
I think he was just saying too much fun everything. I think his favorite corner, he said he likes turn 1, and then there was one other one that he liked as well. I think he really liked the patient side of it, but I think he just loves the racetrack. You can hear the enthusiasm in his voice. He's really passionate and just loves being at the racetrack, and like he said, the fact that he gets to come play every day and gets a paycheck for it, that's kind of the dream that we all envy.
Now, on Les's cam, we can see all the easy ups, and I was talking to Andy this morning at breakfast, and it's a reminder that there is a possibility of some heavy storms tonight, or at least a lot of wind. So if you've got your easy up there tonight, it's a great idea to take it down tonight after the race, lest you lose it or get it damaged. That happens a lot.
Yeah.
So make sure you take that down tonight so that it's protected. Oh, and one of the Z cars gets off and gets back. I think that was the Finn Durance car.
Yes, it was. Good call there, Paulie.
Got off the racetrack and got back on, and it's all their fault.
But we talked about this, Paulie, right there at turn 12. That's that in turns 11 and 12. That's that tight left-hander. How hard is it to make that, especially in those bigger cars, when you have to hit that turn in just right?
Yeah, it's challenging, isn't it? Because it is such a tight radius. It kind of, like you said, it sort of comes back on itself. And I found the fast way through there is actually to use the curbing a little bit. It's actually a little bit of a pro tip there for you on the way in. And you don't think about, but if you really swallow that, it really does help your time through the track. Seeing the car coming into the pits there in Les's camera, and he's out there at pit in right now. Let's check back in with TR Motorsports. Give you a rundown. So Feasted Racing leading the way over Hero Time Racing in second place. This is exactly what Charlie was talking about. It's like, we can get to the podium. We can get the car up to the front of the field. We just have trouble keeping it there. As he's coming around the follow-on mission, Malibu there. There's Nosy and Mazda is in third place. TCR Motorworks in fourth. And then it's TR Motorsports in fifth. Like all these cars up front, we have cameras in, except for the Feasted team. Legitimate Racing, 45th Parallel, Hurry Racing, GTR Racing, and Rice Creek Motorworks, rather, your
Paulie, we're getting ready to have a battle for the lead right here. They're separated by just about 3 car lengths as we're on board with Hero Time Racing.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, the 378 went in, took it a little shallow there, trying to get by some lap traffic.
Coming by the 103. Here comes 5.
Hero Time got through the corner pretty well, stayed pretty even, about 3 to 4 car lengths. Trying to get back to the power a little quicker. Got about a half a car length closed in.
Yep, checking those. Look at him checking the mirror, always checking to the right. He's doing a great job of demonstrating that situational spatial awareness. And this is, a lot of our drivers are like that. They have that experience, and that's why we can race in these multi-classes with varying speeds and performance and come out here and do it safely weekend after weekend.
I'll tell you what, he gained a lot of ground right there. He did a nice job. He used a little bit of the curb. Not too much, but just enough with that front-wheel drive to help rotate the back end of the car. May try to do the same thing here into 11. Just a little bit to get the rotation.
Yeah, and you saw the car head gave him room just in case he needed it down the inside. They're getting ready to roll through 13 here and get back onto the front straightaway.
See if Hero Time can stay with him. He stayed right on the bumper. They're separated by about a half a car length, folks. I can't stress this enough. He may try to go to the outside here.
Yeah, he can ride the rim through here if he wants to. It's obviously the long way around. It's not going to be great, but it sets him up good for 3.
Yep, I was just getting ready to say that. Sorry, Paulie. He got excited. He was just getting ready to set him up for the corner. He's checking his right side.
Yep, he's like, hey, I swooped it.
I think he got him.
Down to 4, downhill braking. See, he just gets into the brake, brushes it, and dives in. He's just off the gas there, coming through 5. Stays well to the left. I think he's leaving a little on the table through 5. Okay, now he's going to come through this lazy 7 here. Makes another gear change. All right, now the downshift. Doing a great job of sawing through the field here. Hero Time Racing in their 08 Acura TSX. The car 651 got a great red, white, and blue livery as well. If you see that car, you don't miss it. I mean, it looks great.
The car that he just dispensed of there, you saw a few corners ago, was the 138 car, the TBD Racing. That was their 95 Mazda Miata. So if you're following them right now, they are in 19th in the overall and currently sitting in 4th place in A-Class.
And with that, we'll take another commercial break and be back here shortly. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the Autobahn Grand Prix. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone here at the Autobahn Country Club, the Autobahn Grand Prix. Paul Veltum along with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps bringing you all the racing action here from the Autobahn race. Welcome back, everybody. There's no Z, and Mazda now leads this race unofficially, of course. All the results you see, or the standings you see on the broadcast, are unofficial. Hero Time Racing in second place right now, followed by Feasted Racing, then TCR Motorworks, and 45th Parallel. We did hear a message that sounds like the yellow Corvette might be flagged in for a tail light loose. It's about ready to fall off the race car. So I don't think that's Bagley's. I think that's the other car that's out there.
No, that's not Bagley's. It's a different Corvette that we've got.
We've been watching them, haven't we?
We don't have any data on them. I think we're having some trouble with their transponder.
Oh, okay.
But let me take a look here and see what I can find on my trusty sheet.
Yeah, Bagley Motorworks out there, still trying to work their way up through the field in their vintage Corvette, 1980. Remember the days. And those were some of the better of that body style, the 1980s. Hero Time Racing hanging on to second place there. He's looking good. You know, this is exactly what they were talking about yesterday. We can get the car up front. It's fast. They really like their Acura, but we need to find a way to get the endurance part of the racing, and that's one of the most challenging parts of the series, and especially for a team that's just starting out. Just finishing the event is a huge win for many of these teams. So that's their number one goal now is, okay, we've got a fast race car, but Kyle, now we got to figure out how to get it all the way to the end without having to repair the car in the paddock.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to find. I mean, a prime example of this is there's no Z in Mazda. I was talking to Eric, the car owner, yesterday, and I just said, how have you guys done this? You always run up front, you're always fast. And he said, I can promise you it came with a lot of hard work. He said, when we first got going with this car and when we first got going in the series about 8 years ago, what he said is they were having problems constantly, so it took them a lot of R&D work at the shop to figure out how to find reliable components, to learn what the problem children were of the cars, to know what he'd have to replace and fix, but also how to take care of it. And then it was, how hard can I push the car without hurting it, still be fast? Like, for example, his last lap was a 136.3. He's pushing the car pretty hard right now, but he said, I'm to a point where we know the limit of what we can push the car that's not going to do any, extensial damage to the car that's going to put us out of the race. So it's finding that balance of pushing the car hard to run fast, having the reliability, but then also having the right driver lineups of drivers that are quick but also take care of the equipment. So you're walking a tightrope with the balance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Back on board with Whip Racing with Rain Man still at the wheel. Should be closing in on the first set of pit stops here. We're in that window. We've hit the night just over the 90-minute mark. So we should be seeing some action on pit road. We've already seen a few teams take advantage of during the red flag period. Once we went back yellow, a few teams came in. A few teams have come in before that. It is the 8-hour format today, so technically you should be able to do it on 3 pit stops. Obviously, little catch. Wow, big catch right there.
Yeah.
I got a little nervous for him.
Yeah, you remember we were talking to Kyle Nato. He said, what's the most challenging part? What's the most technical part of the racetrack? He said, all of them.
Yeah.
All of them are challenging. It actually looks like he's decided to bring it into the pits, Kyle.
Yeah, that's our Shed friends at Shed Racing and their Miata. Looks like they're bringing it to the attention of the crew. So he was talking on the radio that I couldn't understand what he was saying, but obviously there was some type of concern, or he just felt it was time to come in.
Yeah, and it's sometimes when a team calls you and they start talking to you, it can distract the driver. It can throw you off your rhythm and your focus and concentration on what's happening in the moment. So it could be just in that moment while he's trying to key the mic, talk to them, and work out some things. That's where he got distracted, and that's where he ran into trouble and got the car crossed up. So you definitely want to pick your moments as a driver, because comms is kind of a new thing for a lot of guys that get started in racing. They might be racing in NASA or SCCA or Vintage, where they're doing a lot of sprint racing. Come over here and you're working with a radio now, and you got to get used to using that thing. And there's a time to use it and a time not to use it. And certainly it can serve as a distraction. So this is why it's good to, keep that in mind ahead of time. What's going to be the places where I'm going to be choosing to key the mic and talk, because I can't be distracted from what's happening in front of me. I'm driving at a high rate of speed. I got the car out on the edge usually.
Paulie, you've driven this track before, and I know Les has driven this track a number of times.
Yeah.
How do you, with not having a lot of the markers and having a lot of the reference points, how do you find that edge? How do you know? I mean, you know when you're going to get to the edge, but how do you find that edge here? How do you know you're getting everything out of the racetrack?
Yeah, I think that some of that just, Kyle, comes down to experience of, do I feel like I'm getting everything out of the car? Do I feel like the car is super planted through the corners? And if it is, okay, now what do I need to do to get more of, more speed out of the car here? I should feel like the car is just kind of dancing on the surface of the track through the corners. And if I don't have that, then I need to start looking at what's everybody else doing. This is how my dad taught me, and I've seen other people like Mario Andretti talk about the same thing. If you're having trouble with a corner, if you're having trouble with a part of the racetrack, look at what some of the other drivers are doing and see how they're navigating the track, and that can give you some clues to see, maybe I don't really like how that guy does it, but I really do like how this one guy, he really goes through there fast. I'm going to try to duplicate that. Where's he hitting the brakes? Where's the nose diving on the car? And where's he turning in exactly? Where does it sound like he's getting on the power? And this is where things like going back to YouTube or just coming out to the track on the weekend and watching guys go around the racetrack can really be helpful. There are some areas around the track that are good spots to view. And so you can go out there and just sit there and watch the guys come through, or when you're inside the car, you're watching other competitors. Just watch the line that they're taking here. There's the brakes, turns in, starts applying. Notice he didn't get near the curbing there. He's clipping the second curbing. So it's like, okay, well, I could try that and see how the car feels. So that's one of the ways you can go about. Kyle, what do you do?
Well, honestly, it really depends on what track I'm at. It depends on the kind of car that I'm in. If I'm in a rear-wheel drive car, I have to kind of get my reference points based on how much the car weighs and how much the body roll there is side to side and kind of front to rear when you're on the brakes and back onto the power. Then when you're in the front-wheel drive car, it really just depends on how much you can get the car to rotate on your own and everything like that. But as far as learning these types of things, we have a guest with us, Mr. Jordan Missick of the Autobahn Driver Academy, who could probably give us a little bit of insight here as to how you could get around Autobahn and make the most of it. Jordan, welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone.
Thank you guys very much for having me on here. This is awesome.
So Jordan, we were just talking about this place is flat, very little elevation, but there's not a lot of reference points. You go to some other racetracks where there's spots that that's my turning point, that's my brake point, that's my shift point. Here it's very flat, and obviously we're in the Midwest. There's not a lot of reference. So how do you teach these drivers in your academy how to get the most out of Autobahn?
Sure. I mean, any different driver, like myself growing up as a race car driver as well too, has gone to different scenarios and different tasks of how we are able to kind of find our reference points and our different braking points or turning points on the racetrack. And, through all that, as myself, like if I'm going to a brand new track for the very first time, you know where the brake markers are going to be. And when you do a track walk, you look for those brake markers, or you look for little reference points or nooks and cricks on the track, that are going to give you that extra edge going into a corner. And then obviously once you start driving, it's picking those marks and then finding out what works best for you. So there's a lot of trial and error that kind of goes into it when you're starting to learn like a new track. You may start hitting the brakes a little bit too soon, just to kind of see how it feels. And if it feels like, all right, well, that felt pretty easy and comfortable going into a brake zone, now I'm going to try to push my braking point a little bit further back. And if you find yourself going too deep, or you feel like this is really hard to do, I'm having a hard time slowing the car down, let's find that happy medium. So it's all about adaptability as a race car driver, trying to be able to find out what are the right points that are going to be suitable for not only you as a driver, but also that's going to allow the car to be performing at its peak and its best.
Okay. So a lot of it is just knowing, understanding the driver that you're working with, really finding their mindset, obviously maximizing everything depending on what kind of car it is, rear wheel, front wheel, etc., right?
Yeah, it's like a new driver when you come in, it's always hard to get them up to a certain pace that you want to get to. That's what we always say. It's if you have a driver who's a little bit more over aggressive, it's easier to kind of dial them back than there's a driver who's a little too cautious trying to get them up to pace. A lot of that comes into like fear factor or guys who just haven't done it. It's the uncomfortability of not being able to do this so often. So understanding the car and understanding what the car wants and what the car needs and how it reacts is one probably the more crucial aspects of when you're trying to go to a new track and trying to understand how to get the most performance out of the car the most.
Awesome. So Jordan, you're from the driving academy here at Autobahn. Tell us a little bit about, and some of our viewership, a little bit about the academy, how it got started, and really what you guys offer to the folks here in the Chicagoland area.
Absolutely, yeah. So the academy's been around for about roughly 5 years now. We basically, our goal is to stem the driver academy from someone who's never driven on a racetrack before to then going through the whole curriculum and eventually at the end of the goal get your own race license and be able to race in a series like ChampCar or NASA, SCCA or anything like that. The whole program is kind of stemmed around a couple members like myself and Prix Jr. here at the Autobahn who basically came from, not saying nothing, but like we've had no racing experience until we came to the track here, and then we started racing go-karts, started racing spec Miatas here, and then eventually once we came through the club itself and did all the member racing series here at the club, we then venture out to go do our own type of racing outside the club here. Britt went on to go race IMSA and did Michelin Pilot Challenge as well as
Corvette way off and visiting the grass. Decided to do a little bit more.
Was that 171 Corvette, Paulie?
Wasn't satisfied with the width of the track. Decided to use a lot more.
You know what? I think Kyle might have come over the radio and said, I need that part of the racetrack mode.
Yeah, we only got 40 feet of racetrack here to offer. I guess he wants to try to extend it another 45 feet maybe.
He might have needed that with that big old wide Corvette. So actually, this kind of brings us to a great point here. We talked to Kyle Nadeau about this a little bit, and we were talking about with the bigger cars and just kind of knowing your spatial awareness. How is that the hardest thing you see for a lot of your drivers is getting them to understand setting up for section where you have multiple corners kind of in a rhythm section where you notice drivers tend to get off a little bit or be offline?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest things is, setting up for a corner, whether it's just like a regular 90-degree corner or even just like a slow speed corner. Drivers we want to tell them to be on the far side of the track entering the corner, and the normal aspect is you want to try to creep in a little bit too soon. So trying to get the drivers to stay out a little bit farther on the outer edge is a very difficult aspect to kind of get these guys to try to do. But at the same time, like you have combining corners, which is one corner that leads into the next, or the rhythm sections that you're talking about, that if you find yourself going offline a little bit, it disrupts the next corner and it's going to disrupt that straightaway. So it is a very difficult process to try to get guys to understand that there's a purpose to setting up the corner the lap before or the corner before, so that way you can get a better exit. And until you pull the stopwatch out and actually show them the time difference, then it kind of gets it in their head of, hey, this is actually what's better for me, even though it doesn't feel the most comfortable.
Awesome. Well, Jordan, we don't want to take up too much of your time. We know you're got a lot of things going on here at the facility. If there's somebody, even maybe in the Champ Car garage that's local here in the Chicagoland area, that's like, hey, I want to get a little extra seat time before my next race, or hey, I feel like I'm struggling here at Autobahn this weekend, or need a little something before we come back. How can they get a hold of you and find out how to make themselves stronger on the racetrack?
So there's two options. You can either call the Autobahn Country Club itself, and then one of our options on our hotline is if you go straight to the Driver Academy office to find out how you can get involved with our programs. Okay. Another thing is talking to either myself at Jordan at AutobahnCC.com or Andrew Hobbs, who is the manager of the Autobahn Driver Academy. That would be Andrew A. Hobbs at AutobahnCC.com. So get in touch with one of us, and we can definitely talk to you more about our programs. Or you can just visit our website at AutobahnCC.com. Has all the list of the website of the programs that we have to offer, from our Rush program, which is like a very simple, like your Friday night date night type of evening where you can come on track and just be able to enjoy the track facility itself, or even talking about our performance driving programs, which that will be introducing how to drive on track, as well as our different aspects of bringing your own car on track and doing that, or renting one of our Toyota GR86s. As well as also we have our different private instruction groups, which you can get in touch with myself or one of our other instructors and understand how to actually drive on track. And then we talk to you about the racing aspect of how to set up a pass or how to be able to work on your driving technique and skill level. So that way, when you are ready, we can get you ready for that race school level.
And you mentioned the name Andrew Hobbs, and a lot of you are probably going, Hobbs. I've heard that name before. I know Andrew personally. I worked with him and got to do some instructing with him. He's a good guy, very, very knowledgeable, a heck of a driver. And if I'm not mistaken, he is family and related to the famous David Hobbs that you know, that was a former driver in IMSA, ran a lot in a lot of different racing series, and I believe that is his Andrew is his grandson.
Yes,
correct?
He is in the bloodline. So we're very fortunate enough to have a guy like Andrew, running our academy and a part of our team here at the Autobahn. Brings a lot of great racing history and knowledge to the sport as well as to the facility here, and just a great guy to be able to bounce ideas off of as well too. But that's the whole portion of our community, and the whole best part about our academy is we have now over the years brought in a team of instructors that has a versatile way of experience throughout every ladder system we come into. All of our instructors have racing experience, some even through different types of racing series, some even have professional racing experience. Like I said, when this academy first started, it was me and Britt Casey. Both of us have raced professionally. He's raced on the IMSA side, I've raced on the open wheel IndyCar side. So with that being said, there's a wealth of knowledge and wealth of experience that are within our academy. So if you want to get involved and get on track or even start a racing career, this is the best place to be able to do it.
Awesome. Well, Jordan, we'll let you get back down to do what you need to do. Thank you for joining us here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Have a great weekend, okay?
Kyle, Paul, thank you very much for joining, guys.
Absolutely.
All right. So there's Nosy and Mazda leading the race over Hero Time Racing, TCR Motorworks in third, 45th Parallel in fourth, and TR Motorsports in the 318 in fifth place.
Just got word from Bernie, Paulie, in the chat. Looks like Blue Shell's fried an alternator. They're putting a new one in. It's on the way. Should be out soon. So, Blue Shells, we're here waiting on you guys. Sorry to see that issue, but glad to be back in the fight.
TR Motorsports leads A class, followed by Team Midlife Crisis. Perfect name. TBD Racing. They've been around with us for a long time. I always mention that. It means to be determined, because they could never pick out a team name, and they decided to keep it. There's Nosy and Mazda leading B class, followed by Hero Time Racing and Hurry Racing. Looks like C class being led by TR Motorworks, 45th Parallel, and GTR Racing. Then it's on to D class with Legitimate Racing, Cole Morgan and Hastings Tires Plus. That car is retired after fire. And then EC, we've got Gorilla Sticker there. I don't know why I'm not showing any other EC cars.
Here, I'll give you a hand, Paulie. I can pop those EC cars for you. All right, folks. So leading EC right now is the GT. Elisa, what I've got is still the GT Hillbillies are still leading the race over 8-Bit Race Car, and then Fendurance Motorsports, Begley Motorsports in fourth, and then Gorilla Sticker rounds out your top 5 in the EC class.
Okay. Well, thanks for the update there.
Well, hold on, Paulie. I had some incorrect data there. Let me do it one more time, folks. All right, so Begley Motorsports actually leads the EC class over GT Hillbillies. 8-Bit Race Car is in third. Follow-on Mission. The Follow-on Mission folks are up to fourth. And then the Auto Prep Club, the 171, that was the car that we couldn't find any data on. That is Auto Prep Club in their 2001 Chevy Corvette, round out your top 5. Fendurance, who just ran their best time of the day at 1:45.84, is just outside the top 5 in 6th position right now. So that is your EC division.
All right, sweet. Way to go, guys, in the Fendurance team. Had a lot of fun with these guys this weekend already. Talking with them, ended up eating dinner last night, table to table over at the Cracker Barrel, and we had a lot of laughs. It was a very good time. So it's good to see them out here in the Z car, which is something that Les and I were both big Nissan fans. So it's great to see them out here having a good time.
You can hear him just easing into the corner. Now, he took a little bit of a different line that time, Paulie. He actually turned in a little bit earlier than most guys and kind of double apex that 1-2 combination. So it was interesting to see that. I wonder with because aren't the Zs, if I'm not mistaken, aren't those all-wheel drive cars?
No, I don't believe so.
Or are they rear wheel? Rear wheel?
Yeah.
Okay. I might have been thinking of Subaru for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, Subarus are all-wheel drive. Could be just experimenting here a little bit. Let's see what is the best line for my car.
I just got word from our friends in the 392 car, the Collectively Worst Motorsports. They're from Springfield, Illinois, not too far away. Just down, I believe, just down 55, I-55 here. And they're racing a former Circle Track Dodge Neon because we're...
What happened?
I'm trying to
keep it together.
I guess it was kind of a funny comment, and probably shouldn't say it on air, but it was just they are in. They love racing is what I'm going to take from that.
All right.
Okay. They're masochists. That's what it was. They're racing Dodge Neon because they're masochists.
Okay. They like pain. They like hurting themselves.
So good luck to Collectively Worse in their fight today. Right now they're running in the 34th position in the overall.
The E36 lean going on out there, going through turn 4.
I wasn't sure, just trying to keep it positive, but that was too funny.
So there's no Z, and Mazda leads the race, followed by Hero Time Racing, TCR Motorworks in 3rd. 45th Parallel is in 4th place. And we've got Hurry Racing shown in 5th. So thanks for joining us here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Lots of racing to follow. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, Finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Looks like TCR are coming into the pits now to get serviced here. We started the race. It was an awkward time. It was 8:45 in the morning is when they dropped the green flag on this, and so somewhere around this time is where teams start having trouble with fuel as we're coming up on that 10:45 mark, that 2-hour stint limit in effect here, of course, for Champ Car. The maximum amount of time a driver can spend racing the car until they must come in and concede the seat to another driver, where they generally are going to go ahead and fuel the car up and send it back out. Welcome to the Joliet Grand Prix here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps bringing you all the racing action. Myself, Paul Belton. So the standings, there's no Z and Mazda leading the way. Hero Time Racing here in second place. TCR Motorworks in third. And then we've got 45th Parallel, Hurry Racing, and TR Motorsports down in sixth place. And we'll just see how this race unfolds. We've had one red flag that came out earlier. The red Corvette of the Hastings Tires Plus, and car is not doing so good, Kyle. No. We understand you've got a message from family. Driver's fine, but the car not going to be back out there this weekend.
Not so much. It looks like it's going to be an unfortunate short weekend for the Hastings Tire team, but the good thing is the driver, Dean, is okay. Got word from the team he's doing just fine. Everything's good. Again, they'll live to fight another day and take it back and get it figured out. But the important thing is everybody's good, and they just wanted to say thank you to all the safety and everybody here at Autobahn for doing such a good job in this situation. They greatly appreciated everybody coming to Dean's aid.
Another great team name, Dipstick Racing, down in 12th place. I love it. Can't get enough of this stuff. It's too good.
Yeah, another one of our BMW teams. And back on board here with Whip Racing is Rain Man, still at the wheel, so should be coming up on their first pit stop of the day here very, very shortly.
Yeah, unless they've forgotten to change the name there on it in the My Races portal. They're gonna have to come in and get that pit stop done, as we did go green at a quarter till.
So, Paulie, I did look at something very interesting. We've only had one red flag so far with the brief yellow period. Last year in this race, they ran 206 laps.
Yeah.
In that time, and based on right now, we are just working lap 53. I wonder if there's a chance if we can keep this thing clean and green for a while. And I know I just probably cast the shadow, unfortunately, but the question would be with the pace that they're running, can we break a record for last year's race?
Yeah, I think we did break a record earlier this year. We got a debris flag out there. It looks like on the start tower overlooking turn 1 and 2. So I'm not sure what that's about. I'm going to try and find the race control logs. Maybe we can get that. It looks like Whip Racing has brought their Mustang in. So this is, as Kyle would say, the feeding time at the zoo.
Feeding time at the zoo.
We're going to start seeing more and more of these cars coming into the pits.
Yeah, and funny thing here too, folks, there's Nosy and Mazda. What you may not realize is they're going for 3 in a row today. They swept the races here last year at Autobahn Country Club.
Oh, yeah.
So if they can win this race today, they'll be going for 3 in a row and then chasing 4 in a row tomorrow. So it'd be interesting to see if Eric Matzoy and his guys can keep everything together, how they'll do. But don't count out teams like TCR and Hero Time Racing finished 3rd in both races here last year. So they know how to be successful. And right now, you've got the top 3 are the same top 3 from last year's race, and then we're 3 of the top 4 in this Saturday race a year ago.
Yeah, so if you're one of those teams, there's the debris flag coming up on Flagtronics as they head down into turn 1. That doesn't have a lot of experience racing here. This is a great team to watch. Watch the line. Watch how they're driving the car. This is a great opportunity to get a view for how do the winners, people have a lot of experience, work their way around the track. You can see he's sliding the back end of the car through turn 1 and 2. So whether that's just due to debris or whether he likes to drive that Miata, that's how he's handling the car.
And it looks predictable, Paulie. You see him just a little bit of counter steer, a little bit of this, working the throttle, but he's not throwing the car really, really hard. He just seems like he's in a controlled slide, working the car through the corner.
Yeah, and one of the things I watch in experienced drivers, I want to see what curbs is he using and what curbs are they not using. And that can be really helpful because cutting those corners like that, eating those curbs can really shorten up the racetrack and get you to reduce your amount of braking you have to do. You can accelerate more early, so you're just using less racetrack. That right side mirror looks like it's a little worse for the wear. It's had a rough life.
May have had a couple close calls on the racetrack where they've had to put a little tape on there, 200-mile-an-hour tape as we call it.
Yep, follow-on mission coming into the pits. Les is down there in the pits right now. Try to get that camera running for us so we get that view. There's a follow-on mission on the Less is More cam in the pits, bringing you live race action down on pit road.
So if you're not familiar with the follow-on mission, it's a nonprofit organization that supports our veterans and our first responders. And what they do is they raise money for they put a lot of the veterans and first responders in an opportunity to go racing in this 78 Chevy Malibu. It's a really great cause. We saw some of the team this morning. They're going to be auctioning off a custom top of I believe it was a bourbon or whiskey barrel that's got the Champ Car insignia logo in it, or kind of cast into it. So it's really, really cool. So again, a lot of this goes to a good cause. So if you're interested in wanting to find out more, if you're here at the racetrack, go check out Pit Stall 13, the follow-on mission. These folks do a great work, and I think, Rebecca, AJ, a lot of them, they do such a good job, and they're always out there. They put a lot of well-deserving individuals in this car and give them an opportunity to experience racing.
Yeah, it's always great to have these clubs that come out and race with us that really do help the veterans out, and of course, that's just a great cause.
Les getting us all the action as he always does. Mr. Ray Frank, he was up here just a little bit ago saying hello to us. There's Hero Time Racing. Looks like they're getting ready for their first pit stop of the day.
Getting ready to go racing here, folks.
Up 448 cars in for a pit stop. That is Swampfoot Racing. So we have Swampy, which is I think the 346, which it's a green BMW with some, looks like it's seaweed coming out of the back of it, but then there's also Swampfoot, which is the teal car that you just saw there. It's a Subaru Impreza. That's probably what I was thinking of before when I had just looked down the running order, and I think that's why I mentioned about a all-wheel drive car. Back on board with TR Motorsports. These guys are doing a great job. Right now leading the A-Class, running 6th in the overall. And they're not too far behind Hurry Racing. They are on the same lap, and they're only separated by about 3.5 seconds. So they got to keep boogieing along to see if they can catch those guys. Again, we should be coming up on everybody's first pit stops of the day, but you want to take advantage of that as much as you can. You can just hear that BMW sing as he's coming around the racetrack. I like the line he's using there. You notice he's not using a lot of the curbs out of the corner. So we were talking about the gators a little bit throughout the broadcast, and ones you can use and ones you can't. So the curbs on the inside of the corner usually have a little bit of a lift to them, but they're flatter. They don't have the gator teeth that we've talked about. The ones at the exit of the corners have the teeth. So you want to make sure you stay off of the ones that have the teeth, because if you drive over those and you put a lot of pressure on it, you can snap axles, you can put a lot of stress on your drivetrain area, transmission, and rear end. So you want to, and we've seen that before. I mean, we saw Parts Badger has to come to that. We've seen Hero Time Racing's been a victim of that as well. So it's very important to make sure you're not abusing those curbs unnecessarily.
Yeah, back on board with Hero Time Racing. They're in second place, and Nosy and Mazda has brought their Miata into the pits for service. There's TCR in the picture-in-picture view with the less is more cam down in the pits there. So these are that mandatory pit stop that has to happen to at least do a driver change, but most of these teams struggle to get a full 2 hours out of those cars before they've run out of fuel. So oftentimes when they bring the car in to do the driver change, they're going to go ahead and put fuel in the car too. And a lot of these teams will come out with 2, 3, 4 drivers, so they'll take turns driving the car throughout the weekend. There's the yellow Corvette coming into the pits. That was one of the cars. Looks like they're pulling into a pit stop there just outside of our view of our pit road cam. They were having some issues with a tail light.
The 171, they have 2 cars entered this weekend. That's the Auto Prep Club. They have 2 Chevy Corvettes entered in the race this weekend.
Yep, Hero Time Racing bringing it in, Kyle. They too are coming in, and look how packed up pit road is. We just haven't had a caution close enough to this time in the day for people to take advantage of that pit window, and so they're all having to pit now. So a lot of these teams are getting really good fuel mileage. There's TR Motorsports as well. They're in the pits as well to get that driver change and fuel done. They've had pretty much a flawless race here so far this morning with that first driver. No problem getting it done on fuel. And of course, we did have a pretty significant break there, and Hero Time Racing in the pits getting that fuel, getting fueled right now. But we did have a pretty significant amount of time just under red when the cars weren't moving. Whoops, that's not the case there. That camera quit working. But what were you going to point out?
I was going to point out, I did notice a waving yellow flag at the main flag station at the flag stand here on the front straightaway. So not sure what's going on there. We'll have to see if we can get some information from the team downstairs.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like there's a slow vehicle on. We know that they had shown a debris flag. And I've also noticed by looking at the race control logs, there's a number of blend line violations exiting pit lane. And if you're new to the track, the blend line actually encompasses turn 1, goes all the way up the hill to turn 2. So you don't want to just come out and, you'll see the blend line and then dive in to hit the apex as you come through too. You're still actually supposed to be obeying the blend line all the way up at the top of the hill there. So that'll get you in trouble every time.
So, Paulie, why don't we talk about and explain, I can go ahead and do that if you would like, just how the pit stop process works. Because we may have some viewers that have never been in Champ Car, and they may think, oh, well, they just got to come in for a stop and then get right back out there. That's not how that works in Champ Car when you take fuel. So I'll kind of explain this a little bit more in depth. So when you come into Champ Car and into Champ Car Endurance Series Racing, and you're coming in for an actual pit stop that you're going to take fuel, you are required to stay on pit road for a minimum of 5 minutes. And the reason for that is for safety. Because if you watch professional racing and other series, they come in, they get their service done, and usually if it's not endurance racing, the same driver stays in the car and the driver goes back out and keeps going in that race. In Champ Car Endurance Series Racing, you have to do driver changes every 2 hours, and then that driver has to be out for a minimum of an hour before he can get back in and run again later in the competition. So when you come in for the 5-minute pit stop, you have to come into your pit stall. There's only 5 people allowed over the wall at that point, and they have to be in full Nomex gear. The only exceptions are the crew members that aren't driving. They can be in closed-toed sneakers. So the only ones that can be over the wall once the fuel cap is off and the fuel is over the wall taking care of the stop is the driver in the car getting out, the driver that's getting ready to go into the car, a crew member that's there to help the drivers get strapped in and undone and get them situated, your actual fueler, and then also somebody working a fire bottle to be there in case something happens. So what you have to do is once that cap is off, everybody's there, visors are down, you have to be head to toe gear as you can see in the shot here. Now, some of those have already finished fueling, but through the entire fueling process, you have to have those visors down and be in full gear. And then once your fueling process is done and you put the cap back on and the fuel equipment is back over the wall, including the drip pan, you can then perform the rest of the service on the car, whether it's adding oil, tire changes, camera adjustments for your driver, or whatever the case may be on that stop. And then you have to stay on pit road for the 5 minutes. So you're not going to be able to exit pit road until you hit the 5-minute mark. So on a short pit road like we have here at AutoZone, the trick is you may have to sit in your pit stall for a little bit, and then you want to ease your way down to the end of pit road, and you want to try to get there right as you hit the 5-minute mark. There's no sense in going down there for waiting for a minute. One, that upsets the officials, and two, it upsets the flow of the pits. So it's really important to monitor what you have going on there. If you're coming in outside of a fuel stop, you are not required, and you're not taking fuel, you're not required to stay on pit road for that 5 minutes.
Yep, well done, well said. Thank you for that.
So we see Skidmark Racing is in. It looks like the 111 car's in for some service. You notice they had to get in at an odd angle. The 103 car was just talking about them a couple minutes ago. I'd gotten some information from that team. That's a Lexus 300, manual driven by Robert Burtis of Kansas City, Team 3 Pedal Brothers. And this is their first Champ Car event. So welcome to the Champ Car Endurance Series, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. We're glad to have you guys, and hopefully we'll have you out at other events as well. Back on board with TR Motorsports as they're back out. They're still in 6th position right now. We're still waiting to see how the running order is going to shake out through everything. There still might be a few cars that are getting a little bit of service, but so far it looks like TR Motorsports is going to hold on to 6th position and is going to maintain lead in the A class. So we see the field working through turn 5. I believe that's the 936. I think that's one of the TCR cars going by. That should be a race leader, and there's no Z in Mazda. And Hurry Racing has actually worked themselves up into the 2nd position based on the timing and scoring that I'm seeing.
Yeah, they've been doing well. They've been holding on to that 2nd place spot for a while, and so they are really, again, in a great spot. They just need to protect the car, right?
Yep.
It's just the word of the day.
Take care of it. And that was kind of what Eric had sent me a message. He said, we took the lead, now we just got to keep it. And that's the trick, is just maintaining, being smart, taking care of the equipment, not doing anything foolish, really watching the traffic. Ironically, as we saw one of the Miatas there just drop a tire off the end of the racetrack.
Yeah, on board back with Les here in the pits. And he's just keeping an eye on fellas working on a race car, maybe checking the oil?
Yep, that's the TBD team.
Okay. That's a good-looking car. They did a lot of work on that. Very cool. So back on board here with the leader of the race in their 1990, the NA Mazda Miata.
Leading by 46 seconds as of last lap over Hurry Racing, and then another 38.5 seconds back to Hero Time Racing.
Yeah, they had to give the Bagley Corvette a push start, so they may be having some mechanical issues with that car already. Our camera, unfortunately, has gone down, so we don't have in-car from the Bagley car anymore, but we'll try to get that spun up again tomorrow and get it working for you. Nosy and Mazda, again, putting on a clinic. Could they make it 3 in a row? And has any other team ever done that?
I don't. We'd have to find out.
Back and then came out. And Andrew Sides might be a good one to ask because he's been maintaining that spreadsheet for a long time on all the winners. It would be interesting to find out. Has any other team done a three-peat?
We know Eddie Vedder came close at Road Atlanta. They were on the verge of a three-peat this year, but unfortunately weren't able to do that. But yeah, it's a good question. We'd have to find out.
But you can really hear the tires protest as they go over the corners here.
And he had to take the long way around as he was working by the follow-on Mission Malibu. He was offline a little bit for the first corner, but then he was online for the left-hander. Back on the power, really using those curbs, trying to get that car to turn. And what it does is what I say by getting the car to turn, what you do is even in a small Miata, you use the curb, whether you're turning left or turning right. Oh, hold on a second here as he's working through some traffic. I think that's the Whip Racing Mustang in front. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit tight through here. Can he navigate it? Yes, he did. And it looks like he's cleared him. I can see in the mirror, yep, he's cleared him by a car length or so. So nicely executed move there into turn one, picked off 2 of them. But what I was saying is about getting up on the curbs. So what you'll do is you'll put your tires up on that inside curb, and it rotates the car because it shifts the body weight or the weight of the car over to the side that you're trying to get rotated. So if you're in a left-handed corner, you get up on the curb to help turn the car because it pushes the weight over to the right side. You want to do it efficiently, but you also don't want to do it too much. So you want to find just enough curb to use it to make the weight shift smoothly rather than doing it, because as we saw earlier, I believe it was with TR Motorsports or one of our other entries, they got up on the curb and got too much, and then they had to go and chase the wheel to try to catch the car.
Got a lot of spin and continue being reported also over on the race control log. So I guess most of it's the same car. Okay. so this particular car is going to get themselves in some trouble. It's the they got it is the 224 Speedy Spud Racing having a little trouble with the racetrack. So
as we're back on board with Whip Racing Bonehead at the wheel.
Yeah.
I love those names. Rain Man and Bonehead.
Yeah, see, I know what it's like to have something. You have yourself blessed by a nickname that you don't necessarily want. Z-Car in his shot, he really just want to line up. He's trying to get beside him here, make the pass. There you go. Could be the Z has decided they're going to come into the pits. Back onto the front straightaway here for Whip Racing. And that starts another lap for them in the Mustang. As we head back to 386 in the pits there.
One of our EC entries.
We got one of the shadow paint scheme going on there with the yellow and orange and red and black.
8-bit race car. Right now, actually, you're EC leader.
There you go. So something's happened to Bagley then. It's relinquished the lead. Probably the pit stop, all the pit stops.
I was just going to say that, Paulie. They might have just, the 386, I think, came in a little bit earlier, so they might have been a little bit off sequence on their pit stops. Yeah. Speaking of Bagley, there's Bagley going out right now. So
they must have come in again. So maybe the Bagley Corvette having some troubles. That's a shame. They haven't had the best of luck out here. Their Datsun 510 got hit pretty hard out here a number of years ago. It's been a tough track, a tough nut for them to crack.
Well, I just refreshed the order, and they're still in the lead even last time by the line. So
Great.
It looks like they got the lead back there, so they may have just come in for something minor. Right now, they are on the same lap as the GT Hillbillies in the 729.
Joliet at the wheel here.
Fendurance running in 5th right now in the EC class.
The car sounds great.
Oh yeah, that beautiful Z motor.
Skid Mark Racing, sounds like he's talking to.
No problem. You gotta sew something or?
So there's Nosy and Mazda leads the race overall, followed by Hurry Racing. And then it's Hero Time Racing, TCR Motorworks, 45th Parallel Racing, your top 5. And we're just a couple of hours into this 8-hour endurance road race contest here at the Autobahn Country Club. It's the Autobahn Grand Prix here in Joliet, Illinois. A weekend of racing in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back on board with there's Nosy and Mazda. That's the leader of the race here. 5 hours and 30 minutes unofficially left on the clock. 5:32, and to determine today's winner. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here. We got a lot of racing yet to come here, Kyle, and anything's possible. We've seen it all come down to the last couple of minutes of the race.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And the real question will be, can there's Nosy and Mazda get 3 in a row? That'll be the question that we're going to be asking ourselves later in the day as we are closing in on the 2.5-hour mark at today's 8-hour race. And there's Nosy and Mazda continues to lead by about a lap now over Hurry Racing. And then Hero Time Racing, who we're on board with, is in 3rd. TCR is in 4th. 45th Parallel is in 5th. TR Motorsports, the leading A-Class car, in 6th. Rice Creek Speedworks in 7th. GTR in 8th. Placeholder Motorsports, the 111 car, is up to 9th. And Legitimate Racing is now into the top 10. Let's go ahead and give you a class rundown, let you know what's going on here. So TR Motorsports leads over TBD Racing by a pretty healthy margin, it appears, by I think about 3 laps is what it appears, almost 4 laps now. And then Team Midlife Crisis, I love that name, by the way, is in 3rd over Shed Racing in 4th, and West 10 Racing, let's talk to them. This is their first race back in a number of years, so good to see them back. Let's go ahead and take a pop down to the B class. Your overall leader and class leader in B, there's Nosy and Mazda, continues to lead by a lap over Hurry Racing. Hero Time Racing in 3rd, Rice Creek Speedworks 4th, and Maximum Effort, the 198 car, is in another one of our Mazda Miatas, is in 5th. Let's take a look at our C division right now. TCR leads the C class over 45th Parallel Racing by about a lap. And then GTR Racing is in 3rd. Placeholder Motorsports, the 111 Volkswagen Rabbit. I know it's going to make Timmy Elliott very, very happy that there's a Rabbit here this weekend.
Yeah.
In 4th, and then Whip Racing with Bonehead and Rain Man rounding out your top 5. Now let's take a look at our D class. Legitimate Racing has a 4-lap lead right now over Cole Morgan Racing, our Watkins Glen Saturday winner. And then, unfortunately, we saw the issues earlier. If you just tuned in, Hastings Tires Plus had an unfortunate mishap that has put them out of the race for the day. As we said, the driver is okay, but unfortunately had a mechanical issue with the motor, so they were their weekend has come to an end. And then let's take a look at our EC division here. The GT Hillbillies in the 729 and the 96 Mazda Miata continue to lead over Begley Motorsports. 8-bit race car. We saw them in pit road not long ago in third. The follow-on mission continues to run fourth. And Findurance Motorsports rounds out your EC top 5. Oh, looks like Hero. Looks like Hero Time
Racing. There it is again, Kyle. We've talked about this leading up to this race, and he is having problems with that machine.
He got it running. No, I don't know how well it's running though. Let's see.
Is it a throttle related issue with a sensor? Now, a lot of these cars are drive-by-wire. Yeah, he's pedaling it.
It's almost like it's got a misfire. I think it's shut off on him on the front straightaway.
It sounds clean. It's just... Yeah, there's a little misfire there. That was really bizarre. And he's definitely not responding well.
Yeah, it's got
chugging really hard. So this could be a throttle-related issue. Or it's having trouble. It could be ignition-related. It could be something even fuel pressure-related, like they may not be getting enough fuel. Let's get good power here heading down the backstretch. But I tell you, this is really disconcerting for a driver when you really can't count on the car to apply power. You're trying to race. Let's see if he's going to bring it in here. No, looks like he's going to keep it out there and drive it.
It's doing it again.
It's definitely doing it again. It's like he's taking his foot on and off the gas. It's very dramatic. What a mess.
Paulie, what about a fuel pickup issue?
Yeah, anything like that, Kyle, can cause these conditions.
The reason I'm thinking maybe a fuel pickup issue would be, or something maybe with a fuel pump issue, would be the fact that it depends on which way the car is leaning. Almost like it's getting fuel for a little bit, but then it's starving for some fuel, depending on which way he's turning the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything like that could be the cause.
Having to work by a little bit of traffic there. He's trying to monitor it along right now and just stay out there and see if he can keep going. They've fallen down to 4. TCR's gotten by, but they're still in the top 5, but we'll have to keep an eye on this.
Nosy and Mazda still leading over Hurry Racing.
Last lap by Nosy and Mazda was a 142 flat, 142.08. They just Paulie, they just continue to put down really, really good lap times by those guys.
Oh, it's just awful. I mean, at some point you gotta concede. All right, we need to look at this. You really can't be competitive, and you do take the risk of damaging the engine if it's not running. It's running super lean. You could grenade the engine.
Stays out once again. So I guess maybe the driver thinks he can nurse it, because you notice he's in and out of the gas like we talked about. Maybe he feels that if he can modulate it, he can nurse it maybe to the pit stop. Maybe they have an idea of what's going on with it.
It's not good. Not ideal.
No, not at all. And it's frustrating because because incidents like this throw your rhythm off. so focused on just trying to keep the car on the racetrack and be smooth and just get around. And then you're having to in and out of the accelerator, modulate it, make sure you keep the car fired. It can get frustrating.
Back on board with TCR Motorworks. They got their pit stop done. Currently in third place is TCR. So far, so good for their day. They're in pursuit of the ailing Hurry Racing Acura. TR Motorsports is in 6th place right now. And so all these guys right up at the front.
Trying to work by the Speedy Spud car in 224.
Yeah, they've had a number of spin and continues today. They even had they had been flagged in by the officials to be counseled. So they got to kind of watch themselves out there, Kyle. If they get into more trouble, they could find themselves losing a driver band.
Working by Skidmark and Swampfoot right there. He had to go the long way around. He's on the quarter panel of Skidmark. Can he get by? Yes, he does. Into turn 5, into turn 4.
This is the Tire Rack team.
Gonna try an outbreak here. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was nice. There's the follow-on mission. Malibu ahead here. Let's see if he can work his way around the outside. Yeah.
Nicely done. Long way around. They're only 10 seconds back of 45th Parallel Racing, so they've got to keep pushing because they're sniffing the outside of the top 5 right now.
Nice pass there, going down into 8. Using some curb there, and onto the backstretch is TR Motorsports. They've been having a good morning so far. Talked to the team yesterday. They said, yeah, we never finish Sunday. So Saturday is really the only chance we have of doing well.
So I just got an update from Hero Time Racing. They're having an issue. They think it's a cam sensor.
And we heard from Premium Dudes. Kyle, what was the update on Premium Dudes?
So the update from Nathan from Premium Dudes was they had an unknown internal engine malfunction. So they are on their way back to the shop because they're not too far from here. They are headed home to get a backup car so they can race tomorrow. So they will be back out there, and we wish them luck. Safe travels, headed back to your race shop, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys on the grid tomorrow. But unfortunately, the 32 BMW is done for the weekend.
That's a shame.
And one of our teams that's always stronger. We remember these guys. They were in that massive fight for that win at Daytona a couple years ago with the Team Salins group. So we know that they've had a lot of success. Nathan Gardner, Andrew Johnson, really successful team. Still on board with TR Motorsports. Apparently I don't know how to read. Sorry, folks. Oh, got a car off to the left here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's No Z. That's our race leader.
Oh, no.
That's our race leader off
No
in the
Z.
grass. Can he get it going? That's the question.
What happened here?
He's trying to cycle the car.
The car is sideways up in the grass there. We're going to caution here, folks.
Car's running. Now the question is, does he have? It looks like he's looking for a gear. Oh, sorry about that, folks. There, he's just trying to wonder. He's wondering what. He's not sure what happened. So we'll have to see if we can get some more information there. But this is your race leader, folks. If you just tuned in, there's No Z in Mazda. Took the lead a couple hours ago, earlier in this race, and has been absolutely putting on a clinic. Paulie, what do you got?
We found out they lost a wheel, Kyle.
Oh no.
That would explain why he's in such an awkward position out there in the grass. They broke a wheel in that car. We saw they were eating some curbs out there, Kyle. We talked about that. it's a bit of a gamble. I guess you either win or you break.
It's tough. If you're going to use those curbs, you've got to have the suspension that can withstand getting beat on consistently. There's the car coming through turns 8, headed to turn 9, which is patience, as we talked about with Kyle Nadeau earlier on the broadcast here from the Autobahn Country Club. And he said that that's, one of those sections where you can get in trouble. Oh, what a shame for these guys.
Huh.
That proves, folks. So we were talking, can they get 3 in a row? Can they get 3 in a row?
It's so hard.
Eric was saying, we've got the lead. We just have to keep it. Well, unfortunately, it looks like they've fallen to a mechanical issue.
Yeah, and hero time is staying out. So, those broken hubs on those Miatas, it is a thing. And there's been some companies that have tried to remedy it with some billet cut hubs to strengthen them. That's probably one of the lesser known weaknesses of the car. They do tend to crack and then break like that, but we don't see a lot of these Miatas losing wheels, but I'm a little surprised we don't see more of it, really.
Well, as much as you lean on these things, and I mean, you could tell he was pushing that car really, really hard. I mean, consistently was a second or so, if not more, faster than some of the competitors. You had to wonder how much stress it was putting on the components of the car underneath. Oh, it's such a shame for these guys. They've got to be absolutely heartbroken. But it can happen, folks. Any given day. Doesn't matter. I mean, race, sometimes you have to, it's better to be lucky than good. And one of those times, it looks like it's the left rear wheel. It looks like it's off the car. So, Paulie, with seeing some of these issues that we're seeing for some of our leaders, at what point now do you start talking to your drivers and do you start talking to your crew and maybe saying, hey guys, all right, now we need to go into conservation mode a little bit and take care of our equipment, because we've still got 5.5 hours to go, and just a little under 5.5 hours to go in this race.
Well, I hope they had a plan going into this. I hope it's not just coming upon them now. I hope that they had a game plan from the beginning where the owner's saying, look, we're going to stay off the curbs, or hey, watch out for T4, watch out for T6. Hopefully they've had these conversations. Some of these teams are going to use those curbs because they're tired of finishing fourth, and they're not a mid-pack team. And so we often see the teams that drive really aggressive like that, they're not mid-pack teams. Those are the teams that finish front. And that's why one of the reasons they finish up front is because they go aggressive. But it can cost you too. And I think they understand that. That's something that you accept as you go into the sport with that kind of a mindset. It's like, look, we're going to drive hard. We're going out there to win races. And it works. They do win races. But sometimes you come back to the pits with a steering wheel in your hand.
Yeah, you just gotta. I just would think, you go into it with that, but I would maybe be, now that we have this code 35, I would maybe be getting on the radio and just saying, all right, we're seeing a lot of mechanical issues here, and obviously this place is starting to beat up the cars. Paulie, do you also think too, with the fact that the Chicagoland area gets these very, abusive winters? You're from the Midwest, and you're from an area where you get a lot of snow and you get a lot during the winter. Do you think the winters are starting to wreak havoc with the racetrack here?
I think the track is great. I really do. This is, you're right, though. These Midwest conditions are really hard on asphalt surfaces. But this track is in really good condition. But those curbs are not terribly forgiving, and so I think this is just the way this team drives the car. They go out aggressive. What breaks these hubs? What breaks? We're talking to Hero Time. What breaks the axles? It's not just hitting the curbs. It's applying power while you're on the curbs. What happens is the wheel has grip, then it has no grip, then it has grip, and it's that scorching you hear of the tire going over the curbing while you're under power. And when you get that sudden freewheel and then sudden stop, it's like a jackhammer. It jackhammers the drive line. It causes things to crack and eventually give. And so that's what really does the damage. So when you find yourself off on the gators, when you find yourself over on the curbings and you feel all that vibration coming in the car, the thing to do to preserve the drive line is to come off the gas. Just let the suspension absorb the shock and go ahead and ride it, and then go back to power. But yeah, if you're in the power while you're going over those curbs like that, that's when you're really looking for the possibility of breaking something. Now, a lot of these Miatas, when the hub breaks, this is the hub itself. So this is the shock of hitting the curbs, of hitting the bumps, of dropping tires off the track, going off into the little divots that are dug out of the track. That's what causes this kind of failure. It's not necessarily the heavy braking and the extreme loads we get. Remember, we're not running slicks. We have grip, but it's not that great. It's not like, I've raced on slicks. It's night and day compared to the kind of grip we have with these cars. So it's not that. It's the shock loads of hitting something hard. That's what's causing these failures. And so, even with your wheel bearings, you should have some kind of a regiment of replacement. It should be a spreadsheet, a checklist, and you go through a routine of, well, I'm going to replace wheel bearings every year. If I'm doing 3-4 races a year, it's every year those bearings are going to get replaced. And the hubs you can inspect. When I was campaigning a Miata with Justin, we actually pulled the hubs every race and inspected them, repacked the wheel bearings. That was non-negotiable. We did that at every race, before every race. So, that type of regiment of, I've often said 90% of the racing should be done in the garage. That's where you're prepping and making sure everything's right. And then you come out and you have fun on the weekends. And you can kind of tell when a team hasn't gotten to that stage yet, they're spending a lot of time in the paddock working on the car when they really came to race, right? So these are things you learn as you go. But this thing that happened to Nosy, I think, is highly experienced team. I think this is just, this is the risk that you take, and that's the way they drive the car. And we're either going to win or we're going to break. I really don't want to finish fifth. And so that's how they race, and that's how they choose to do it. That's fine. But this is the downside of it.
Yeah, you definitely, you kind of walk one end of the, walk a tightrope, and it's kind of a razor's edge.
So John Whitnauer saying, we label our bearings and hubs with paint pen, date of install. So it's, everybody's got like a technique, a method, dating things. That's a great idea. I like that. Keeping some kind of a record of when you installed something so you understand how many cycles it's gone through. And some tracks, like you said, Kyle, are definitely harder on cars than others. And the way that you're going to drive it, you're going to drive and you're going to eat curbs harder here than you will at Gingerman. So that this track's going to beat up more. And you can take a shot to the side of the car. You can go wheel to wheel with somebody and take a shot, and it could damage the bearing and not even realize it. It can put a ding in the race, and you don't notice it when you're driving it. But a race or two from now, it dramatically reduces the life of that bearing because of that one time it took a hit. And it just got dismissed because we kept going. It seemed to be fine. Well, it's not fine. It just seems to be fine. And those are things that the more experienced teams take note of.
And it takes time to figure that out. I mean, and there may be instances where you have to change it a little more often if you're coming to a place that is a little bit more abrasive than other places that we race on the tour. So you really have to plan out your schedule. If you know that you don't want to be doing that, then maybe you might have to, forego that race until you've got the better equipment. So, or if you're going to do it, you make the adjustments and you go from there. It really just depends on how your schedule's lined up for the race, for the season. So Hurry Racing is leading this race right now. I talked to their team yesterday for a little bit, just kind of shooting the breeze with them. And that is a team that started, I think they said it was about eight or 9 years ago they started. They had a generation. They did a did an endurance go-kart race in Mooresville, North Carolina, down right outside of Charlotte at what was then the GoPro Motorplex, now the Trackhouse Motorplex. And they did a 12-hour enduro, and they said after getting our butts kicked for 12 hours down there, they said, let's try this. They were on their way home, and they said, let's try maybe doing some what was then ChampCar racing, now ChampCar Endurance Series. And so they went on Facebook Marketplace, they found a car, got it, and that was their first car. And now the current Neon that they're driving, this is their Generation 2 car, and they are loving it, and that team is now up into the lead and is leading the B class as well. So I want to give them a little bit of a shout out. Great job to Hurry Racing. And I really appreciated them taking the time for me yesterday to tell me a little bit about their backstory. And they're a lot of Chrysler input. A lot of the guys that are on that team work for it. It's a 3-man lineup, and they put a lot of hard work and blood, sweat, and tears into that entry.
All right. Well, looks like the Nozian Mazda car being brought back on a flatbed. When you lose those front hubs, you often lose brakes. Steering control, of course, goes away if it's in the front. So it's a pretty horrific thing to happen to the car. There's a lot of loss of control. But again, the safety out here at this racetrack, there's so much room for runoff. It's not. You're not surrounded so closely by these guardrails. You've got some room, so if something does go wrong, usually you can get off the track and be safe out there. And he may have really lost full control, and the car just ended up off in the grass over there. We don't know. But the car being brought back on the flatbed, and this is not a write-off for the car. This is something that can be fixed, but there's usually a fair amount of damage when the wheel comes off like that. And from our perch here in the tower, we can see the car coming down in front of us. And it looks like it was the left rear that left the chat. And so they'll have some work to do. Unfortunately, that's where the CV axle is too. So that might complicate things a little bit with repair. But the team will look at it, assess. Fortunately, Miatas are great because one of the nice things about racing Miatas, there's a lot of parts available for them. So a lot of people race them. It's definitely a de facto race car in the Champ Car series, along with the BMW E30. We're back to caution here as we're getting ready to go back to racing here.
So right now, Hurry Racing leads this race, takes over the lead. And TCR is in second, Hero Time in third, as we are back under the green flag here at the Joliet Grand Prix at the AutoZone Country Club, just in the Chicagoland area.
Just in time for commercial break. How about that?
Perfect.
So Hero Time Racing leads the race now over TCR Motorworks. Then it's Hero Time, TRM Motorsports, and 45th Parallel Racing. So stay with us. We're at the AutoZone Country Club this weekend for two races this weekend. Today, 8 hours of endurance road racing here at the AutoZone Country Club. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back. We're under code 35. And as soon as I find out what's going on, I'll let you folks know. But yeah, and John commenting on the chat, also labels all around the car with torque values and wrench socket size. I have seen that. Like, I think it was Nathan, he had tire pressures drawn on the car, drawn on the fenders in marker. I mean, it's convenient, you know, it's right there. So, but welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at the Autobahn Country Club, the Autobahn Grand Prix. Paul Velton with Kyle Lockrow. You okay?
Yep, I'm good.
And Les Epps.
Had a hiccup.
And Les Epps here calling the race for you this weekend, folks. Thanks for joining us. As we're under a code 35 right now. The field brought down to 35 miles an hour, held at station keeping. And while we were at the break, Kyle, you'd mentioned, is the weather changing?
Yeah, it looks like it is getting a little bit more cloudy around here. So we're anticipated to have some overcast skies here in the Chicagoland area for the remainder of the afternoon. And it's supposed to get up to about 84 degrees today. But we noticed the wind is now going 14 miles an hour, and we're getting gusts probably up to closer to 20 going southwest. So that's going to play havoc with some of the cars. And you're probably thinking, oh, well, this isn't super speedway racing on ovals. The wind doesn't make a difference. Oh, I can tell you as a driver, and Paulie and Les can attest to this, yes, it does. When you're trying to go through the corner and you've got that air trying to push you off the racetrack or maybe try to push the back end of the car around, you have to adjust for that as a driver. That air makes a huge difference in how the car goes through the air. So you really have to keep that in mind, and it's something drivers will feel. The car will feel like it's heavier when you're turning it into the corner if the air is pushing, trying to force you off of the racetrack. And then the car will also feel like it's loose or understeer, where it'll feel like, oversteer, where it feels like it wants to spin out. So it definitely something the drivers will have to keep in mind while they're circulating and while they're going around the racetrack. So Hurry Racing continues to lead this race by about 7 seconds over TCR. Last code 35, it was about 20 seconds, and now TCR has cut that lead by about 13 seconds to Hurry. So, and there's a little bit of a difference, about 2.5 seconds last time in lap time. So they'll have to really, Hurry's going to have to really pace themselves and just know, hey, this is what we're trying to do. Or they're going to have to try to pick the pace up. TCR may be trying to push it to get out front. Hero Time Racing seems like they're still managing what could be that cam sensor issue. They're still in third, and they are still, from what I can see, they're a lap back right now of TCR and Hurry Racing. TR Motorsports, the Tire Rack guys, are running in fourth and leading the A-Class. 45th Parallel in fifth, GTR in sixth, Rice Creek Speedworks in seventh, Placeholder Motorsports in eighth, Legitimate Racing in ninth, and Whip Racing with Bonehead and Rain Man round out your top 10. So, well, let's take a look at our classes real quick. We'll give you an update while we're under caution here. All right, so our A-Class friends right now, TR Motorsports continues to lead the A-Class over TBD Racing by about 3 laps. Team Midlife Crisis is 2 laps back of TBD. Shed Racing is on the same lap, as is West 10 Racing. On the same lap as Midlife Crisis and Shed Racing. So, and then let's take a look at our B-Class friends here. Hurry Racing continues to lead over Hero Time Racing, and they're separated by about a lap. And then Rice Creek Speedworks is another lap back, and then Maximum Effort in the 198 is 3 laps back of Rice Creek Speedworks. And then obviously Nosy and Mazda, they are out for a period as we are back under the yellow flag.
Yep.
And then let's take a look as we're waiting to go green at our C-Class. TCR leads over 45th Parallel by about 2 laps, and then on the same lap as 45th Parallel is GTR Racing. Placeholder Motorsport in 4th, Whip Racing in 5th, and then just outside the top 5 is Swampfoot Racing in the 448 Impreza. Now let's go down to D-Class here. This has been a fight between Legitimate Racing and Cole Morgan Racing. They're separated by about 5 laps. I did get an update from Cole Morgan Racing. They had some damage where they were worried about the radiator. They've been fighting some engine issues. A friend of mine and buddy, former co-driver Jack Butler, who's local here to the Chicagoland area, is driving that Cole Morgan 98 this weekend. As we see Hero Time, a little bit of tire protest, as you say there, Paulie.
Yeah.
As he's working around turn 9 and 10, headed to 11.
He's turning, but she ain't turning. She's just squalling.
He's screaming for her to turn just a little bit more. Yep, exactly. And then let's take a quick look at our EC class here. Let me refresh. GT Hillbillies continues to lead in EC over Begley Motorsports. 8-bit race car in third. The follow-on mission continues to run strong in fourth. And Findurance Racing rounds out your EC top 5.
I wonder if they just didn't have some bad gas, because it seems like whatever issue they had is cleared up. It seems to be okay.
Wonder if maybe they had a little bit of air in there as well, because I mean it is a little bit hotter than we were anticipating, so you got to wonder if maybe there was some air in the line. But the bad gas is a good one too. We've seen that on a few occasions. I was driving for Brew Crew Racing a number of years ago, and they had gotten gas at a station that they weren't sure about, and the car was running great, but all of a sudden it kept sputtering in certain sections, and just found out just had a bad case of gas.
On board with the
not in the way you're thinking, folks.
Yeah,
just a little bit of bad fuel.
Findurance rear view. This camera set up. I set this up last night Well, I gave him the config last night.
That's cool. Working by the 224 car. Speedy Spud.
Yeah.
Just dispensed of another lap car. You can really see the lean, hear more tire protest. There was a good line through there. You notice he took that wide entry into the 6 and 7. There's your race leader, Hurry Racing. Just saw them in the last shot. There's TR Motorsports.
Yeah, we'll go back on board with TR. See how things are going up there.
So far, so good. Leading A-Class, 4th in the overall right now. Looks like business as usual for Bob and the guys. You notice he used a little bit of curb right there, but he's not slamming the curbs. He's just using a little bit for that rotation that we talked about.
Gorilla Sticker 516 coming into the pits. One of Roy's cars. And he's either pitted at the front or he's going behind the wall. He's pitted up at the front, looks like.
Still on board with TR Motorsports here as he's working through traffic. Staying at the bumper of Whip Racing. Now, if he can get a run out of the corner, may try to outbrake if the Mustang doesn't let him go. And he does. He outbrakes him getting into the corner. And now chasing down, I believe that's one of the TCR cars in front. That's the EC car, the 936. So they had luckily for the TCR guys, they had a spare engine available that they could put into that 936 car because they had an unfortunate motor issue about 3:30 yesterday afternoon. So they thrashed for about 3 hours and put that spare motor in. So they were happy to be able to get that car out here today so they could race. But Dan wanted to say how proud he was of his guys, how well they worked together, and appreciated all the hard work and dedication, and the fact that they did that engine swap in just over 3 hours.
It was a swap?
It was a swap.
That's great.
It was a swap. Swing. That's not good, Paulie. It's not. We're 3 hours in. We're already getting slap happy. We got half a race and still got to go tomorrow.
Keeping yourself amused is half the battle. I'm just trying to have some fun.
Oh, absolutely. That's what it's all about. So we'll have to monitor this lead here. Last lap was a 146.46 to the 141.49. TCR has dropped the gap now down to 5.3 seconds, but you got to wonder if Hurry Racing has picked the gap back up a little bit, because there was about a 5-second difference in lap time last lap, probably due to some traffic. It looks like Hero Time Racing seems to be doing okay. Like you said, Paulie, maybe it was just a little bit of bad fuel mixture in the car, and it may have worked itself through the system and burned up.
Yeah, but TCR chased him down and got around him. And so now is Hero Time going to try to get back that second spot?
Well, they got a little bit of work to do. I think they're about a lap behind those guys right now, based on what I'm seeing in the scoring. So they're going to need a little bit of help here.
A mere 5 hours of racing to go.
Oh, Paulie may be doing it again.
Oh, yeah.
I noticed it did it when the car was leaned really hard left. I wonder if it's and you said cam issue. I still wonder if it's a fuel pickup issue. Because every time he leans that car to the left, maybe it's away from the pickup, which may be in the right side of the car. It seems like it just sputters temporarily.
Right there, it happened again. He's kind of shaking his head. It does look like those left-handers are a problem. It's a clockwise track, but that's where it's sputtering. It's like just tell them don't turn left. Stop that. Here's Finn Durrance.
that's so, and again, we talked about it, it's just frustrating to have to deal with stuff like that. It makes it hard to concentrate, and it can get you off your rhythm, because if the car sputters in the wrong place, it can really get you offline, or it can mess with you with, how you're flowing through the corner. Yeah, just did it again.
He's got like no power going down the backstretch.
I give them credit. They're doing a solid job of nursing it. But they're also losing ground, and TR Motorsports is within 44 seconds of those guys right now. They're on the same lap where there was a little bit of difference, so they may be at risk of losing the bottom step of the podium right now.
Man, it's back to being really bad. It seemed like it had cleared up a little bit, and it's back to being really bad again.
Wonder if maybe they got some more of that bad fuel in the mixture as well.
Yeah, and if it is bad fuel, you don't know what you have is good or bad. So what do you put back in the car, and what do you do with all this fuel? Where are you going to put it?
Yeah.
If you need fresh fuel, if you suspect that that's the issue, where are you going to get it, and where are you going to put it in? All the jugs are full for the weekend. So maybe on the last pit stop, you go fill those up with fresh fuel, and then you bring it back in, and you just try to run this tank out.
Also, depending on where they got the fuel from, if they already had it, if they had a 55-gallon jug, or if they ran out here locally in town and got it, maybe you just go.
Now he's almost got no power at all now. This car is in real trouble.
Now the question is, will he make it all the way around? Because it looks like he's got no power.
Yeah.
You got it running.
He's got a little bit of something there. And he's getting stormed up there. Suddenly, she's alive again for a minute.
You got to wonder now with that if they'll bring it in and take a look at it.
You get it going here for a second after that, and you really wind the engine out. You just want to, whatever's in it, I'm trying to get it wound out. Might not work here. Let's see what we got.
I don't think he's coming in again because he went to the right of Party Cat. Now he's staying out. They must think they can nurse it. Got a long way to go with 4 hours and 56 minutes to go, but maybe they're just trying to get it to the next pit stop. Maybe they think they can fix it. Working by the 171, that's the Auto Club team going by. And you can see it's throwing the driver's rhythm off because he's having to move the car and run a few different lines based on what kind of power he's got.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to attack a corner when you're coming in at 70% speed. Every time he gets to a corner, he's going a different speed.
Let's see if it does it again. He's at the part of the racetrack where he was last lap, where it just completely quit on
him. And if it's electronics, it can be caused by heat, where it's fine when it's cool. And once the car gets hot, it can start to cause trouble. And these drivability problems, as we call them, where it's related to fuel and ignition, it can be really hard to track down sometimes. You can spend, I've been with teams that have taken over a year to figure out, because you think you fix it. That's the problem. It's intermittent enough to where you think you figured it out. You make a change, I think I fixed it, and you didn't. And you don't know about it until you get a couple hours into the race, and it starts happening again. Like, okay, so it's not the mass airflow sensor. Maybe it's a coolant temperature sensor. Maybe it's a vacuum leak somewhere. Maybe it's crank angle sensor. Maybe it's a coil. It just goes on and on and on and on. And he's passed that Z before, and he had to pass him again because he just didn't have power a couple laps ago. All right, he's catching up to the vet now. And we'll just keep an eye on him as we'll go back on board with TR Motorsports. So your standings, Hurry Racing leads this race over TCR, and then Hero Time, TR Motorsports, GTR Racing, your top 5.
These guys have put in a really good drive today, and they've cut off about 10 seconds of that lead, Paul, too. It's down to 34 seconds. Well, from 3rd to 4th, it's down to 34 seconds.
Crazy. Go back on board with TCR Motorworks, also having a really great day. Sitting there in 2nd place, and they are in the catbird seat right now. Shout out to Dan for sending me his camera link again this morning. He's faithful to do that. Appreciate that, Dan. Great view too. It's up high. Kind of look down on top of the hood. You can really see how the car's going into the corners.
Oh, had to kind of step on a little bit there. It looked like it got a little bit of wheel spin.
Yeah, you can't really go flat out through there. You do have to modulate a little bit. He's got the Z up ahead of him here.
See him trying to work past the Z. Now he backed off a little bit and got a great run. They're pretty evenly matched here. He decided to stay in line. He wasn't close enough. So he turns into the corner. Now if he can get back to the power, Z ran a little bit shallow on the exit there compared to what he thought. Now he's got to work by Cole Morgan Racing. See if he can get in. Looks like he clears him. Now I think that's the 83 car in front. Yep, 83 car right there. So working through some traffic, and I like what I'm seeing. He's just picking them off one car at a time. He's not in a huge rush, just being smart, and they've taken the lead. They just took the lead over Hurry Racing just about a lap ago. Last lap for TCR was a 139.3 compared to a 141.3 for Hurry Racing. So TCR is now leading this race.
Woo. Look out. Hero Time having their challenges, and TCR rises to the front. You know, TCR is a pretty solid team, Kyle. When it comes to reliability, they seem to be able to keep the car on the racetrack. This could be good for them.
Absolutely. Well, they finished fourth on Saturday last year, and then they finished 2nd on Sunday. So 2 top 5s in the last 2 races here at Autobahn.
Well, that's what happens when you keep putting your car up at the front of the field like this. Then you're right there to capitalize when somebody has trouble up front. You don't have to have the fastest car. But if you can get the reliability thing down, that's when you've got a weapon.
Yeah.
And you notice too, they don't spend much time on the curbs, Kyle.
No, not a lot. I mean, very
pretty
little
gentle
curbs.
with the car. It's a different approach to the game.
But keeping to the reliability point, that's what you're doing. You're not abusing the rear end of the car. I mean, that's a rear-wheel drive car. You're not. Now they used a little bit of curb there.
Yeah, but that's different than these high curbs you got on the inside. Boring. I'm kidding.
Yeah. He heads into turn 8, got a little wide there. Now you notice he's staying a little bit shallow on the exit there because he wanted to set up for the left-hander to maximize his straightaway.
Yeah, he's using the gators at the exit. TCR, or Hero Time rather, still going at it. They're staying with the vet there. had that taillight issue earlier.
But working through some traffic. Double wide in front. Now he's going to figure out where it's going to go. The 729 car, that's one of our EC cars. That should be the GT Hillbillies.
Okay. On the front straightaway. Across the stripe. Down to turn 1. Let's see what he's going to do here. If he can get around the
Had the door shut on him there. Now the question is, will he outbrake him? Nope, thinks better of it.
He's going to tuck in here. Okay. Now he's got a good shot at it. Nice little run. Decides to feather it again.
I think he felt he wasn't going to be close enough, so he didn't want to dive in there. Maybe just trying to take care of the car, maybe trying to preserve the brakes a little bit. He knows he's got the legs and can roll the center a little bit better.
Decides to go around the outside and then through 7 here. And we're keeping an eye on Hero Time Racing down there. They seem to be able to keep motoring on there.
They just, I mean, last lap was a 42.3. The perseverance by that team is very impressive. They really seem to just have found a way to nurse the car, take care of it. And the drivers aren't panicking when they have the problem. They just kind of, they get the car off, they get it refired, and then they go again, and then they work through the hiccup. And they're doing a good job of their awareness and being mindful of what's going, of who's around them, making sure that they're not in the way, they get offline if need be. So that's very well done. Let's take, okay, we going to commercial?
Yeah, we got to take a quick break and be back in a minute here. So stay with us and we'll catch up with Kyle when we get back. TCR Motorworks leads over Hurry Racing, followed by Hero Time, and TR Motorworks in the 318, followed by GTR. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live. And yeah, it looks like there's a little less sunlight out, and it's cooling off just a little bit. I don't know what kind of weather we got. We got the possibility of some rain coming in tonight. About a 60% chance of showers and thunderstorms. So for those of you that have those easy ups on pit lane, make sure you get those taken down tonight. If you leave them up, it seems like there's always a catastrophe there. End up getting picked up and blown out onto the racetrack overnight. All right, so Hero Time still struggling with that ignition or fuel issue, but they're staying out there. They're persevering. So if they pitted at 2 hours, Kyle, somewhere around 12:45, I don't know if they can just limp it for another half an hour. They might be able to make their next pit stop, fresh load of fuel. I don't know.
The only question, like we talked about, Paulie, is depending on where they got all their fuel, have they figured out if maybe it's a bad batch of fuel where they could go to a different station to get fuel, or is this going to be a recurring problem? So I guess we're going to have to just continue to watch and see how it goes.
Well, and it's like my one of my instructors from back in the day when I went into automotive school said, I always go to different gas stations, because I figure every gas station at some point is going to have a bad load of fuel. So if I always go to the same gas station, eventually I'm going to get a bad tank of gas. So I get my gas. I keep going. I go through a roundabout around of going to these different gas stations. I don't always get it at the same place.
Yeah.
And maybe just going to a different gas station, you don't know if that tank was at the bottom and almost empty, and there's just a lot of garbage down there. Makes you wonder, really. But this could be caused by anything. It's not necessarily a bad gas, but they're trying to carry it to the end here.
They're doing a great job. I mean, they've been dealing with this for probably about an hour and a half now. And the fact that they're still running in third, running low 140s is still quite a feat.
Well, and here's the other thing. It really confuses the other drivers, because they'll let you through, and then suddenly you're slow again. And it's really confusing to them. They're expecting, are you going to go or not? What are you doing? And you're just like, you're passing me 2 or 3 times, and I don't know what this guy is going to do. And frankly, neither does he.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't know what he's getting corner to corner, lap by lap. Oh, little 3 wide.
Yeah, he's just as confused as you are.
Yeah. Thought we were going to be 3 wide there for a second, but Hero Time decided to roll out of it and go single file there with the follow-on mission. Oh, yeah. A little bit of a hop there from the Malibu.
Yeah, it's just kind of squirming through the corner. That's a fast corner there. You can see the back end stepping out just a little bit as they go to the power. It's kind of shaking its head. It's like, this is not the race I signed up for.
Yeah. And again, it's frustrating as a driver because you know you're faster than some of these cars, but you can't get to them. And the intermittent problem, it messes with you mentally because you're thinking, how can I get around this? And you're trying to figure out what else can I do. But when the car's bobbling like that, there's not a lot you can do.
I mean, what he needs to do at this point as a driver is it's just really important you keep your head ahead of it all the time. So you're keeping your mind ahead of the game all the time. And that way, you know, as these weird things happen, you're prepared to react. And that's unfortunately, that's part of being a race car driver is dealing with ailing cars. And the guys that are really good at racing are the guys that know how to take a car that's not performing right and still get the most out of it, make it work. This is part of the sport because your car's almost never right anyway. Looks like he's talking to the team there. Okay, he's coming into 3.
He's trying to get by Cole Morgan Racing, but here comes the 296.
Yeah. And these guys aren't having these same problems, so it's really hard to gauge a guy that just passed you, went zipping by, and suddenly they don't have power.
And that was GTR in the 296. So that is right now your 5th place car.
And the Mustang went off, and I think he went sideways right there. I think he just went sideways right in front of us. He almost hit the Hero Time car. And I'm looking back at the cameras, and I don't see it. He might be out of camera range, but yeah, I don't know. That Mustang might have lost it. Now we got a report of one of the cars dropping fluid on the racetrack. They're going to black flag that car, probably more of a meatball, to get the 787 to come in. And that's one of our Miata teams. That's the Hakuna Miata. So they're going to be brought in and say, hey, you're leaking something, bro.
Yeah. So we'll have to monitor this gap. They're still running. Hero Time's still running. Their last lap was a 1:47. TR Motorsports just ran a 42.92 last lap. And remember, that's the fight for 3rd place, the bottom step of the podium. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that 721 car. I think that's Shed Racing. They're in the pits right now for some service.
Yep, on them with the less is more cam down in the pits there. So TCR leads this race over Hurry Racing. Hero Time is in 3rd with that ailing Acura. TR Motorsports in their BMW that's not ailing on the chase here in 4th place. They're looking for a win today. GTR Racing in 5th, 45th Parallel Racing, another veteran team in 6th place. Kyle, let's do a rundown of the standings here by class so we can get a picture of the race within the race.
All right. So A-Class right now, TR Motorsports, the Tire Rack guys, continue to lead the A-Class over TBD Racing by about 3 laps. Then West 10 Racing has moved themselves up into the 3rd position. Shed Racing in the 721, who you see on the lower in the picture-in-picture screen, is in 4th. And then Not Fast, Just Furious is in 5th. And then we'll take a look over at the B-Class.
Yeah, they got a local yellow over in that corner, Kyle. I have to believe that Mustang lost it and then went across the racetrack and might have got into a barrier, but there's nothing in the race control logs.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see. All right, B class. This is Hurry Racing right now, which is your B class leader and second in the overall right now by about a lap over Hero Time Racing. Rice Creek Speedworks is in third. Fiesta Racing is in fourth, and Maximum Effort rounds out your B class top 5. Now let's scroll down to your C class. TCR continues to lead this race and the C class by 2 laps over GTR Racing. 45th parallel, the 286, we saw them leading the race a little bit earlier. They're in third. Placeholder Motorsports, the 111, the Volkswagen Rabbit, these guys have done a great job. They're up into 9th in the overall and 4th in C class. And then Whip Racing is in 5th in the C class and 11th in the overall. So solid run for that team. Now let's take a look at D class. Legitimate Racing now carries a 7-lap lead over Cole Morgan Racing, and I believe that Mustang that we saw, Paulie, might have been Cole Morgan Racing that may have had that spin. So more bad luck for that team. Hastings Tires Plus, we talked about, they had that fire earlier in the race through turn 13. So unfortunately, their race is done for the week. Their weekend is done. And then let's take a look at our friends in the EC division. Let me refresh my stuff here, and then all right, so for EC, GT, whoa, big catch right there, wow.
His hands actually went inside the steering wheel there for a moment as he got crossed up.
Yeah, you got to be careful when that steering wheel can rip, your hands off the wheel. It's kind of hard. You can break fingers and wrists very easily if you're not careful. GT Hillbillies continues to lead over Begley Motorsports by about a lap, and then another lap back of Begley is 8-Bit Race Car. 3 laps back of 8-Bit is the follow-on mission. We've seen them a little bit ago. It looks like the Mustang got back rolling, Paulie, because there's Cole Morgan Racing right there. Nice. So it looks like they might have just had a little bit of an off-track excursion. And then Findurance Racing continues to lead in the, continues to run 5th in the EC class. So that's your class rundown right now, folks.
Okay. Well, thanks for the update there, Kyle. Appreciate that.
Paulie, TCR has increased the lead to 17.6 seconds over Hurry Racing, so they're continuing, and it's not like they're completely running away with it, but they're consistently about 2 seconds a lap quicker. And we are just about to get to lap 100 here as the sister TCR car is just coming off pit road, so we are just about to 100 laps complete in this race.
Yeah, I mean, if they're doing 2 seconds a lap faster, that's wow.
Yeah.
I mean, a tenth of a second at 85 miles an hour is a car length. So multiply that out. A tenth of a second at 85, that's about, you're doing 85, 95 on the front straight. So that's a car length. That's 10 car lengths. So 20 car lengths per lap difference viewed on the front. That's a crazy amount of difference in performance. As we watch TCR here working their way onto the back stretch. Working their way up through the gears. Blip of the throttle. See, there's Les down there in the pits giving you that P&P view.
Those cars are moving down that front straightaway, aren't they?
Yeah.
See TBD Racing going by. So while we get a couple minutes here, and TCR has now increased the lead to almost 20 seconds on Hurry Racing, let's take a look back in the order here and talk about some of our movers and snoozers on the day, as we call them. So right now, TCR Motorworks, your race leader, is up 13 spots on the day, 5 in the C class. The biggest mover so far on the day is The TBD guys who we just saw going down the front straightaway, that's second in the A class. They're 10th in the overall. They're up 30 spots in the overall on the day and 4 spots in the A class. So they're having an exceptional race right now. Just smooth and steady. They've consistently worked themselves up into the top 10, and they've been right about an 11th to 15th place car. And now it seems like they've cracked the top 10 thanks to some issues from some of the other cars. And it looks like they're holding pretty solid pace. Their last lap was a 41.86. They're about 3 seconds a lap quicker than Placeholder Motorsports, who's up 12 spots on the day, 7 in the C class. Let's go a little bit farther down. Swampfoot Racing, the 448 Subaru Impreza. These guys have had a good day. They're up 27 spots on the day and 7 in class. West 10 Racing, they were a little bit farther up in the order earlier, but they're third in A class. They're up 29 spots on the day, 4 in the A class. Not Fast, Just Furious, that's a cool name by the way, is up 29 spots on the day, 5 in class. And then Shed Racing is up 19 spots on the day. Skidmark, I talked to those guys yesterday. They weren't even sure they were going to make it. They were dealing with some type of issue they were talking about. I wasn't really quite sure based on what they were saying, but they weren't sure they were going to make it all day. But so far, running in the 18th position. Now let's take a look at some of the guys that have unfortunately not had the day they wanted. Party Cat Racing, the 617 Mazda Miata. They're down 23 spots on the day. Dipstick Racing's down 11 spots on the day. Bourbon Dogs Racing, we haven't talked about them, the 140, the Ford Probe. They're down 15 spots on the day, but still hanging strong in 24th position overall right now. They're down 7 in the class. Not the day they've wanted, but still going. Rastafarians are down 3 spots on the day, but up 2 in the class, so not a bad day. One of the bigger stories, Premium Dudes, who we thought would be in contention for a top spot here today or even a podium, they had an engine issue, down 18 spots from where they started. They're in the pits, out for the day. They're headed home to get a backup car, and hopefully they can race tomorrow. And then, the biggest snoozer on the day is Party Cat Racing.
Yeah, it's hard to hear when these teams have these failures. You know, they come out to race and have fun with us, and run into trouble. We saw the Hastings Corvette that went up in flames, unfortunately. And of course, Premium Dudes. Hey, even the best in the business out there, they run into trouble.
So
I think Les is getting an ice cream.
Yeah, so Les really, you can't come into the pits right now because he is eating ice cream.
He is literally eating ice cream at the racetrack.
It's shades of Days of Thunder all over again.
It is.
We're busy right now. Why? Busy. We're eating ice cream. Days of
right now, we're having ice cream.
Days of Thunder. All right there, Harry Hog. He knows I'm a NASCAR guy, so I knew he was going to throw that reference out as soon as I saw the ice cream cone.
TCR still gapping the field here as the clouds move in. I still see some blue skies over to my right here from our perch in the tower here to the right of the observation deck. But the rest of the skies are filled with clouds from where I'm looking here to I believe it's to the south.
So I just got a message from my wife, who's not with us here this weekend, Tanya, and she's a big Disney nut, and she was saying when we talk about Hakuna Miata, we ought to do it in a singing voice. So
it's hard not to.
I can tell that she's, with her not being here this weekend, having to be the taxi for guests to the booth, I can tell she's bored at home, probably snuggled up with the kiddies, probably watching anything Disney. I know we had some family in town this weekend, but so I can see her now. Every time we talk about Hakuna Miata, she's probably singing it.
I do have a gift for you, Tanya, when Kyle gets back. I won't disclose it right now. Nothing big, but fun.
So back on board with Fendurance Racing. This is your 5th place EC car. These guys have had a pretty up and down day.
And Begley's coming back into the pits here in the Corvette. So we'll keep an eye on that.
So they're trying to work by the follow-on mission. Nice out-braking maneuver headed into turn 1. Car steps out just a little bit there, had to bring it back.
So I hope you folks are having a great Saturday, beginning of your weekend. Let us know what you're working on this weekend and what race you're thinking about coming out to next. What's on the plan is we've got a local yellow over there, still through the kink there, just past the kink into 7. Sorry to cut you off there, Kyle.
No, you were fine. I was
to bring up.
I was just going to say that Jared is just doing a really good job, being really smooth. He's catching up there to Hero Time.
Yeah.
They're still hanging on. I mean, still running 3rd. Last lap was a 43.3. So, I mean, just these guys are still working through that issue.
Hey, this car was almost stopped on the racetrack, and now look at that. It's just like it just loses all power for a moment. As he comes into 1 here. He doesn't need to use all the racetrack that he typically would. He just doesn't have the speed going in there. He's also got some traffic here ahead.
Yeah, when he has to really lean into the car, the car sputters a lot when he gets on the straightaway. Working by the 729, that's the GT Hillbillies. It's really impressive to watch this, the fact that they can manage this and still run in the top 3. Let's take a look and see. TR Motorsports, the Tire Rack guys, Paulie, have gotten the gap down now to 18.6 seconds. Wow. So they're closing in on them.
Yeah, they are on the charge.
We'll also have to keep an eye on a battle between 5th and 7th, GTR Racing, 45th Parallel, and Rice Creek Speedworks. They're all separated within about 48 seconds of each other. The next closest battle we got on the racetrack is the Not Fast, Just Furious guys. They're about 19 seconds and change back of 3 Pedal Brothers in the 103 car, the Lexus. See him working through 11 and 12. These guys just continue to have a really good day. They're not doing anything spectacular, but they're just continuing to stay smooth, stay smart. Now, the only thing they're going to have to keep an eye on is TBD Racing is slowly closing in on them. They're up to 9th spot, doing a really good job right now. So it just seems like the gap is slowly closing in. So let's compare lap times here to the 2 A-Class cars. So last lap for TR Motorsports was a 1:45.5. Last lap for TBD Racing was a 1:41.44. So about a 4-second difference in lap time. And they're only separated realistically by 3 laps. So if they can keep chugging along and keep rolling, they may end up slowly working themselves up into the A-Class lead. Now, mind you, there's about 5 cars in between them that they have to, 4 cars in between them that they also have to dispense of as well. But it'll be interesting to see if TBD can work themselves up into the A-Class lead.
Yeah.
So as we scroll down the order a little bit, so we were talking about 3 Pedal Brothers in the 103 car. I got an update from them a little bit ago. Let me see if I can find it here. And here we go. So, again, this is their first Champ Car event. They're out of the Kansas City area. And the driver in the car right now, I believe, is Brandon Crayenbill. Said that I completely botched that, and they gave me a phonetic spelling of it. So thank you, guys. I appreciate that. But, yeah, this is their first Champ Car event. So you guys are putting on a pretty good show so far. Running in the... Let's see, where are you guys running? Of course, when I need to, there we go, 15th spot in the overall and 7th in C class. So a good run for that team in their first foray into Champ Car.
All right. And you've got the number 49 in the pits there. Les on the scene. Less is always more. Yeah, 787 there too. That's the Hakuna Miata.
And then not fast, just furious guys are in for a stop.
Yep.
So here you go. Here's a good example right here. Les has the camera on it. You can see how they do the fuel stop. So since the fuel is over the wall, they're putting the fuel in. The drip pan is underneath, and you have your individual who's doing the fire bottle.
And he's got one of those rare fiberglass roofs for the Miata. It's actually hard to come by. When you do find them, they usually cost a fortune.
Behind them, West 10 Racing and the 731 Miata. Again, this is a team that's been in Champ Car, but it's been quite a few years, and they've run Autobahn before. They said earlier in the broadcast when they got interviewed, they wanted to come back and use this race as a way to kind of test themselves, see where they were at, and then they want to build upon that and eventually get to places like Watkins Glen and Daytona. But you can see everybody's fully in race gear again, other than the fueler, those not driving the car are in sneakers.
And the Flying Ferret saying, thanks for the show, guys, and keeping up our motivation. New Red Kite 7 E36 project currently being built. Hope to be at Road Atlanta 2027.
Good deal. Glad to hear that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the rules work with those cars at those big races, but you might want to try and get it out to one of the races at the end of the year, so that way you can attend Road Atlanta. I know they have some of the big races. We have restrictions on first-time cars at the track.
I love that.
I didn't get a chance to read it.
Blank races since our last brake failure. It's blank right now, so I'm assuming I'm assuming we're in good territory. But buy here, pay here.
That's funny.
That's cool. You gotta love the spirit of some of these teams and you gotta love the personality that they show.
And Hakuna Miata as a race car is so contradictory to. You're going to have problems at the racetrack, but I like the spirit of it. Don't worry about it. We're just out here having a good time.
Yeah, and that's half the battle sometimes.
Just have some fun.
How many times have we seen teams where they said, "Oh, we're just out here for fun. We're not going to be competitive."
And they're very competitive.
Well, they're very competitive. Or all of a sudden, we're not out here to win this weekend, and then all of a sudden we see them. Well, how'd you end up in the middle step of the podium? We have no idea.
Well, we've seen them when they look at the timing and score, and you realize they got a shot at something. Yeah. Suddenly things go from we're just having a good old time to wait a minute now.
Yeah, they go from Hakuna Miata to just to Fast and Furious.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm dropping the hammer.
There's all kinds of cold trickle stuff going on here.
But it's such an iconic movie.
Has anybody seen that movie? I thought that was so long ago.
But it's coming back. I mean, they're talking about making a second one from what I've heard.
We got a big dust up of smoke down there, a big tire lockup going into turn one.
So let us know in the comments if you've seen Days of Thunder. And if you haven't seen it, you have a homework assignment between now and our next race. And actually, before tomorrow, if you have a free time tonight, throw it in, make it a movie night, curl up on the couch with some popcorn and a snack and watch it. And if you want, curl up on the couch and eat ice cream while you're watching it. It makes it more iconic. So we're still on board with Hero Time Racing. These guys are still running third.
Yep, Leslie in the pits with the Corvette getting serviced.
It seems like they've been able to hold TR Motorsports at bay, the Tire Rack guys. It's about 18 seconds because they're only separated last lap by about 0.3 of a second in lap time. So
then TCR Motorsports lead this race. Kyle, we're going to have to take a quick break and be back in just a few minutes. So it's TCR Motorworks, Hurry Racing, and Hero Time Racing leading the charge out here for this 8-hour contest at the AutoZone Country Club. Stay with us. Plenty more to come.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone here at the Autobahn Country Club, the Autobahn Grand Prix. Paul Velton with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps calling the race for you this weekend. That's right, two-day event. 8 hours of endurance road racing today, 7 tomorrow for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Want to find out more about this series? Go to ChampCar.org on the web, and you can check out our entire schedule, rule book, and there's a forum there. There's lots of ways you can get involved and find out more about the sport and about the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Hope you will. The more the merrier.
Speaking of the Champ Car Endurance Series, Paulie, while we get a couple minutes, why don't we tell them about some of the upcoming races that we've got?
Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
All right. So let's go ahead and look at our schedule. If I can find it. There we go. All right. So again, we've got Autobahn Country Club this weekend, which was a sold-out weekend for us. We have one more race tomorrow, the 7-hour. But after we leave here, in 2 weeks, we head to beautiful Sebring, Florida for the overnight, the GridSeat.co Sebring Under the Stars overnight race. Remember, that is overnight. Now, we are not covering that race. We will be at Sebring later in the year. So if you were thinking there's a broadcast, there won't be one for that race, but we will be at Sebring in September at the end of the month. And then, which is already sold out. So if you're interested, get on the wait list. Obviously, anything can happen. So if you still want to go to Sebring and do it, do that. Lime Rock Park, then at the end of July, there's about a month break. So that'll be our next telecast here and broadcast on Champ Car Live presented by AutoZone. We'll be at the beautiful New England Enduro at Lime Rock Park up in Connecticut. That'll be cool. First time for us at Lime Rock. And then after that, about a week later, we head to beautiful Virginia as for the series, which is sold out for that one. So if you're interested in running VIR, the roller coaster revival of VIR on the full course.
We got a car off track, driver's right. And yeah, that's right out here in front of us, I think, Kyle, if I'm getting this read here. So I think it was they were heading down. He was heading down the hill. And it might have been a TCR car.
Did it happen to be our race leader by chance?
Let's see if we can find out here for you. Looks like we're all right. Where's TCR? TCR right here. I don't know. The camera quit working when they were in the pits, it looks like, so I don't have that information. But it looked like one of the TCR cars. Now, the dark car, the 97, is in the pits getting fuel, so that's probably why their camera's cycling right now. Those Sentinels, when you turn power back on, it'll reconnect. So they don't have a battery solution, although I know Nathan's been working with the owners. He's got a battery solution that he's working on with them. But when they kill the power to the car, they don't have a backup battery for the camera, so it just goes down. So, yeah, Les just confirming there. We're with you, Les, in the pits We see the 97 getting fuel, so it must be the sister car, Kyle, that's the one that was stricken down.
So that'll be the 936 car if you're following along in the order. That's their EC entry.
Okay. All right, well, back to skid mark here.
These guys have had a solid day so far. Let's take a look and see. Right now, skid mark is 6. They're up to 16th in the overall, and they are in 8th in C class right now. So having a solid day for a team that was telling me they weren't sure if they were going to get to the finish. We're just a touch over the halfway point here, almost there. So far so good for these guys, and it looks like, based on what I'm seeing, they're on pace to run their best lap of the day.
Yeah, they got a lot of data coming back into the car too, which is you can see they've got, looks like an accelerometer. They've got all kinds of cool stuff going on.
Yeah, when I talked to the team, because this was originally going to be one of our camera cars, but they said, hey, we've got our own camera in here.
Yeah.
So that was when we opted to go with a different entry to have it. So we appreciate them giving us our feed, but they said, hey, we were having some issues with the data feedback. We think we got it resolved, so we're going to be able to show you guys some data for the races this weekend. So we were very excited to have that, because you can really see the brake pressure, the throttle input, which gear the car is in, projected lap times, how long they've been going, and it's really cool to see.
It is. And follow on mission down there in the pits with Kyle, or with Les rather. I get them confused. They look the same. Les is down there in the pits.
Well, we are brothers.
Yeah. Getting their service done. They'll get that Malibu back out here soon. You can be sure of that.
Looks like skid marks in the pits as well. They're coming in for some service. So we are just about to the halfway point with 4 hours to go, but we are in the cycle for another pit stop.
Yep, they're in. There's the lollipop. And they'll get their service done. We'll head back up to the front here, see how things are going for Hero Time Racing. We'll check in with them.
Still running third.
They've been having a lot of drivability issues, as it's called, in the technical field. Nice heel toe there.
Working by the 435. I believe that's the Rastafarians. See him headed through 13 and 14. Still fighting that miss, but again, it looks like he's just kind of gotten it to a point, and they're actually up to second now because of the exchange of pit stops. TCR came in for their second pit stop of the day, but it looks like they've just kind of got it to a point where they can run consistent laps, work through the issue. But we'll have to see when they come in. Will they work on it? Can they get this fixed, or is it potentially just that bad fuel? Yeah, it looks like it's getting a little bit progressively worse there. But still, they're still getting after it. So with TCR coming in, that elevates Hurry Racing up to the race lead. Last lap of 1:43.62. Hero Time Racing up to second. TR Motorsports, the leading A-Class car, the Tire Rack guys, are only 14.8 seconds back of Hero Time Racing. So they've continued to slowly chop that gap down with their issues that Hero Time's been having. They're only separated by less than a second in lap time pending traffic. So we'll have to see how the exchange of pit stops go.
Yep. I'm really thinking Hero's got to pit pretty soon, because I think they're running out of time for their 2-hour maximum stint.
Yeah, they're getting pretty close. We'll have to see. Yeah, you can see the driver just getting a visible frustration. But I tell you what, whoever's in this car, I want to give them an attaboy.
Absolutely.
They have absolutely driven a great stint while dealing with this frustrating issue.
Yeah, he's done a really great job with it.
You can tell he's frustrated, but he hasn't done anything where he's let it lapse his judgment. He's not running into people, not making mistakes. He's just running very smooth and just still getting the most out of that car.
Yeah, unfortunately, in racing, that's something you do need to learn how to do if you're going to keep doing this thing. because you're going to get cars that have flat spotted tires and that aren't running right, that aren't steering right, that aren't braking right. And the better drivers are the ones that learn how to work around all that stuff. Windows that fog up, rear view mirrors that are broken. There's a myriad of things that you got to find a way. You got to find a way to get the best out of the car.
Paulie, I'm looking back in the order a little bit as we're still on board with Hero Time. Yeah, it's getting real bad now. It looks like he just had a big hiccup through there.
Yeah.
But I was looking back. Legitimate Racing has worked themselves up into the top 10, and Swampfoot Racing, the Subaru, is up into the 11th spot. So we're starting.
Skid mark here?
Skid mark's in the pitch. Yes, you're correct, Paul.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
No.
Kyle, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go for it.
And it looks like also we've got Finn Durance coming into the pits. So their Z is coming in as well, just behind Skidmark. This is that critical 2-hour point where we're going to start seeing pit road fill up. And I think Hero Time it's getting a little bit worse here. It could be because he's about out of fuel.
Yeah.
So if it is a fuel issue, the worst part is on top.
Yeah,
He's got his hand out.
He's in this time.
Like you said, Kyle, got the hand out there to kind of signal. He's got those nice bright red little gloves. This is it. And we're going to listen along with them and see if we can get some idea.
You saw him bump the throttle, folks. He's trying to keep it running. So you hear him just bump, 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 bump. He's just trying to keep that engine revved up and wound up so it doesn't shut off on him with the low fuel.
All right.
Seeing him loosen.
Yeah, we want your belts on all the time when you're in the pits. We don't want you doing this, but all right. You can hear the fuel pump running. He needs to kill power here. And there's the Hero Time car as well with Les. If we hear anything, if Les hears anything, we'll report it to you. They're just doing a driver change. They're going to run with this, and we'll see if they bring the hood up, if they do anything. But yeah, Les, if you can get anything from the team down there afterwards, maybe we can find out when they get done with their stop what they're thinking.
Hurry Racing's in as well, Paulie. Your race leader's in, so that may elevate the lead to TR Motorsports unless they're in the pits as well.
Yeah, right now TR is out there. We'll see when they need to come in. Yep, and Les is on the scene there with Hurry. Looks like they're actually putting ice in a cool shirt system here. So their drivers are getting a little warm behind the wheel.
And it's in the mid 80s out there today, folks. We talked about that earlier. When I checked the forecast, it's about 81 degrees right now, and the humidity's at about 53%. So it's a different one.
Looks like they've got the front. They're taking the right front wheel off on the Hero Time car. The hood is going up. So adjusting the mirror. A lot of work going on. They're under the hood looking. They're under the hood looking at that engine compartment. They've got some tools. You wonder. He's trying to look at. Looks like maybe in the ignition system area. I wonder if they're concerned about ignition. Hero Time Racing. And they're also looking at that right front. They've got the wheel off. They've got a hood under the fender. There's a lot of mechanical going on here. They're looking at a lot of issues here. still underneath the hood, and that's no surprise. They had so much issue there with the way the car was running.
There's Charlie over at the right front.
Charlie's attacking the suspension or brake issue. Well, they've got another technician looking at the drivability issue.
I think that's Brian Vang in the car.
I will say I like this pit stop. This looks like very purposeful. They had a plan. When we come in, I'm going to do this. You're going to do that. We're going to attack this thing. We're going to put a driver in. We're going to do the fuel. They have a plan here.
And they had time to put the plan together, Paulie. That's the thing. When you get those situations where you're rushed, sometimes it's hard to actually put the plan together, but they've known about this issue, so it looks like they said, all right, let's take the time to make this change and see if we can cure the problem. And like you said, they knew who was going to do what on the pit stop.
And O-Strike is saying they're changing the cam and crank sensors. If that's what they're doing, and I wouldn't be surprised, that would be a logical move here. They may not know really what's wrong, but if they've got those sensors handy and they know that the change isn't that difficult, you're going to definitely do that on the pit stop. You're going to throw parts at it and hope you get it right, because again, these kinds of issues can be very difficult to pin down. So if you can get to the crank sensor and a cam sensor, you're going to jump on that for sure.
And you notice too, Paulie, you don't see a lot of panic. You can tell they're trying to be efficient and quick about it, but you don't see them yelling, screaming. They have a good executed plan. They're getting it done, and it seems
this isn't easy. These engines are hot. I mean, really hot. Doing this kind of thing sucks. You can see he's got bare hands on the right hand, probably because maybe, as best as I can see, a gloved hand isn't going to work here. Sometimes you need to be able to get your fingers on the screws. He's got some power tools here. The driver just waits like thumbs up. I'm on a mission. I know what I need to do. I'm just going to let the guys button it up. We're going to throw some parts at it, drop the hood, and go back out, see what we got.
And you still got 3 hours and 52 minutes to go. It's not like this is where you've only got 20 minutes to go in the race and you're just trying to get it to the end. They got a lot of time to make this up.
Yeah,
so better they take the time now. TR's in.
Yep. They're going through their standard pit stop there. Okay, and this is topping up the oil most likely. So this is probably what they were going to do initially. So they've already done what they wanted to do with the electrical system. So they're chasing ignition most likely. See if that works. And here they're checking the engine oil. Still working on that right front. And he's way inside there. So what might he be working on? It's hard to say. Since the hood's going down, it's probably not the brake system, like replacing a brake hose. He might be looking at venting the way it's cooled. We got one of the officials down there saying they want to. Oh, it looks like they didn't. They neglected a floor stand. You got to have a floor stand down there. Probably in all the excitement, they forgot to get a floor stand down there. When you have the car up in the air, you've got to have a floor stand in there. So you can't be underneath the car like that. Still shouting some orders there as they're working on that right front. Now it looks like it's the right front that's more of a concern. Now, it could be brake ducting, but I don't think it would have taken that much time. They could be concerned about suspension. They could be concerned about a CV boot.
Well, with them using the curbs like they've been using, you got to wonder if maybe they've put a little bit of strain on that component down there.
And so TR Motorsports looks like they're working on a cool shirt box, most likely. We'll check in with some of the other teams here. Finn Durance, they're back on the racetrack. They're turning laps. You can see in the less is more cam that Hero Time's still working on that right front.
just hear the tire protest.
Yeah, Tony pointing out it takes just a little bit off for jack placement to be slightly off, and sometimes that's all it takes. Never trust your life to an O-ring. Use the floor stand.
You can see Evans at the wheel of Fendurance now. Those guys came in not that long ago for another driver change. So with the pit stop exchanges, TCR is back up into the lead over Hurry Racing, and with
sensors in the front of the engine, so probably Cam or Frank, probably Frank.
All right, so coming from Les, probably Cam or Crank is what they were changing. Those are the sensors they were working on.
So as we said, hopefully they can get that thing changed and they can get back out there. So it's going to drop them down the order a little bit, but they're not out of it yet, folks. That car's got plenty of pace. If they can get it back going, they've got the pace to get back up to the top. You know, they're going to have to play catch up, but they've got the pace to get back toward the front.
Yep. So TCR Motorworks leads the race. Got Hurry Racing in second, TR Motorsports in third, 45th Parallel in fourth, GTR Racing is in fifth, Rice Racing in sixth, Legitimate Racing in seventh. We just had a change for the lead there, Kyle. TCR has dropped to second place.
And now they've swapped. It looks like they're right around each other on the racetrack.
They must be. TCR swapped back to the front. They're back and forth up here for the lead of the race.
You got to wonder if TCR got held up in some traffic and Hurry got by for a minute.
Yeah, we do have that traffic down there, Kyle. That's very, very likely.
Working by the 25 car. Rice Creek Speedworks guys, the sixth place car. They've had a really good day so far. They've consistently been up in the top 10 almost all day. So we see TCR dispensing of the sister car, the EC car. Strike talked about a lot of hard-working guys with perseverance here. You're not kidding. That Hero Time team works very, very hard.
They're putting the wheel back on. Time Racing looking to rejoin the race.
It dropped them down to ninth in the order, but again, they're still running.
Check this. Let's see how the car's running now. Okay, sounded real clean right there.
Fresh load of fuel too, so we'll see what it does. Take them about a lap or so to get some temperature back in the tires and back into the brakes.
A little testament's going to be as he goes to full power here. How's the car drive? And some of these cars, when you bolt those new products on like that, there's a period of relearning that the computer has to do. So that might affect the performance of the car too. Let's just see what we got here. tell you, so far it sounds clean.
So we're up to the back of Placeholder Motorsports and the Rabbit.
Placeholder?
I like that.
That's awesome.
All right, now this will be a real test on the straightaway here. How does it sound?
I'm with you on that. I want to hear how this winds out.
Is it me or is he short shifting it a little bit?
Tire's cold. Let's be careful here. Did a great job. Did a great job riding the rim there. Wound it out there. Well, so far it sounds great. It's definitely improved if they didn't get it fixed here. And you're going to need to get some laps to get all the heat back up in the engine, but I think he's calling into the crew right now saying, you know, it seems to be taken care of. Oh, be careful, Miata, I'm right here. This is the same Corvette they've been chasing all day. Yeah, and Les just calling me up saying they think they got it fixed. I would tend to agree. This opening lap sounds good. Lap and a half. Oh, we got an interview down here with Hero Time. All right, we're going to go to Les here with the Hero Time interview, see what we got. We get a chance to hear from Charlie.
Yeah, a lot of drama. First stint, Brian had some engine cutout issue, like fuel carb or ignition issue. Progressively got worse, and we just let him stay out there. Came in, topped off the oil, checked the connectors on the fuel lines and everything. He went out there, and it was the whole stint was just putting out. Able to just kind of maintain position and tough it out, like, you know, because we have to make the calls. Like, it doesn't make sense to come in if you can still turn left.
So you wait. What you're saying is shout out to Pete.
Shout out to Pete.
Shout out to Pete.
Yeah. So, we just changed cam and crank sensors.
Pete
on the
was
car.
the man.
So far, so good. Apparently these only have 70 hours of racing on them. So I guess it's one more thing to add to our checklist in the race program. So that's part of the learning curve.
That's exactly what it is.
We'll see if we can get on podium.
Yeah.
Long stop, so we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. But you guys did great. I think it was awesome. Changed tires too, yeah?
Yeah, we did front tires. Since I had to take the tire off to get to the crank sensor, we decided to throw on fresh tires.
Oh, that was the crank sensor work.
We can give to our driver to make up these. So, got to do it.
Excellent. So Kyle's in right now, and he said he's going to try.
So far, so good. Kyle has a pretty good pace. So hopefully we can stand.
Yep. Heck yeah, man. Well, best of luck to you. See you guys at the top with some champagne.
All right, with that, we're going to take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So plenty of exciting racing and dramas ahead here on ChampCar.Live. Don't miss a minute of it. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. The drama continues here at the Autobahn Country Club, the Autobahn Grand Prix. Hero Time Racing seems like everything's working all right for them. There's more talk about the weather and concerns about that coming in, but so far the weather is holding off, and the forecast shows things are going to increase in likelihood as we get into the evening here. But right now, Hero Time trying to work their way around a neon, and it just looks like they're back to business as usual now, really attacking the corners and winding this car out. So, standings right now as we have them here with 3 hours and 35 minutes unofficially remaining on the clock. It's TCR Motorworks leading the race over Hurry Racing and TR Motorsports. 45th parallel, GTR Racing, That's your top 5. Then it's Rice Creek Speedworks in 6th. Then it's Legitimate Racing, TBD Racing in 8th, Hero Time Racing in 9th, and Placeholder Motorsport in 10th.
It sounds good, Paulie. She sounds like she's at full song once again.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's winding it all the way up too, Kyle. So whether it was the crank sensor or the cam sensor, whatever the case is, they got it taken care of pretty quickly, and they lost some time, but they came prepared with parts. And then the driver's actually talking to the crew now on that back stretch. And like I said earlier, you want to pick good spots to be talking to people, and those long stretches are great. Once you get the car straightened up on the backstretch where you want it, it's a good time to be checking gauges, talking to the crew, because during all of this, you want to be completely heads up and focused on everything that's going on around you.
It cost them about 5 laps looking at timing and scoring right now, so it'll be interesting to see with the pace that they've got. I mean, they just ran a 1:40.99. Goodness. Yeah, they're determined to come back, but with that pace, it'll be interesting to see how quick they can make some time up. It looks like they're back on the same lap as TBD Racing. They're 43 seconds back, so if they can start picking off spots just a little bit at a time, they may be in good shape. But yeah, they lost quite a bit there, but they're not out of it yet for a podium. 4 laps in 3.5 hours is not an insurmountable amount of time.
Yep, coming up on the Swamp Foot. Those guys have been racing with us for a long time. Not too many Subarus in the sport of endurance road racing. The engines, you gotta set that engine up correctly to avoid oil starvation during going through the corners. Looking for the setup here. This is always interesting here to see how are they going to set up the car for the pass on the backstretch here.
Got in a little deep that time, but he made it work.
Yeah, I'm not sure he really got as far left as he wanted to because of having to pass that car. Now he gets a good exit. Can make it down to the braking zone here. He's not going to outbrake the Miata, but if he can get close to matching the brakes, he was under his quarter panel there, and the slower team saw him coming and yielded. So good heads-up driving there once again by Champ Car drivers.
Paulie, while we've been talking about this drama with Hero Time Racing, GTR Racing in the 296, who's up 13 spots on the day and 6th in the class, they have snuck up into the top 5. They've been in the top 10 most of the day, but they've now snuck up into the top 5 and taken advantage of some of the issues. And also want to give a call to Legitimate Racing, one of our D-Class entries as well. They're now up into the 7th position overall. And again, they're leading the D-Class by a healthy margin over Cole Morgan Racing by 13 laps. So if they can continue the pace that they're looking at and running, they could easily take away a D-Class victory here today. Back on board with Shed Racing in their Miata. Headed down that long back straightaway.
Yeah, John, no F-Class this weekend. I'm surprised because I can't actually remember a race that we've done.
Whoa.
Yeah, a lot of brake issues there. But on the show, I can't remember the last time we did a race where we didn't have an F-Class car.
I think we had one last year. I just don't remember where. I could be mistaken.
Oh, and I didn't say it didn't happen.
Right.
I'm saying I don't remember it.
I'm just saying, I think it was last year when I think it was one of our broadcasts last year. I just can't remember off the top of my head, but I believe you're exact. No, I was concurring your point. You're exactly right. There was a race or so last year where that happened.
There's hero time. Let's check in with the TR Motorsports guy, the Tire Rack Motorsports number 318. Let's see how things are going for them. Obviously still doing really well today, up in third place here.
Last lap was of 1:45.96, so still running mid to low 45s even with the traffic. I mean, these guys have just been so smooth all day long. They got such a good line to run, and they're just so smooth.
Yeah, and I'm seeing there's we got some, okay. The 99 Miata is catching the Volkswagen Rabbit. Watch out, Rabbit. 2 laps behind. So it's TCR Motorworks, Hurry Racing, TR Motorsports, 45th Parallel, and GTR Racing, your top 5. A class being led by TR Motorsports, B class by Hurry Racing, C class by TR Motorworks, and Legitimate Racing's leading D class. So you got a potpourri of color up at the front here. We don't have that big dominant, C class or A class type event. We've got real good polarity, or not polarity. Variety. That's not the word either. There's another word I was going for. It escapes me at the moment.
So while you're thinking about that, Paulie, let me give them a quick rundown of the EC class here. We haven't talked about those guys in a little bit. So GT Hillbillies continue to lead by a lap over 8-bit race car. Just continues to be a tight battle there. Fendurance is now up into the 3rd spot in the overall. Looks like Begley. I got an update from Jim Begley's guys.
Okay, good.
Let me see if I can pull that up real quick.
Well, we know they were having some problems with that Corvette. So there was dramas for the Begley team.
So the bolt that holds the alternator on broke. They fixed it. Kurt Nari is driving the car now, but it looks like it took them a little bit of time to get some of that stuff figured out. So they're still in the fight, but they've fallen down the order and lost the number of laps. Max Nyman was in the car. Paulie, he's a former teammate for you and I. We all raced together at Mid-Ohio when we were driving for Scotty and John.
Yeah.
So, but he's driving for Jim this weekend. But Kurt's in the car now, and they're still chugging along in 6th in EC. But follow-on missions in 4th, and then the 171, the Auto Prep Club team, is still in the top 5. So that rounds out all of your C-Class cars at this point, or EC cars.
And Fendurance is trying to get by this BMW. Hoping to get a good run out of the kink. The tippy top of the revs. Oh, Hero Time back in the pits. Oh, no. We'll go down there with, it looks like Les is down there. We'll go down in the pits with him and see if we can get an update from him. But something going on there.
I heard a word throttle body.
Oh, they've got another camera person down there.
We were already 6 laps out.
They're at pit in, Paulie.
Is that where they're at?
Yeah, they're at pit in.
All right, we're going to go to Les for a pit lane interview here.
All right, I got TCR here. Man, it's been a drama-filled weekend for you guys so far. I seen you changing a motor last night.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right now, you're in the top step. Yep. So, tell us about that, my man.
Well, the 97 car's been running good all weekend. We haven't had any issues with that car, but our other car, our 936 car in the EC class, that unfortunately let the motor loose yesterday during the test day at about 3 o'clock.
Yep.
Luckily, we had another car, kind of like a backup car.
Backup motor for the backup car.
Yeah, one of the drivers actually had his car here, so we stole the motor out of that.
Perfect.
Keep the 936 going, so yeah, we've been doing good though. So
Perfect.
Hopefully we can finish the day strong and, get some trophies.
Heck yeah, I'm all about it. And you guys did really well here last year too, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, last year we were first in class and second overall.
Okay.
So, 350Zs are a little hard to beat sometimes.
They can be a little difficult. They're pretty quick.
Yeah.
But heck yeah. Well, so you guys got the charcuterie board out there?
Yeah, no
watermelon and stuff?
Yeah, no roller dogs.
No roller dogs.
Roller dogs.
Too hot for roller dogs. I don't believe it, guys. It's never too hot for roller dogs.
Thanks, fun.
All right. See you guys. All right. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Thanks, Les. Appreciate that.
I agree with Les. It's never too hot for roller dogs.
If you say so, I don't even know what they are. So I'm just not cultured.
I think probably just hot dogs. But
okay.
Either way, it sounds pretty good. As we're back.
About to be overtaken here.
Is that TCR? Was that our leader that just overtook him?
It's feeling like it, isn't it?
Yeah, looking like it would. Yeah, seems like it might be. Nice move inside one of the cars. I'm not sure who that is.
Go on board with TCR on the hunt for a Miata here. Heading down the back stretch here. On board with the leader of the race. Meanwhile, Here Time Racing still working on that troublesome Acura. It sure sounded like things were working great for them, and then they find themselves back in the pits again.
See our leader working by the 286 45th parallel. That's your fourth place car, so putting another lap on them.
So TCR out, let's see, about 2 laps on the field in their BMW. GTR about 1.1 seconds behind 45th parallel for 4th place. 29 seconds in the rears of GTR is Legitimate Racing. Then 5 seconds behind them in 7th place is Rice Creek Speedworks. Shed Racing's 24 seconds behind Maximum Effort. So still some close racing up there. Hero Time rolling down pit road. Looks like they're going to pit out. Going to give it another shot. Their window net is not up when they arrive at pit out. That's not going to work. Get you hooked up there. Check your wristband. Make sure you're official. All we got to do now is obey the blend line. start times back on the racetrack. We'll go to that camera and see if we hear anything. Well, sounds all right from here. I wonder what engine that they're running in that Acura. Let's see, that's a 2008 TSX.
So while you're looking that up, Paulie, I was calculating because we are at working lap 138 right now, TCR is, and I was wondering because we're getting close because last year we ran 206 laps in this race, so we're getting close, and we have about a little under 200 minutes to go in this race. And I was calculating it at about a minute 45 a lap. We could run, if they stay green, we could run another 114 laps and crush that lap record from last year.
This is the K2 engine. It makes 205 horsepower at $7,000. So the red line at 7,100. It is a VTEC engine. So they've got that variable valves. So making 205 horsepower is the spec according to the internets, and that's at 7,000 RPM. So their peak is 7,000, and then they have to shift at 71. I wonder how long it's, at the peak, because that means you wouldn't have peak power until you're right up before you make a gear change. That's pretty high in the revs. So you really do want to make sure you're running it out pretty much to the red line before you make that gear change. Oh no, lockup, big lockup by Hero Time Racing going into the corner there. Just could not afford to lift though, otherwise there was going to be a big accident. Gets by skid mark. Down the front straightaway we go. Oh man, that lockup must have gone on for 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds. It was just like an eternity. All right. Kyle, we got someone joining us in the booth.
We do. We're going to give him a second just to get situated. Mr. Justin Price from, all right, we've been saying a couple of different renditions. What is the appropriate term to pronounce your team name, Justin?
It sounds exactly like what you think, but it does not mean what you think.
Okay.
It is Fisted Racing.
Okay.
Fiestas are, the acronym for them is FIST. It's a Ford, it's a FIST, that's what we call it. Same thing as the Focus STs, they call them Faust or Faust. And then, people call the Focus RS the Force. So, just kind of works with that, and it wasn't really intended in the way that a lot of people view the name. So, but that's just kind of how we came up with it, simplistic, use the acronym. Just go with that.
Okay, cool. So, Justin, you guys had a real dominant run at Daytona. Every time we see you, you guys are always running up front. Give us a little bit of background on this car. What was it about the Fiesta that you guys like? Why did you pick it? And just what is it about the what is it about that car that just really stands out?
So, I have predominantly a Ford background in general. I like a little bit of everything, but initially we were actually building a older 95-ish Thunderbird Super Coupe, and I had it about 90% of the way done, and it just ended up being one of those cars that I was trying to find replacement parts, and it just was almost impossible. So I was like, if I need an engine or a transmission or anything like that, it's like, hard to get stuff for. Bushings were, that were going to last were impossible. So I had gone back and periodically, I checked the VPI's list and the Fiestas were added, and I deal with them for a living. I have 10 of them at my shop right now.
Oh, wow.
I buy them wrecked and I sell parts for them mostly. I fix a couple of them here and there. My first one I bought about, 2016. Had it for about 8 years, tons of stuff done to it. I mean, I've been around them. So, I also looked at, obviously, a lot of people love Miatas. I've had many NC Miatas, and I think that they're the best. Sorry, NA and B guys. I like them, but don't love them. I love the NC. But I was trying to look for something that was just simplistic, easy to work on. It doesn't take a whole lot of time to do anything. So, for example, at Daytona, we had a driver go off track and hit a tire wall, unfortunately, and broke the left front tie rod and bent the control arm, and then the steering shaft and the steering rack was also bent, so we had to change the whole rack. And I just had a whole subframe sitting in the trailer with steering rack and control arms on it, and we swapped it in about 45 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
They're really tough. A lot of people, talk about boosted cars and not being reliable. We have had 2 engines in this car total. The original engine, which is actually what's currently in it, and another engine that had 70,000 miles when it was put in, and we ran it for about 2.5, 3 years. And it did about 10 to 12,000 track miles. And we only replaced it because we started having an intake valve leaking and it was causing misfire.
So reliability has been really good with the car, it sounds like. Has that been just something you found with the Fiesta, or has it been trial and error where your team has constantly worked on it and just found ways to make the car last?
It's always a combination. The engines are really tough from the factory. I know some people don't necessarily agree with that, but they're pretty robust. They take a lot of punishment, and they don't really care so much. So far, the only issues we've had with the drivetrain in particular, we've had a couple water pump failures just from RPM. We've had 2 separate transmission failures, but I don't really put those up to the transmission itself necessarily. The transmission, the IB6, is not great, but it's kind of the weak link of the chassis. But with this car, we haven't really had any major issues. We had a transmission that somebody had been in prior to my ownership, and they had made an error, and then I was in it, and I made an error, and that's what caused both the failures. We've actually had the transmission that's in the car is a hodgepodge of 2 transmissions that we assembled at Road Atlanta about 3 years ago, and it was done in the pits during racing, and it's been in there ever since. And we just change the fluid every 2 races. Do oil changes. We don't even have to check engine oil during the race. I'll check it maybe once during the race, and I'm like, yep, it's good. It's still full. It doesn't burn anything. The axles are incredibly strong. We have only ever replaced 1 axle on this car, and I know CV axles are kind of the normal issue with front-wheel drive cars. The only axle we've ever replaced was, ironically, somebody had put the brake caliper back on and the brake line was rubbing on the boot, and that's the only reason we replaced it, because it put a hole in the boot. Other than that, so it's been really good. We don't use wheel bearings. Wheel bearings are pretty strong, but we've finally gotten to the point now with handling that the hubs are actually starting to crack after a couple races. We check them every race, and they start getting hairline cracks around the fascia, kind of like the old Focuses did. But that would be, those were under normal circumstances. This was fine. We had 50,000 miles on the chassis when we got it, and we ran those basically, I think it was about 2 years ago when we put the wing and the splitter on it. And when we did that extra downforce load is whenever we started having some hub issues. And it wasn't like we have to change them every race. We've now had a total of 3 hubs crack over about the last 8 races. So it's just one of those things we check, and it doesn't fail. We've only had 1 catastrophic failure. When the other ones have failed, it's like we saw the crack, or Road Atlanta at the beginning of the year, we had a left front hub that had separated, but it had created like a V-notch. So the hub itself had broken free of the bearing section, the center section, but it hadn't actually completely come off of the car, and it was stuck in that channel.
Okay.
So right now, I think that's our biggest thing is that we're worried about is the hubs. But other than that, like when we first built the car, we had overheating, and that's the inherent issue with this car is overheating. It's keeping it cool. Most turbocharged vehicles are like that, and we've got a big 1JZ Super radiator in it, you know, and we've gotten it to finally stay cool and haven't had any issues with that. Other than that, though, I mean, it's stock clutch and flywheel, stock axles, everything in the rotating assembly. Like, we don't even open up the engines. I've got like 6 of them laying around in the shop. I've got 1 spare in the trailer, and I just say, okay, well, here's our spare. We'll just use this one. I don't nitpick which one I'm going to use.
So a little bit of lock up there from speed.
Lots of smoke coming in to the cockpit of the Whip Racing machine. We're just keeping an eye on them as they're getting closer and closer here. Their Ford Focus finished the lap in 36th position, 2 laps behind the Corvette on that last lap, but you guys keep going.
So it sounds like it's a pretty reliable piece. So now you're saying there may be a second car coming out later in the season?
Yeah, so I talked to somebody. Apparently he was running a BMW, and he was aiming to be at Mid-Ohio. I don't know if they're going to make that or not. He reached out to me and asked me, you know, kind of for a little bit of tips or, you know, what do you do? And he's like, you know, we're probably not going to be as fast as you because you've got 4 years. And I was like, oh, I'll share everything. I don't care. You know, I'm not one of those people that's trying to hide stuff or be proprietary. I'd love to see more of them out here. You know, if we're more out here, I can sell more parts. So
there you go. So what's the plan for the rest of the year? You ran here. We saw you at Daytona. What's 2026 and then 2027 looking like for you?
So 2026 right now, we're on for COTA, which will be a fun drive. We're based out of Charlotte, North Carolina, so we're 12 hours from home right now, and I think that's like 16 or 18 hours. We're aiming for Road America, and then if I'd have to look at our schedule, I don't remember all of it, because we're kind of like I try to every 2 months is kind of like what I want to do.
So are you guys going to be at Mid-Ohio then, or Sebring?
No, Mid-Ohio was booked, unfortunately, this year with some of the rule changes, which is good for Champ Car in a lot of ways. But some of the rule changes made it to where a lot of teams have been jumping on really quick with getting into certain tracks. So I remember I was the last spot. I got the last spot at COTA back in, like, I want to say the beginning of December.
Oh, wow.
It was over a year out. And then I put in for Daytona because I always know Daytona fills up. And I really enjoy Daytona. I know a lot of people don't, but I enjoy it. But I wasn't, for example, like Road Atlanta, I had to get on the wait list. I wasn't expecting it to fill out. It never does. And then we wanted to do walk-ins, and it was just one of those, like, I'm not rich. I don't have a ton of money, and I can't put $250 in deposits on, 8-10 tracks at a time.
Right.
Especially during that period, we were getting ready to go to the championship race at VIR. We weren't in the championship race, but we were going to that race. So I was spending money for that event, trying to make sure, tires and brakes and all the fuel and everything, and trying to at least get into the couple tracks. And I was like, I can pay for the deposits for these later. And lo and behold, they filled up.
Right.
So, so right now, I think our main goal is we're probably going to have about a 3-month hiatus, it's looking like. And then we'll be back out. I'm pretty sure we're going to be here up here at Road America. And I'm trying to remember, we were looking at Sebring as a possibility in
September?
Yeah, I think so. And then there was another race that we were looking at in July, I believe, but I don't recall which track it was. No. It probably was just Sebring. I don't know. That might have been it, because we were going to do Sebring and then we were going to do Road America.
Okay.
Because like I said, like 2 months split. Like it's 1.5 to 2 months of splitting. And it's like not that we couldn't do more, but we're kind of a 2-man team, unfortunately, and I do about 80% of the maintenance, and here we are. So, but I do a lot of the maintenance, and the person in the car right now is my main other teammate. He helps with as much as he can. You know, he's got a day job just like I do. So
what's his name?
That's Brandon Schapp driving. I usually have to kind of pull his leg a little bit and be like, come on, let's go race. And he's like, well, I don't know. And then we get here and he's like, man, this is so much fun. And I'm like, why do I have to argue with you or get you to come? Like, you love it every time we're here, man. So, but we all know racing's expensive, and that's kind of a driving force a lot of times. So, but otherwise, usually what ends up happening is we usually try to keep 4 drivers total. Like even here, we've got 4 drivers, so we'll rent out 2 seats. So, and just to help the crew. So.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, we don't want to take up too much of your time, Justin. So if somebody's interested in maybe driving for you, how can they get a hold of you? And is there anybody that you'd like to thank that helps your program go around?
Definitely like to thank Brandon. Without Brandon, it literally wouldn't be doable. Other than that, not trying to be, I guess, self-centered, but it's really just me and him. There's nobody else that really helps us with it, unfortunately. But like, if it wasn't for him, it wouldn't be possible. There's nothing I can do. So I would love to thank the 2 guys that I got with us this weekend. They're doing a good job so far. Unfortunately, I'm awful with names. Forgive me. One's first name is Jim, and the other one's Jason. So like, I don't remember the last names. Don't. I'm terrible. So give me numbers. I'm good with those.
All right.
But yeah, so they're doing a good job this weekend. They're helping out a lot, and it's you know, they're great too. So, but yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Justin, we'll let you get back down to the pits, man. Thank you so much for coming and joining us on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And good luck to you guys the rest of the day, and hopefully a little bit better luck tomorrow.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right, Justin Price, everybody, from Fisted Racing.
All right, with that, we'll take a quick break and be back in just a few. Stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races, or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone here at the Autobahn Grand Prix in Joliet, Illinois. And if you haven't noticed yet by our camera views, there's a growing concern about weather, which really wasn't even on my radar. Oh, yes. I intend that pun. Thank you very much.
Very good, Paulie. Very good.
It wasn't even on my radar this morning. I thought, no, chances were really low, but things aren't looking that great. We've got our lightning strikes mapped to the right. And the way the Champ Car does it, once they get within 10 miles, they're going to pull they would pull the flaggers in for that and red flag the race, bring us in to the pits and park them nose to tail. So that's the weather situation. It's progressing towards Joliet, and we will see what happens there. But that's always a concern with an outdoor sport. Not much you can do about that. Hero Time Racing not wasting any time. They're on the charge here. They've been in the pits for a couple of unscheduled lengthy stops. They're looking to make up the distance there. TCR Motorworks, though, leads the race, followed by Hurry Racing and TR Motorsports in their BMW. Then we've got 45th Parallel, GTR, and Rice Creek Speedworks. I always have to slow way down to say that. I don't know why. He probably says it real fast. Rice Creek Speedworks. For some reason, I got to slow down.
Sounds like a commercial.
It does.
It does.
Especially when you say it that way.
There you go.
And TBD Racing in 7th, Legitimate Racing in 8th, Placeholder Motorsport in 9th, and Whip Racing in their Mustang is 10th. Yeah. So that's what's shaking, folks. Let us know how your Saturday is going as we move into the latter half of this race. 2 hours and 55 minutes remain in this contest unofficially. And remember, the stats we give you, the data, the standings, all of that's unofficial as well, as the Whip Racing team brings that Mustang into the pits. Yep.
So as TCR comes through, I think that was them that just came by to complete another lap. So I was checking. They should be working. Well, maybe that wasn't them. Actually, it might have been another BMW. But right now they're working the 152nd lap of today's race. Paulie, even with the red flag that earlier this morning, it hasn't been a caution-filled race or code 35-filled race.
No, it's really, you're right. It hasn't been a very caution-filled race at all. And Bernie's saying, yeah, they've got light rain at Morris, which is 35 miles west of Autobahn, which of course you can see the weather is moving in from the west. Light rain's not a problem for Champ Car, but if we get the lightning strikes, that will create an issue. And late to Apex saying, is Charlie in the booth? I don't know if there's a Charlie in the booth.
No, the gentleman that was in the booth was Justin Price of Fisted Racing of the Ford Fiesta entry. We had him up here to talk about his race team and everything they got going on over at their Charlotte, North Carolina operation.
So there you have it. I do see wipers on. Kyle, in one of the cars there momentarily.
Yeah, it's coming down.
Oh, and now we have rain here at the track.
Yeah, it's coming down pretty good now.
We do have rain at the racetrack here, folks.
So this is going to change the complexion of the race. There's pretty much some, with the humidity that we've had today and some of the warmer weather, it looks like there's been some storms developing over the course of the afternoon. And like Bernie said, there is a system coming over from the Morris area, which is west of us here at the racetrack, that's kind of headed our way. So it looks like we may be dealing with a little bit of weather here for the latter portion of this race. But again, Paulie, it has been a very green flag filled race.
TCR sister car coming in. They are in the pits. Voila.
Sometimes you wonder if when you get those code 35s, if it's going to lead to one after the other, like we've seen at a few racetracks. We know that happened a little bit at Watkins Glen. But here it's been relatively clean and green, and everybody's been showing a lot of respect and giving each other a lot of room, a lot of hard racing, but we've seen minimal contact today. Back on board with TR Motorsports, our tire buddies from Tire Rack. They're still hanging on at the bottom step of the podium, and they're leading the A-Class by about 3 laps over TBD Racing.
Yeah, they've worked their way back up into the podium here. Hurry Racing, though, they've been up there all day, and they have been at the front of this field, either leading or sit there in second place. That's really where they've been sitting today, and that says something about that team right now. Not sure what, but it says something. You can fill in the gap.
We'll leave that out there for the public to decide. So nice outbraking maneuver headed into 8, then headed down to Patience.
This is where the Corvette guys are going to have to be a little more careful. It's really going to increase their stopping distance, that big heavy car, and it's really going to slow down when they can get the power down, and that's why they call rain the great equalizer.
And this will help a lot of your front-wheel drive cars. So obviously Justin's car with the Fisted Racing, you'll see the some of the Hondas and Acuras that are traditionally front-wheel drive. This is going to be an advantage to them.
Absolutely.
And I believe, isn't the Rabbit front-wheel drive as well?
Yeah.
So the 9th place car for Placeholder Motorsport, this may be an advantage for them to get a few spots here. They're only a couple back of legitimate racing, and that Mustang may have to slow down a little bit now that we're into the weather.
Evan's having some fun here at the seat and behind the seat, or in the seat of the Vindurance 350Z. The rain letting up here. And that seems to track with what Bernie was saying. It's like intermediate rains, just kind of spotty.
Rain or humidity, Susan Sebring. Yeah, but it's summertime in the Midwest, so you got to keep that in mind.
All right, just waving a thanks there. Braking for 11 here.
I like that, Bernie. Racers at ACC are all gentlemen. We drink our drink of choice with our pinky out in the air. Where's a picture of Patrick Starr? Pinky out! Pinky! I watch way too much TV and watched way too many cartoons as a child. I needed a hobby outside of racing. Oh. Had a flashback for a second, sorry.
Observation deck is full out here at Autobahn as the spectators, mostly team members and family, enjoy the race from the observation deck and watching the cars as they come by.
You can just hear Evan just gingerly getting on that accelerator. Couple Miatas trying to dispense of some of themselves here at 729 and
sweeps by both of them.
I think that was the 731. So while we get a little bit of a lull, let's take a look at some more movers and snoozers. So up 33 spots on the day, TBD Racing in their 95 Mazda Miata, the 138 car. They are within 3 laps of the class lead right now, and they're up 4 spots in class overall. Let's give a call to the placeholder guys. They're up 12 spots in the overall.
Firmly grasp it.
So floor it? No, don't floor it. Swampfoot Racing is up to the 11th spot overall, the 448. I tell you what, I got to be impressed with those Impreza guys. They've done a really good job today. They're only 34.5 seconds back of maximum effort. Want to give a call to that team, the 198 Miata. They've moved themselves up into the top 10. Team Midlife Crisis for Team Midlife, if they're having a midlife crisis. Not so much today. They're running 13th in the overall. So they're having a pretty good day. Want to give a call again to the Skidmark guys. They've done pretty well. 3 Pedal Brothers is up 3 spots on the day, 2 in class. Unfortunately, it hasn't been the day that Cole Morgan Racing wanted. They're down 11 spots on the day, 19th in the overall right now. And we talked to Justin Price from Fisted Racing, the 378 car. They're down 15 spots on the day. Bourbon Dogs Racing has not been the day that they've wanted. They're down 20 spots on the day and 11 in class. And then Premium Dudes is one of the premier ones that we talked about that we thought would be contending for a podium or race win today. They're down 19 spots from the race from where they started and 7 in class.
Yeah, Whip Racing still spending some time in the pits there, working on their Mustang. So, yeah, there are obviously some issues there with the Mustang. Yeah, they've got the front end of that car up in the air, so they're underneath that car servicing it. Hero Time. Oh, they've taken their car back to the trailer now, Kyle.
It looks like it may not be repairable. It looks like they're, at least for today. That doesn't mean they can't get it running for tomorrow, but it looks like it may be the end of their day today.
Yeah, the hood's not up right now, so, and you know, having all those ignition issues, possibly fuel issues, can damage the engine too, so we don't know the whole story yet, but if we get that story, I'm sure we'll get the story. We'll bring it to you once we have it, if we're still on the air. Otherwise, you'll hear it tomorrow. Shed Racing. Shed Racing right now. Let's see. Looks like they are 12th in place. Gary at the wheel. It's a Class A car. Looks like they're going down into turn. Oh, they're going down into 8, 9. He said, "You're number 1." Went in through. That was turns 11 and 12 there. Right now the rain looks to be under control. I'm not seeing any fresh rain coming down. Still looks a little slick out there.
So, Paulie, I just got another update from another team. So, Cole Morgan Racing, their engine issues coming back. It's progressively getting worse for the last 20 minutes. They're way, way down on power. They're going to try to limp that thing along and try to at least get it to the finish for today.
All right.
And then not sure if they're going to be in the hunt for tomorrow. So
another team with engine power trouble.
Yep. So, and right now, Mark Mahler got out. Chris Benart is in the car right now, just trying to nurse the car home.
This might be the leader trying to get by Finn Durance. Yeah.
You can hear him just taking it easy. You got to wonder, you got to wonder how slick the track is right now.
Still seeing a little bit of spit.
Is it coming back again?
On the windshield of the TCR Motorworks BMW. Down the front straightaway.
Outbraking the 198 car. That's maximum effort. Working through turn 4. Still getting hit with some of the rain on the windshield.
I feel a caution coming on. Why is that?
I don't know. You having one of those hinky Polly feelings?
I'm not one of prophecy.
Is your spidey sense tingling?
I'm feeling something. I don't know what it is.
Is that indigestion from lunch?
It could be. It could be the ranch dressing on my wrap. I don't know.
Could be.
But looks like we're about 4 minutes over, so we'll take another commercial break and be back in a few, so stay with us. We're at AutoZone Country Club for the Grand Prix. And lots of exciting racing to continue here before we wrap it up today. Stay with us. We'll be back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, well, Whip Racing still in the pits working on that car. They've got about 30 minutes, and then they're going to have to take it behind the wall. So whatever they're working on there, they're going to need to button it up here. They want to be out there for too long. We're back on board here with the Fendurance team, but TCR Motorworks leads this race. Hurry Racing in second, and TR Motorsports there in third place. So thanks for joining us, everybody, here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at the Autobahn Country Club this weekend. It is the Autobahn Grand Prix here for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. A-Class, you've got TRM Motorsports, TBD Racing, and Shed Racing. B-Class, you've got Hurry Racing in first. Then it's Rice Creek Speedworks, then Maximum Effort, top three. On to C-Class, you've got TR Motorworks, 45th Parallel, GTR Racing. And D-Class, you got Legitimate Racing and Cole Morgan Racing. In the EC, you've got Fendurance, 8-Bit, and GT Hillbillies.
And with that, let's check on our friends over on the EC side of the house.
Just did.
Oh, you just did? You got them?
Yeah, I just called the Fendurance, 8-Bit, and GT Hillbillies.
Oh, there you go. All right.
That's okay.
You got us covered. There
we want to spend more time on it, you go right ahead. I mean,
no, we're good.
One of the things we do have is a lot of time. We got time. We got abundance of time.
We do. 171 car, auto Auto Prep Club's headed back out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, Corvette headed back out.
Running 6th in the EC class overall. They just lost a spot to Begley Motorsports, who's still running, by the way.
Dun, dun, dun. And Dennis Gunder saying, thank you guys for the entertainment while I work on my car getting ready for Sebring in 2 weeks.
Not a problem. That's what we're here for.
Sebring under the lights. Well, a few lights. Not a lot of lights.
No.
Just enough lights. Some might argue not enough lights. But at least you won't be racing in the heat of the day.
Yeah, but it's not country dark at Sebring.
Well, that's true. And that whole thing was Ray Frank's idea, racing under the lights, and shouted out to everybody else. Yeah, do you want to do it at night next year? Like, yeah.
We'd love that.
And they're like, okay, well then that's what we'll do. And we've done it. I don't know, 2 years in a row.
This is I think the third year.
Third year in a row now. It seems to be working for everybody.
Hey, it's sold out. So if you're interested in getting on that, we talked about that earlier. We talked about that a little earlier in the broadcast. If you're looking to, we have our one more race tomorrow, but if you're looking to get on to Sebring, there are some spots still open on the wait list. The event is sold out, but you never know what can happen. And then we go to Lime Rock Park into July, which is sold out. There's room on the wait list. And then we go to VIR beginning of August, which is sold out again. Room on the wait list, so make sure you get your spot there.
TCR really trying to get around.
Is that Skid? No, or is that, no, that's Findurance.
Yeah, trying to get around Findurance here. Yeah, I think somebody published, and I don't remember who it was, there's a list of the remaining races of the year that aren't sold out. So if you're interested in getting into one of those, it's a little bit easier to get into. There was a list that was published.
Thompson is still open. And Harris Hill in September is still open.
Okay, right. Harris Hill, Thompson.
Pocono.
Now
still open.
That would be interesting.
Yep.
Check that out.
Now it's 49 cars are there of 60, so there's not many spots left.
Yeah, but still, there's something open.
Yeah, Harris Hill's about half full, and then right now Thompson is about 5/8 of the way full. So there are still spots available, and then also Road America still got spots. AMP still has spots. Ozark still has spots. VIR, the championship race, but I have a feeling as we get closer, some of those will fill up once people know that their cars get through certain races.
Yeah, and I think Road America is probably going to hit that. That's a great event. And I'm always surprised when it doesn't sell out right away because it is such a great event. And it's kind of my home track, but it's not really, but yeah.
But you spent a lot of time up there with your dad.
Yeah, I've done more laps there than I probably just about any track. A lot of laps at Road America. Looks like somebody's coming into the pits there. Les is Morecam down there.
721 and Shed Racing is back in the pits for some service.
TCR is going to finally get it done on Findurance here. Down the inside.
Can he get to the power?
Sorry about the background noise here, folks. We're in the tower with the timing and scoring folks, and I guess it's just the construction of the floor, but it amplifies any little thing. If somebody opens a case or drops a box, it sounds like a bomb went off.
It's haunted. We'll just tell them it's haunted. It's haunted with race car stuff.
Yeah, so apologize for all the background noise this weekend. I hope you guys are okay with it and you can stick with us. And some of the tracks are pretty quiet. Some of them are, we're in kind of a noisy environment. But it makes it so we can bring you the race action from the track.
TCR, you heard him try to get to the power.
Ooh, that
was close.
I think he finally got by Findurance. Findurance is not letting him go, so.
That was close.
He really pitched it hard there, Kyle. That could have been bad.
That was close with Auto Club prep.
That big body roll swing can get you in trouble.
And TCR needs to be careful. They've got a 4-lap lead right now. I mean, they're setting a torrid pace, but they're substantially faster currently than Hurry Racing. There's no sense in doing anything foolish and taking yourself out of the victory today and out of the potential to win. So they need to keep that in mind. I mean, they're showing some patience, but they got to be really careful. Don't stick your nose places where it can get you in trouble, and then all of a sudden you got bigger problems.
Well, it looks like Whip Racing finally has the nose down on that car with Les there in the pits. So maybe they'll be able to get that Mustang back out there.
Going to try it again. Not close enough yet. That Corvette just has the legs on the straightaway compared to the BMW.
Yeah.
See, then you'll see him close up on him here through the technical section.
That's the frustrating part of having a car that handles really great, doesn't quite have the power, and you got to capitalize on everything, but then as soon as they get onto a straight section, they get going again. And it's not like he's passing him for position. I think it's if I'm in the TCR car right now, I don't really want anybody holding me up. If they're fast enough to stay ahead of me, that's fine. Just don't slow me down too much.
May try to dive in late here. He's going to try. Yeah, got it. And the 98 car gets by Cole Morgan Racing.
Took him a while, but once he got by Findurance, he really did kind of disappear. As you could see, when you have a car following another car for a long period of time, it usually indicates the car behind is the faster car. If you let him through, he's going to go away because he's been kind of, the only way you stay there like that through all the little mistakes and everything that happen naturally as you're driving is because you got a car that's clearly faster. And once he got clear of him, he disappeared. TCR Motorworks putting on the clinic today.
But this is where you have to show the patience right here. Like you said, you don't want to, that Corvette's got the legs on the straightaway. I get you want to try to get by him, but also don't let that Corvette sucker you into making a mistake.
And but have fun while you're out there. Have a good time.
I mean, he's not holding him up that bad, I can tell you. But see right there, he's worried about that Corvette that he missed his brake mark.
If he can set up this car for turn one, should be able to. There we go.
Back on board with Findurance.
Yeah, it looks like he's not disappeared. He's right there with the TCR car.
If he can get his nose in there, he can try to go with him.
TR Motorsports, they don't have anybody in front of them. They're out there in clear air right now, just turning laps down there in third place. Oh. We could hear him yelling, and he almost lost the car right there.
He felt the car start to step out and just that helpless feeling. But the car in between them is actually limits of liability in their TSX. It's the other Acura that's out here this weekend.
Limits of liability. Whip has taken it behind the wall, so their Mustang is now in the paddock.
He's going to try the long way around here,
this
but
is sketchy. If he could just swing it back here, maybe. He really wants the inside here, but no.
Couldn't get off the corner. I think he got a little more curve.
Now swing out and present yourself. This is good. There we go. Took a little time to thank you wave. I don't know. Just keep your hands on the wheel. Just drive the car.
Paulie, I'm looking at the order again, and TBD Racing is now, they're still 3 laps back, but they have moved themselves up into the 6th position.
Hello.
They've dispensed of GTR and are only 2 laps back of 45th parallel.
Well, this could be great for those guys, and I do wish them the best. They've been with us a long time, and it's nice to see them up at the front. You wish there were a few. We just need a few more camera angles, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you only put 20 cameras out. I mean, can't you do better than that?
I know. Why not 21 cameras? 22?
If we only had a few more cameras.
I know. I was guilty of that last year when I was like, if only we had more cameras. Now poor Paulie, he's pulling his hair out trying to put cameras out there each weekend. I'm sorry, Paulie.
No, it's okay.
I started it.
No, you didn't really, but I had all these cameras out there, and he's like, well, can't we put a camera here too? Like, yeah, I'll work on that. We'll get a camera. I want a camera here and a camera there, and okay.
You get a camera.
So.
You get a camera. You get a camera.
Everybody gets a camera. Your BF is driving for them, huh? Your BF driving for
I think 45th parallel.
Oh, okay.
I think 45th parallel.
I was going back up through the standings. I was trying to figure out who she was referring to.
Yeah, I think she's talking about 45th parallel.
Okay.
I do like that name though. Runaway Lab Rat Girlfriend. That's cool. My wife always thinks I'm the experiment in our marriage, so it's all right. It's like Pinky in the Brain. She's the brain. I'm Pinky. She's the brain. Oh, a few more in the cars. Yeah, the only problem is we've had a few cameras that were in the cars have a couple of issues, so unfortunately we just didn't have as many.
Yeah, unfortunately, planting in-car cameras come with a big risk. You might not get it back.
Yeah.
It's challenging chasing these cars around on the grid after the race at 7 o'clock at night, trying to find them. And you get guys that finish the race early, they just pack up and leave and forget to take the camera out. Yeah. So I came up with this plan that was, what if I offer an inexpensive streaming setup for people? They can buy the cameras, stick them in there, and they don't have to take them back out. And that's done really well. I've sold like 40 of them, and so there's a lot of teams this weekend and at the various races where they're running these in their own in-car streams, and that really does help out a lot. And this is one of those teams that's running their own in-car stream. So trying to put more cameras in cars, and it's been working out pretty well.
Update on Bagley. Right now, Bagley is in 5th position in the EC right now, 2 laps off of the follow-on mission in 4th. So Steve Johnson, 59. There's your update. Speaking
there's
of
the
that,
Bagley right there.
There it is. Ask and you shall receive, sir.
Yep.
So TCR continues to lead this race by about 3 laps over Hurry Racing. Their last lap time was a 1:40.98, so they're still putting down flyers. The only car closest to that is GTR Racing at a 1:40.01. So essentially a 140 flat. And TR Motorsports, the Tire Rack guys, they were closing in on them for a little while, and it looked like they were still trying, but the lead is now, between those two, the difference is about 56.5 seconds. So Hurry Racing has stepped the pace back up a little bit, and they've stretched it out, and I think they're just kind of keeping it. Oh, looks like we had somebody maybe put a tire off.
Yeah, kicked up some dirt.
Evan's still getting after it for Fendurance.
Go, Evan, you got this. Back up to the front here with TR Motorsports, and we'll keep an eye on them. And the TCR team leading this race, still charged up to the front, gapping the field 2 seconds a lap at one point. We had a little bit of rain begin to come down, but that rain seems to have subsided. And now the skies, we still have some cloud cover, but so far no big rain has affected us just yet. Some cars are racing. Some cars are behind the wall, broken down. But there's plenty of excitement remaining here at the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Autobahn Country Club. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing, but he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Here at the Autobahn Grand Prix with TCR Motorsports leading the way over Hurry Racing, and then TRM Motorsports in the number 318, 45th Parallels in 4th place. Rice Creek Speedworks in 5th, TBD Racing in 6th, Legitimate Racing 7th. In 8th, it's GTR Racing, 9th, Placeholder Motorsports, and 10th, it's Maximum Effort. See, it looks like we got a black flag meatball that was given to the number 296.
That was our GTR racing.
GTR, and the offense was something opening like a hood or a door or a trunk.
That's no good.
So they had to be brought in to fix that. So Kyle, we got somebody joining us?
We have a guest in the booth, Mr. Eric Batoy from There's No Z in Mazda. I want to say you guys were having a good day, but what happened?
Well, you know, racing happened. So we ended up having a wheel fall off, and it's because the left rear hub failed. So we lost the hub, the brake rotor, the brake caliper, basically everything on the corner.
Yeah. It just tears everything up when that happens, and it makes for a lot more repair work. But how are the repairs coming to the car?
Well, we got it all put back together. We went back out on track, made sure that she's good for tomorrow, and after we passed all the cars that were in the lead, we decided we're good and came in.
Okay. So, yeah, Kyle and I were rooting for you guys because we thought, I don't know if you're a stats guy or not. You won the last 2 races here in a row.
Yep.
Has anybody come back the next year and won the next, you know what I mean? Like a three-peat?
I don't know that anybody had done the 3 in a row.
I don't know.
And that was actually our goal we wanted 4, but
yeah.
You know, before that, we won both days last year. Before that, we were second both days because one day we ran out of gas, and I don't know what happened the other time, but yeah, that was the mission this weekend. So I think we have the speed, but things happen, right?
That was just a freak thing. That wasn't an old part on the car.
It was not an old part. So those parts fail. Everybody knows it.
Everybody
right?
knows the hubs
So
on the autos, yeah.
we have a schedule that we replace them at.
Right.
And that one had been replaced just before Watkins Glen. So we thought we were good, but it just cracked right at the end of the flange, and that's it.
So it just had one event on it, one weekend, and then it broke. And I was talking to Charlie about this same thing yesterday in the paddock. He races an Acura, and we were talking about, he said, we just keep replacing parts, and it's always something different.
Yep.
That's what's so frustrating. I said, and we were talking about things, I said, what you have to get to a place where you have a schedule, where you schedule out, these bearings get replaced every 4th race, and all of that kind of thing. I said, but even with that, and I recounted a story where Nathan and I, we were racing at Brainerd. Race 1, the master cylinder, the clutch master goes out. He said, I just put that on the car.
Yeah.
We put the old one back on the car, won the race the next day.
Yep.
So even then.
And I think there's something to it, too, that with old parts, they just seem to be a higher quality than some of the new ones you get now.
Sure.
You don't know, but we have a schedule for pretty much everything. But at Watkins, the throttle cable broke.
Okay.
And that wasn't on the list.
Yeah.
So I just added that to the checklist.
Unfortunately, you can't put everything on it, but that's
right.
just the way it goes.
Where do you draw the line? And then because you know that you could sometimes keeping the old stuff might be better than riding with this new stuff.
Yep, for sure.
So, Eric, you were telling me a little bit about, we were talking the other day when I was putting the camera in the car. So tell some of our viewers, how did this whole thing get started? How did your Champ Car journey start?
Well, it goes back, and I don't remember the exact year because, things all run together. But the car that we're using was a Spec Miata for many, many years. And it got turned into a pretzel at a race at Gingerman before the green flag in 2016 when we were trying to go to the runoffs. So after that, we're like, I built a new car, still race Spec Miata, but I'm like, what do we do with the old one? And we had some friends that ran Champ Car. So we're like, we'll put a VVT in this old 1.6 and go run Champ Car. And we did, and then we got suckered because you have a little bit of success. We went to VIR, did the winter race there, the 12-hour, and we were 5th overall. And we're like, man, if we make some upgrades, we can be out there winning these things. And one thing leads to another, and then you just keep trying to get one step higher. And after that, we came to the conclusion, we need more power. And so we were looking to see, what we could do. And we ended up swapping in this 2016 ND engine. And since then, it took a while to get everything to work. We had a lot of growing pains, but after that, we made it, except for like today, we made it pretty reliable and have had a lot of success with it.
And that's one thing we've talked about. You guys are fast, but you're reliable. You said it's taken you a lot of time to develop this program and really get an idea of what it took to be successful. And it's been incremental over time, right?
Yep. And our goal is just each weekend, obviously finish it. But, these races, I think, and Ray's said it before, that they're one in the garage. You got to show up with everything ready and then hope that things go well. And each weekend we try to just be a little bit better, whether it's a change to the setup of the car or a different part or whatever. Just each weekend we get a little bit faster.
Yeah. It looks like we are under a code 35 here. We'd gone under yellow. We have a stalled car just outside of turn 2 on the driver's left. Looks like it's the 733 car, Paulie? 723? It's kind of hard to tell.
You really don't remember how old my eyes are.
You're young, Paulie.
I cannot possibly.
733 car, I believe. I believe it's the Midwest Raceworks
Let's go
Volkswagen.
with that.
It's the only GTI I can see in the field.
Okay, man.
So I'm taking a swing at it, but I believe it's those guys. Unfortunately, it looks like they've had a little bit of an issue here. So, Eric, we'll get back to you. Sorry about that. But so reliability has been something that you guys have built. You've really, really worked on it and wanted it to be, and it's kind of become a staple of your program. So what all have you done that really made the big difference?
I couldn't point to one thing. It's just a bunch of little things over time. So Miatas notoriously have transmission issues, right? And when we started Champ Car, we did too, just like everybody else. But over time, you kind of learn what works and doesn't work. And you just, each time make it a little bit more reliable. And that's the key.
Stupid studio camera. AI. Anyway. Can't keep
Oh,
it focused where I want
focused
to.
on you? It's all right.
It keeps looking at me.
So obviously you guys, you were on pace to do really, really well today, and you're going to be back at it tomorrow. So what's the rest of your 2026 looking like?
So unfortunately, most of the summer now, we don't have anywhere to go until Mid-Ohio in September, I think, because there's no race this year at Nelson, which we used to do. And then, of course, what happened with pit race in October. So I don't think we're racing until September now.
Okay.
There's not as many options. We just try and avoid VIR in August just because it's VIR in August. I mean, I love the track, but it's usually miserable weather.
It's hot.
It's just hot and humid. Yeah. We did the 24 there one year. We did like 15 hours of it.
Yeah. That's a long race. That is one where it takes a monster effort, and you really need a crew. You need dedicated crew guys for that one, and you really got to have a lot of drivers to get through because it wears you. I mean, by halfway done, you're like, we got 12 more hours of this thing.
Yep.
Whose idea was this anyway?
Exactly.
Exactly.
You're saying nasty and lovely things about all the people that are like, why did we agree to do this? This was not. It is. Looks like it is feeding time at the zoo again. Hurry Racing is in the pits getting some fuel. Looks like people are taking advantage of the
TCR's in there. You got Findurance in there. Everybody's in there.
So actually, it's 2:42 Central Time here in Joliet, and about this time, Paulie, I think a lot of these people may be coming in to get some gas, and this may be the last time we see them on pit road today.
Yeah, it's right down there on the sweet spot, just coming into those 2 hours, so they could definitely pit right now. Get in there for 5 minutes, get out, and you're clear to go for fuel. For the most part of these guys, we're going to be good for fuel, and certainly good for the stint for the drivers.
So TCR continues to lead here while Hurry's in the pits, and TR Motorsports is still out there as we're still talking with Eric Matoy from There's No Z in Mazda. So how did that come with the name where There's No Z in Mazda?
Well, that goes back to the beginning. So when we first started racing, there was 4 of us, and we had a different team name. It was basically just each of our initials. But then one of the folks on the team, they ended up taking an assignment in Germany, so they were out. And so we didn't want to keep changing the name every time somebody came and went. So then for a while we were Car Ramrod, Super Troopers reference, right? Then after that we were looking for something different because there's another car that had the same name, and we're like, well, we can't have that. And so we had somebody that was kind of like the team admin at the time. They were scheduling the races and signing up, registering everything, and we couldn't agree on a name. So we just told them, you can pick something. Well, we happened one night to be putting stickers on the car because we used to put them on and make it look nice, right? And we're putting it on there, and there's usually always the appropriate number of adult beverages involved. So we were putting them on there, and somebody had a bubble in the Z, and it happened to be that I had just the right amount. I said, there's no Z in Mazda. And so from there on, that's what she named it, and we kept it. So
That's awesome.
Yep.
It's always fun to hear how these team names come about. And how long have you guys been There's No Z in Mazda now?
It's got to be 7 years probably.
Okay.
It's been a minute.
So you said your next race will be Mid-Ohio, and then probably Road America, right? And then a few, because where are you guys based out of?
We're out of Michigan, so it'll be Mid-Ohio, and then probably the championship at VIR.
Okay, so that'll be it for you guys for the year?
Yep.
Cool. So, all right, well, we don't want to take up too much of your time because we know you want to get back down there and start getting prepped and finish everything up for tomorrow. So if somebody wants to find out about your team, how do they find out about you? And is there anybody that you guys would like to thank that makes the program go around?
So I'd like to thank you guys. So it just happens to be this weekend for the first time ever I brought my kids with me to the track.
Oh.
But when they're not here, they're always watching the live stream back home, right? Whatever track we're at that you guys you're streaming, they love watching it. So I appreciate all of your guys' effort that goes into making it happen.
Well, Paulie's the man. He puts on a good show.
Absolutely.
They probably appreciate all of our SpongeBob references, Disney, of course, Star Trek.
Now you do have your pinky out this weekend because we're at a country club, right?
That's right.
All right,
That's
just checking.
But on that note, though,
did you not have your pinky out today? Is that what happened?
I think that I may have forgotten.
Pinky out every time tomorrow.
But on that note, so anybody that is watching that's never been here, they need to come and race at Autobahn.
Yeah.
So we came, I don't even know how many years ago, and we looked at the map and thought, nah, it's kind of blah. And we came and we love it. And not only that, but the folks that are here that run this facility are awesome.
They are.
They do anything for us. They truly want us here. It's an awesome team and an awesome facility. So anybody that hasn't been here needs to come do it.
Completely agree. Well, Eric, thank you so much for your time, sir. We greatly appreciate it, and good luck tomorrow. Glad you guys were able to get that fixed, and so go enjoy hopefully a nice adult beverage to take the edge off and get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I think now it's time for ice cream, but beverages later.
Les found ice cream.
Les found ice, yeah.
It is there somewhere. It's soft serve chocolate in a cone. He got it.
All right.
So you may not have to go very far. All right.
Thank you, guys.
No problem.
Thank you.
Eric
Appreciate it.
Eric Matoy from There's No Z in Mazda.
Thanks, Eric.
And we are back green here, Paulie.
All right. That didn't take too long. We got back to it. But everybody's in the pits. TR Motorsports in there right now. Looks like, though, not everybody. TCR's back out on the racetrack. Your race leader got the pit stop done, got back out, did not lose position. So there you have it.
These guys have just continued to put this clinic on today, Paulie, but they've been so smooth, yet so fast, and they just continue to get stuff done.
Bagley Motorsports coming across the start-finish line here in front of me. That's the thundering you hear in my microphone as they go by, keeping that Corvette on the racetrack. So they're having a good run of it. But yeah, still a lot of cars on pit road coming down. Some of them leaving the pits here to rejoin the race.
Speaking of Bagley, there they go on the racetrack right there. On driver's left.
So TR Motorsports getting that driver change done, and so this you see he's holding a cylinder. If you didn't see past the helmet there, we bumped our camera with his helmet. But to see that cylinder that he's holding there, that is a gas pressurized cylinder that they use to dispense oil into the engine. So this speeds up the process. I'm not kidding. It speeds up the process of putting oil in the engine. So they have these cylinders that they've charged with air. They have oil, engine oil in them. When they come into the pits, they stick that. I imagine it's some kind of a nipple. They push that down on top of that. Uh-oh. Is he having trouble getting started?
There it goes.
Whew, that was close.
Hey, sometimes when you turn these things off and they're really, really hot, they don't
want to start back up.
No.
But yeah, that's what they're doing. He's got several of them that he's using to put oil in the engine. All right. Sometimes you might wonder why in the world. Well, like with Nathan's car, he had like he cut a little opening in the hood of his E30 and put it on like a rivet. It would swing out of the way so you could get to the oil cap and the dipstick tube. The dipstick, so you wouldn't have to open the hood. They just don't want to open the hood.
And they're headed back out.
Well, these cars, the hoods originally they opened from the front, so they didn't. Well, the windshield, so they didn't open from the very front. It was awkward. And so if you change that, then you end up with the traditional 4 hood pins. So then you have to lift the whole hood off the car. So some of these E30 guys just come up with something that's a little bit easier to work with, where they don't have to remove the hood. And this is just a nice invention. One of the things I love about this series too is just that a lot of these guys are engineers that race with us or have engineers on their teams. There's a lot of engineers racing in the series, and they come up with the coolest ideas. I mean, it's just really interesting, and I think it's great that they have an opportunity to get outside the box that they're often shoehorned into with their talents, because that's the field they work in. They're working on plastic gas tanks every day. Here they get to come out and do all this different kind of stuff that they normally would be pushed into a corner during their workday and not be able to do.
And just the ingenuity, like you said, Paulie, is really, really cool. The fact that they can come up with just such unique ideas is really, really cool and a lot of fun. And it's interesting to see the mechanisms that they come up with, because you're going, wow, like how would you think of something like that? But just that engineering mind really does make a difference. And want to give a call to these guys. They have just continued to put on a good race, but they've got some company, Paulie. We're going to have a battle for the A-Class lead here really quickly. TBD Racing, I think they're still due for a pit stop, but if they can have a decent pit stop here, they're slowly closing in on that gap for the lead.
Legitimate Racing has been black flagged and given a 2-minute penalty for a blend line violation, and it gives... let me just talk about this a little bit. This blend line thing is that what's tricky about it here is the blend line actually wraps all the way up through up to turn 2 to the top of the hill. So it doesn't end where you think it would end. You have to carry that blend line all the way up to where you see that car coming out. All of that is blend line up there. So if you're coming out of the pits, you got to ride the rim, dude, all the way around. You can't come back and hit the apex there that you normally would, or you are crossing the blend line, and that's the facts. So there you go.
Yeah.
We got a white flag, so there's a slow moving vehicle on track. Things getting tight down here with TCR. A thank you wave.
Saw a little bit ago, not sure if it was before their pit stop or after, there was one where they got hot into a corner, and I think they were anticipating everybody getting through the corner a little bit faster, and they almost ended up getting into it with Follow On Mission.
Follow On Mission in the pits right now, and so the TCR sister car just coming into the pits right there. But this is our leader of the race.
Holding. Go ahead, Paulie.
Oh, car 460 Legitimate Racing now coming down pit road to serve that penalty. But go ahead.
I was going to say, they're out to TCR is up to a 2-lap advantage over Hurry Racing. Their last lap was a 1:40.51. They're just continuing to put down those low 40 lap times consistently, and it's showing up and really paying dividends for them. But you want to give a call to Hurry Racing. I mean, these guys have absolutely just done so well today, and the cars have been absolutely reliable. And like I said, I talked to them, and they said, "Well, our goal is a top 10." Well, guys, you're on the middle step of the podium right now, so I'd say you're doing pretty good and exceeding expectations. I told them, eventually you guys are going to break into victory lane, and they're like, "Nah, we just don't have the pace." Well, they're doing a good job of just showing good pace.
Down the front straightaway, rear view from Findurance. And I was talking to Ian today, found out he's a big Subaru WRX and STI fan, which I'm a WRX owner, so we got to talking. He's got 6 of them. Probably in various states of repair.
Yeah.
But Follow On Mission now leaving pit road after their service.
So we see the field headed down to turn 11 and 12.
Oh, waiting for signal. Okay.
looks like we may have lost the skid mark camera here for a little bit.
Yeah, looks that way. Cool graphic, though.
Yeah.
It worked up.
So back on board with our race leader as they're trying to work by Party Cat in one of our A-Class cars.
Great color, too, on the car. I like it.
Well, that didn't start out that way, Paulie. If you remember when they showed up to one of their first races last year, it was kind of just a simple green car that they had gotten. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was one of Mike Gorman's Miatas.
Oh, okay.
That he had. And I believe that's what it was. Don't quote me on it, but I believe it was. And it looks like they've kind of taken it to like a neon green now.
Yeah.
It looks really cool. It shows up really well. On board with Shed Racing, Cody at the wheel.
Yeah, he's suffering from some of the same things that I suffer with in a lot of these cars, where you're just a little too close to the steering wheel. You see his arms are bent, like his elbows end up in his lap. And that's one of the challenges of racing in these cars. It's just hard to get something set up. It's going to fit you good, but then fits everybody else good. It doesn't really work that way. So because I'm of the taller, lankier body styles, this is usually how I end up, just kind of cramped into a car. And it does make it a little more difficult to be smooth when you're driving because your arms are bumping into stuff. It's a Class A car. It's Class A. Down the front straight.
Just ran a 47.35 last time by. So putting up some pretty good lap times. Let's see where these guys are running right now. They're in 13th in the overall and 4th in class. They are only 2 laps off of Team Midlife Crisis, who sits on the bottom step of the A-Class podium. So with an hour 48 to go, they're absolutely not out of this fight yet. Had to get a lot of handful of wheel there. So he thought he had a run on Gorilla Sticker. Gorilla Sticker took a late turn in, and Cody probably needs a new pair of shorts right now as well. Is that?
I was going to say, sorry, 45th parallel in Rice Creek. Relatively close here, 29 seconds the gap between them. Rice Creek in 5th place. And then 45th parallel, 36 seconds behind TR Motorsports.
A little bit farther back, Placeholder Motorsport is only 40 seconds back of Maximum Effort. They've been kind of back and forth for the last couple hours as well, Paulie.
Yeah, and Swampfoot is about 55 seconds behind Team Midlife. Probably Midlife Crisis, right? So 17 seconds the gap for Cole Morgan up to Dipstick, and that's for 17th. And tire protests there, a lot of squealing. Probably got in a little heavy there. Didn't quite want to go in that hard. Oh, there's people talking to me down here. And then you're as
buff as Paulie. That's understandable. Where is Follow the Mission? Timmy, hold on a second. I can tell you.
Yeah, let's see if I can catch up with those guys again. They just came out of the pits a little bit ago.
6th spot. So they're 6th in EC.
6th in EC. They're on the front straightaway. Heading down into 1.
So I just got another update from Cole Morgan. Our friend Steven Cox is driving for him this weekend. Steven's in to take it to the finish. We're down to the seconds on making to the finish on both driver and fuel, but we'll be okay. We discovered a loose spark plug wire and a disconnected crankcase breather during the stop. Repaired both. The engine is still rough, but running much better, over 10 seconds per lap faster. So it sounds like they've cured it a little bit. And then I just got an update on Begley. Schuler I think it's Nair, is in the car. He'll take the car to the finish, so good luck to him.
All right.
And I almost gave an update on something my wife just sent me. I'm like, yeah, she's not racing, so I'll just read that one silently in my head. She's still trying to get me to sing Hakuna Miata.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not working, T. Nice try.
I'll do it. I don't care. We get the next update on it. Oh, boy. But I think she wants you to do it.
I think she does want me to do it. Just so because what she'll want to do is to have me do it, and then she can share that with everybody.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I get it. There's an ulterior motive.
Oh, always. Plus, she's also a Disney nerd, so that helps too. But Cody's still plugging away here. Again, 4th in the class, 13th in the overall, so running pretty well. Paulie, with an hour 45 to go, if things continue to go as they are, we're going to crush last year's lap record.
It's looking that way, and I'm actually seeing some sun peeking out, so put away. Don't put those umbrellas away just yet, but it is looking a little bit shinier outside. Stay with us. We'll be back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. And going back to the standings here. Yeah, we've got TCR Motorworks leading the way. And then we've got Hurry Racing and TR Motorsports. And really, Hurry Racing, we really haven't talked too much about them, but they have just been consistently in this fight from the beginning. Some of these other teams had to work their way up there to get there, but Hurry's just been tough, and they've been up there this whole time. Now, earlier today, we saw Nosy and Mazda look like a real dominant performance as Whip Racing is coming down the start-finish line, or the pit road here to rejoin the race. But we had Nosy and Mazda looking great. Premium Dudes just couldn't even get started within a lap or two. They were already having engine trouble, and so they're headed back probably to get the Honda and come back and give it a shot with that. I think Nosy is really poised for tomorrow, but they're going to have to contend with these other really strong running cars too. So this is one of those races where you do see some of the top teams running into trouble early on, and then you got to look out for day two. And that's one of the things I love about Champ Car is that you get two different races. So if your Saturday race doesn't go so well, you got another shot at it. So your whole weekend isn't blown just because you had coil quit or something stupid that take you out of the race on day one or ruin your race. You have a whole nother race tomorrow that you can potentially get into and get some track time, have fun, and a completely different result. The two races are not tied together. So it's 7 hours tomorrow, 8 hours today. And so for any of those teams that struggle making 2 hours on fuel, tomorrow that really shouldn't be as much of a problem because we're going to have a 7-hour race. And that helps a lot of these teams. They're kind of like right on the verge, but I'm seeing a Findurance come by and looks like they've got a turn signal on. So not sure what that means, but there you have it. It's only working because it's not a BMW. Because see, BMWs, drivers, they don't use turn signals. At least that's what I'm told.
No, it's true. There's very few that know what the turn signal is.
I told Bob Varsha that joke, and he drives a BMW. He didn't laugh.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I think it's an optional.
I was also talking about something, and I said, "Then Bob's your uncle," and I looked at him, and he didn't even look at me. It's like, okay, all right. But yeah, tomorrow that 7-hour race is going to make things a little bit easier on some of these teams that are a little tight on fuel. So some of these little four-bangers, especially if we have some wet conditions. I don't think it's going to happen. Kyle, what's the weather look like for tomorrow's race day currently? Because the last time I checked, we're clear for the whole weekend. We just had weather Thursday, but now it looks like we're going to have weather tonight. What does Sunday race day look like?
Sunday's looking good. We're going to have the thunderstorms come in tonight, which is going to cool it off a bit. We're going to have a low of 51 overnight, and then what it's going to do is it's going to warm up a bit as we get through the day, and it'll be about 72 tomorrow is the high, and it's going to be windy tomorrow. There's going to be some AM clouds, but the clouds should taper off as we get into the afternoon and get toward the latter stages of the race. So it should be a very good race day tomorrow, and the cooler temperatures may actually perform a little bit better. The cars may perform a little bit better, and it may not, generate as much heat, because you got to wonder if maybe with being up here and it's just a little bit warmer than expected, maybe the teams, they just didn't have as much cooling in the cars with some of the ones that had issues as they thought. But tomorrow's looking good.
Tomorrow's looking good. Yeah, we already saw some of the teams using cool shirt systems. It is kind of warm and muggy out. It already is. There's a great breeze though that's coming across the track, so that's nice. So you'll see some of the shots, especially the easy ups and all that. You're gonna see it's like there's a lot of wind out there. Yeah, it is kind of windy out here.
It's going to be even more windy tomorrow, and we're going to have to watch those gusts that pop up. We talked about that earlier in the show, that you have to be careful about it, the wind pushing the car and trying to manipulate it into things that you don't want it to do. Tomorrow is going to be a little bit worse for that, as that, the back end of that system rolls through.
Oh, and it looked like a local yellow over there when we were on board with TR, so I'll take a look at the control logs for off and continue for the 111 car.
Placeholder.
That's placeholder, and that was a few minutes ago over in turn 11. And it is a bit of a challenge getting slow. We've seen some of the other teams struggle to get the car slowed down enough for 11. You're coming off that long backstretch here. Here's a look at that racetrack. You see that heading down from 10 on the left side of your screen to 11, and then through 12, where the track kind of opens up a little bit. You can carry a little more speed out of there. A little bit easier to work with. On board with Findurance. Trying to keep that Z car going there on board now with the leader. You can hear that from that engine note. You can hear right where they're picking up the throttle. Once they get the nose pointed at the apex, he's going back to the throttle here. And this is the kink. You can see they've laid in some extra asphalt here, done some repair work. Someone giving a flag down on number 3, and that could be simply an issue with the radios not working for that team.
Had a little bit of catch and release right there for Cody as we're back on board with Shed Racing.
So TCR leads the way over Hurry. 12 seconds now, the gap from 45th parallel up to TR Motorsports. As they're continuing to log laps out here. An hour and 30 minutes now just remain here in the contest. So this is pretty much it. We won't see a flurry of pit activity now. These guys that are in the cars right now are likely going to be taking the car to the finish. They've already been topped off with fuel, so now it's up to these teams, these drivers, to get the car home safely and get the most out of the car to get the best finish that they can get. So thanks for joining us here on ChampCar.Live. Yeah, Hero Racing, they're still working on the car. I see them cleaning it. I see lug nuts being torqued down. So there's hope yet for the Hero Time Racing team.
Probably getting it ready for tomorrow based on you don't see urgency like they're trying to rush to get it back out today. So probably just trying to be ready to take the green tomorrow morning.
Yeah, if they can just get it all set, that's the thing. You have a bad day on Saturday, then you work towards Sunday's race, right? And so now that looks to be their strategy here. Let's just get the car ready for tomorrow, and then we can have a good race tomorrow. Ran into some problems. Hopefully we got them fixed. We'll come back tomorrow and do our best. Thanks, Timothy. Appreciate you so much, brother. Thank you for that. We appreciate you.
Yep, thanks, Timothy. We appreciate all the support. We appreciate everybody's support that's been watching and giving us compliments on the broadcast. Paulie does a great job with everything. The production team does a great job with everything that goes on, and Les does a great job on pit road. It's great to be a part of it, and we're trying to give you guys as much. Wow, hello. Trying to give you guys as much coverage as we can and give you the biggest amount of what's going on. So we're trying our best.
I think he was doing some drifting.
A little bit.
There is some drifting they do. They do karting out here as well. So there's a variety of series that run out here. And I was going to ask Kyle when they started holding sanctioned events out here. I didn't know if he would know that.
Well, I know some of the sanctioned events that they hold out here, but I don't know when they started. That probably would have been a Kyle Nato question. But they do host events out here. They have the SCCA, obviously us here with Champ Car. They have NASA Great Lakes is out here at the Audubon Country Club. They also have the 24 Hours of Lemons, which is another sister endurance racing series. And then they have Porsche Club of America. And then they also have a lot of arrive and drive track experiences like the driving academy that Jordan talked about earlier. There's other driving experiences that come out here where you can experience driving high performance cars or exotic cars. So they do a lot of cool things out here at the Speedway.
Well, if they're doing the drifting stuff, that might be Grid Life. They're doing a lot. Kyle told us we got something going on every day. There's not a day that goes by that we don't have people on the racetrack. All right, welcome back. Down the back stretch as the cars head towards turn 11.
A little bit of a group of cars right there. I think that's Swampy on the inside of the 83 car. And Paulie, we're working lap 200, and we still have an hour and a half to go. A little under an hour and a half to go.
Yeah, getting a lot of laps around this little track.
If this keeps up, not only are we going to surpass this race a year ago, we're also going to surpass Sunday's race record for last year.
Well, it just hasn't been that many cautions.
No. Not a lot of opportunity for these teams to come in and do a lot on pit road. It's pretty much just your normal every couple hour pit stop and driver changes and keep on plugging.
Yeah, we had that red flag earlier today when the Hastings Tires Plus Corvette caught fire, and that took us down for about 20 minutes to half an hour. Oh, we got a big engine let go on the front straightaway. A big let go. And the Corvette is pulled off into the grass as soon as it recognized the problem. And they've pulled over to the side of the racetrack there. It totally unloaded as he was coming onto the front straightaway. And he pulled over track right. And, of course, now we're going to caution. We'll go to code 35 for sure. They're going to want to check the racetrack. So what we saw was a huge, thick plume of smoke coming from the back of that Chevrolet as they approached the front straightaway. And the driver slowed the car and pulled over into the grass and drove for probably half of the straightaway just in the grass, trying to protect the straightaway here from anything that it might be dumping. And, we've got some material on the racetrack. This I didn't see before.
I think this just happened.
I think this car crashed into the guardrail due to material. There's probably some oil down, Kyle, and it looks like a spring or something that's come out of the car.
You can see the oil trail where the tire tracks go off the racetrack. It looks like,
oh no,
is that the 224 car?
Oh no, that's terrible. Yeah, so that was the the Corvette dropped fluid. No doubt that put the BMW into the wall there. You can see he must have been pinwheeling down the front straightaway there. You could see the tire marks and the dirt that got picked up and thrown back onto the racetrack. So crews are already on the scene here. But yeah, I can't even identify what that is on the racetrack. That's just off the track there in the grass, what that is exactly.
I wonder if that's the front of the car.
Yeah, maybe some body work, but
so it looks like the safety crews have already gotten to the Corvette.
I think the Corvette caught everybody's attention, and they didn't notice the BMW in the aftermath. And I believe that's actually the track manager there, Kyle, down there at the scene, working the event, working the site here.
Yeah, it looks like the front fascia.
So I don't know how many track managers, track operators are that hands-on, Kyle, but Kyle Nato is.
Yeah, he very, very much involved. His enthusiasm, you can tell, just talking about green flag racing.
Boom, universe answered.
Yeah.
Timothy says, I got more power than I realized.
Yeah.
No. I talked to Bob Varsh about this, and I agree with him. He said, if I had that kind of power, I'd bottle it and sell it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Don't have it, but yeah, there's Kyle working the site, keeping us not only safe, but also making sure that we get as much track time as we can. But right now, what these crews need to do is discover, what is it exactly that caused that BMW to lose control, and they're going to have to resolve that. So how far back, this oiling of the track, or it could have been just water or fluid, but it was white. It didn't hang in the air very long, so it may just have been coolant. But that put this car into the wall for sure. So they've taken the car down to 35, code 35 mile an hour. So we want everybody to stay driver's right. We know the car tracked across the track to the right, but they want everybody to stay driver's right, apparently, now that they've had a little bit of time to assess what's going on out there. So the flatbed headed to the Corvette. Now that will be because they don't want any more fluid getting on the racetrack. So they'll pick up the Vette with the flatbed and take that behind the wall. And it looks like Shed Racing has come in, trying to get the car started. There we go. And they're looking at their car. And we got one of the heavy movers out there on the racetrack too. I'm not sure why they're there. One of the things they have to do in these situations, they have to look at the racetrack, look at any impact points that took place, and they have to verify that the condition of the guardrail is still intact, that it hasn't been compromised to the point where it would need to be repaired. So now they're going to red flag the race. so they're being called red flag. Now this means that those on pit lane, I think, are no longer allowed to work on their cars. So he wants everybody on the racetrack to stop where they are. Now this could be because the track has so much debris on it due to that oil down that it's just rolling and spreading it around the track and making things worse. So if they can stop everybody on the track, go out and deal with it, then maybe they can stop this from getting worse. We've also got this heavy mover on the racetrack. They're tending to the guardrail. They're servicing that. And so there are a lot of responders and officials now working this working the scene. There's a lot going on, a lot of activity.
So go ahead, Paulie.
Now go ahead. I mean, they're obviously loading the Corvette now onto the flatbed. Such an unfortunate situation for them. And I gotta hand it to the driver for doing a good job of trying to get the car off the track, knowing, hey, there's a potential on dropping fluid here. It's dangerous leaving the racetrack surface at that speed in wet grass. So stand by here. So we're going to go to Les. He's got an interview for us. Okay, Les, go ahead.
They haven't talked to me back yet, so that's cool.
You're good. I think we got some time.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Les, if you can hear me down there.
So here we got Hurry Racing here. I always say Hurry Up Racing, but it's Hurry Racing. You guys have the neon, one of the neons.
One of the neons.
I love it, love it. You guys led the race there for a little bit of time there too.
Yeah, it was a good time leading the race. Obviously, dropped down to P2, but trying to maintain this 3-lap lead. We've got over 3, 4, and 5.
Oh, wow. Alrighty.
It's in P1 in class, so we'll take it right now. We kind of needed a little bit of fuel save here. So
a little bit of fuel save.
Unfortunately helping for the people that went out. But yeah. We'll take Lady Luck here.
Heck yeah, she giveth and she taketh, right?
Exactly.
What motor do you guys have in that car?
It's a 2.4.
Okay, so it's the up. Okay, nice. I don't know if it was because that's the dual over at Cam, yes?
Yep.
Okay, nice.
So, yeah, we ran a 2-liter neon for years.
Yep,
right?
yep.
It was the purple Screaming Sun,
yep,
yep. 40 car, and decided to switch platform or switch to a different engine, different chassis.
Heck yeah.
Still enjoying the neon life.
Heck yeah, man. I love it. Hi, I'm a neon. I remember those commercials back in the day. They were so cool.
Love it.
Pro Drive always has a soft spot in my heart.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'll let you guys get to it. I'll let you finish up your strategizing.
Yeah.
Love the setup. Love the setup. Heck yeah.
All right.
I'll see you out there soon, man. See you at the top step.
Donuts were involved.
See you soon.
Yeah.
I'll go one spot over and I'll talk to Finn Durance here. Finn Durance.
Right.
What's going on? How you guys feeling? How's it feel to be back?
Feels great.
Yeah? Starting to think that I'm back, right? But this is a particularly kind of a new platform for you to drive. I know you guys had the G before, but now it's all in the family essentially. But
yeah, the other car is sitting in disrepair right now.
Disrepair.
Yeah.
So this one is a little bit different than that one. So shorter wheelbase, different.
This one was previously like a Spec Z platform.
Oh, okay.
The suspension was really tuned for slicks.
Okay.
And so it's kind of hairy to drive. We've got the rear swing bar actually disconnected on it.
Disconnected.
And it
Okay.
still likes to rotate.
Okay.
Yeah, we swapped up the shocks and the springs, but it's still a handful.
Heck yeah. You drove earlier this morning. You drove second?
Yep.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, you were out there cooking. I remember seeing you. Yeah.
Yeah, it was going pretty good.
Yep.
I'm sure Ian will do his best to beat my time.
So it's a competition within the family, within the actual family. I love it.
Yep.
Heck
We're
yeah.
racing everybody else, but we're racing each other too.
Heck yeah. Iron sharpens iron or something, as they say, right?
Exactly.
Good stuff, my man. So you've been doing this, and I always keep up with you on Instagram and Snapchat and stuff. So you've been doing this and motorcycle racing too.
Not racing, just track days.
Just track days, just track. I mean, I'm sure he'd be racing.
Sometimes we go to Tennessee or North Carolina and go play, but
nice. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys are from Minnesota? Nice. What part?
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. So
well,
that's a pretty good trek down here to get here, yeah?
Yeah. Well, it took us 10 hours to get here with the rain and the
rain and storms.
Power lines down and all that.
Nice. Well, heck yeah. Good stuff. Heck yeah, man. Well, I'll let you get to it. I know you're are you soon back up to get back in later on, or?
Tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow. Okay, just to know if you're going to try and squeeze in one more pit stop and pull it off, but.
I think we'll let Ian have it for the rest of the day.
Alrighty. All right. See you guys soon. Alrighty, back to you guys up there.
Thanks, Les. Appreciate you. Good stuff. All right. Yeah, they're getting things sorted out here, so. They're giving him some love down there. Gave him some water.
Appreciate you.
All right. Yeah, they're giving him some water down there. So, still working on the scene of the crime here. That's that location there, but then they got the scrubbers that'll come out and they'll scrub the track down. They were working on the track further back towards the entrance of the front straightaway as well. So they've been working on cleaning things up for us. So that must be the stripe that they're working on there, Kyle. Must be you can see the angle, that he came across the track, and where he bailed off into the grass.
Yeah, and then you're turning the wheel to the left right there. So how much you want to bet it just inadvertently swapped ends on him as he was coming through? Probably getting back in the gas.
Yeah, you can see the tire tracks actually coming from that area, and then nosed him right into the wall. Terrible.
Maybe like that.
All right, so we're going to take another commercial break and be back in a few minutes, and hopefully back to green flag racing very shortly. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Looks like you got off the grass right about there, but...
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we're going back to code 35. There you saw it, the transition. Cars are going to start rolling now. They've decided, all right, we got the track cleaned up well enough. Let's get back to racing. So if you're just joining us, we're just coming off of a red flag condition where one of the competitors, we had an oil down situation. They got it taken care of. Now the field's rolling again, and we're getting ready to go back to racing. So we've got TCR Motorworks leading this race, followed by Hurry Racing, 45th Parallel, TR Motorsports, Rice Creek Speedworks, GTR Racing, TBD Racing, Legitimate Racing, going to caution now, Maximum Effort, and Placeholder Motorsport. We're still caution here. So this allows people to start catching up, building up speed, so we never just go from a code 35 to green. And looks like the pace car has picked up the leader, so they're going to stack up the field here a little bit. Yeah, I don't know which Corvette was that, Kyle. That
I believe, based on what the color I saw, I believe it was one of the Auto Prep Club cars. I believe it was the 171 car.
All right.
I could be wrong. It could have been the 195, but I believe it was the 171. That's the one that we've seen most of the day.
Yeah, I don't have that on my list for some reason. Because they have the 171 no flag, car blue engine at front straight causing 224.
Yep,
so
that's the
171 is the car. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So TCR continues to lead this race over 2 laps. Follow on mission team.
But look, some of that cloud cover up there is so bizarre.
Well, at least the bad stuff tapered off, and we only got that brief rain. Looks like we're going to be in for the final hour of this race. It looks like we're going to be in for beautiful weather.
Yeah, I'm not sure that rain did a whole lot. So it didn't seem to affect the teams too much.
And most of our teams know to come prepared for rain no matter what the race weekend really is. So everybody usually has, the good wipers equipped on it and all their lights. So it seems like they were ready to go.
Yeah, you're required to have all your lights working for every event now. So that's standard issue. So as the field gets stacked up, then they'll be looking to take us back to green at some point here, Kyle.
Yeah, they're probably going to do another lap or so. What they want to do is just make the field aware of what's going on, make sure they know about the spot on the racetrack so it's not unexpected. Just because as the pace car drops off, it is in that restart zone, so everybody can kind of know how to navigate through it.
All right. Kind of get squared up then as you come across that stripe of kitty litter there. Down the front straightaway.
You can see everybody kind of getting on the brakes, getting on the gas, just seeing what the grip level is going to be as they navigate through that section of the racetrack. And the bad part about that is that's where you get on the accelerator during a restart as you're coming out of the corner, and you're going to have the wheel turned a little bit through there.
So cars coming around the racetrack at a controlled pace by the pace car. Through turn 5 here. And the leader of the race, TCR Motorworks, has really had a good race of it this weekend so far. Shown up 2 laps on the field.
They've just not put a foot wrong today. They've been smooth, but they've been fast at the same time. Their best lap of the day is a 1:39.08, by far the fastest car in the field by about 0.2 of a second over legitimate rate. Or I'm sorry, the fastest lap of the day I think was GTR. Couple 137s mixed in there. Then Hero Time had a 1:37.7. So one of the faster times of the day.
Headed towards turn 9 here. "47 teams were in the race today. And they head down the backstretch now. Some of the cars already working, scrubbing the tires.
And running through the kitty litter and all that, you want to make sure you scrub the tires good to get that junk and any buildup of rubber. Since we've been out there for so long, you want to make sure you get that stuff off your tires. Lights are off. Should be going back green this time.
And the green flag is being displayed here. The pace car you're going to see peel off here because we're in a little bit of delay due to the buffer. And he's just taking it so easy through here. Taking it very easy through there. Got the green flag. Pace car in the pits.
Working gingerly through turn 1.
Yeah, just taking it easy.
And you got to give it a lap or so, or a couple laps to get heat built back up in your brakes and built back up in your tire pressures. So it'll take them a little bit to get rolling, but a good strung out start. There's Begley's guys still plugging along in the Corvette. Just saw the Rabbit go by, Placeholder Motorsports, Party Cat Racing, some double wide racing here with Swampy and Whip Racing.
Yeah, it's good to see those guys back out there again.
So Swampy's had a decent day, not exactly what they wanted, but they're running in 21st in the overall right now. They're up 26 spots on the day, 7 in the C class right now. Right now they're in the top 10. Running about 8th in C class, so they're having a solid day. Back on board with the Findurance Z.
Yeah, Findurance leading EC right now.
And that's been quite a climb for them, Paulie. I mean, we saw them. They were in 6th at one point and then 5th, and all of a sudden with the GT Hillbillies having issues, it looked like they've got a nice 7, and same with 8-Bit Race Car, they got a nice 7-lap lead right now on the rest of the field. So, I mean, again, this shows you folks, everybody thinks, oh, you have to have the fastest car, you have to have a day like TCR. It's not always about being the fastest car. It's about being smooth and not having mechanical issues and just putting smooth, consistent laps down to run up front. Because it's been a steady climb for Findurance. It wasn't just outright dominance from the start. Back on board with Shed Racing as they're working through turn 3. Matt at the wheel. The 707, limited liability, or limits of liability, I'm sorry.
And up to the leader here, TCR Motorworks. Little tire spin there.
Heard him short shift to get out of there. Now they've got a nice 2-lap lead on the rest of the field, so there's no sense in them pushing anything. At this point, they just need to get the car home to the finish. Some side-by-side in front of him. Make sure he's got his head on the swivel. Back to single file racing. Last lap was a 144.83. Pretty even between TCR and Hurry. Hurry was a 144.28, so. Excuse me, 146.2 now. Hurry hadn't come by the line yet. But a good recovery by 45th Parallel. They had fallen down the order a little bit, and they've now worked themselves back up into the 3rd position. So let's run down. Let's, since we're got a little under an hour to go, let me do a rundown of the order here real quick. So the 97 car at TCR continues to lead this race. They're working the 207th lap of this race as it looks like Whip Racing is coming into the pits. And then so the TCR is leading by 2 laps over Hurry Racing, and then another 3 laps back of Hurry is 45th Parallel. And then in 4th position, your leading A-Class car, the TR Motorsports guys, are on the same lap as 45th Parallel, only separated by 13.7 seconds. And then 33.7 seconds behind TR Motorsports is Rice Creek Speedworks. Those guys have had a really, really good day. They've consistently just been top 5, top 10 all day long. Stayed out of trouble. GTR Racing in 6th, TBD Racing, the second A-Class car, in 7th. Legitimate Racing, your D-Class, most likely going to be your D-Class winner, as Cole Morgan Racing is pretty far down the order. It's about 17 laps. That's not going to be pretty hard for them to overcome, unless something were to happen to Legitimate Racing. Maximum Effect runs 9th, and Placeholder Motorsport rounds out your top 10. Let's take a let's take a look at our classes here. So right now for A class, TR Motorsports continues to lead by 4 laps over TBD Racing. So they've increased that lead a little bit, and then behind them by another 7 laps is Team Midlife Crisis, who's had a pretty solid day. Shed Racing is in 4th, and West 10 Racing is in 5th. Take a look down at our B-Class cars now. Hurry Racing continues to lead by 3 laps over Rice Creek Speedworks. Maximum Effort is in 3rd, 6 additional laps back of Rice Creek Speedworks. Limits of Liability, who slowly worked themselves up into the top 5 in class, and 18th in the overall, runs in 4th in B class. And then Hakuna Miata, there you go, T. You're welcome. Just so she'd be happy, so I don't have to hear about it when I get home. They run top 5 in the class, working lap 177. And then let's take a look at C class. TCR Motorworks, your overall leader, and C class, 5 laps up over Parallel Racing. 45th Parallel Racing, apparently I can't read, and then 3rd GTR Racing, 2 laps back of 45th Parallel. Placeholder Motorsport runs 4th, and Swampfoot Racing has worked themselves up into the top 5. We'll take a look at D-Class briefly. Legitimate Racing has a 17-lap lead over Cole Morgan Racing, so again, unless something happens, that's most likely going to be your D-Class winner on the day. And then let me refresh my EC running order here. Fendurance Motorsport runs in 1st right now by about 7 laps over 8-bit race car. GT Hillbillies runs 3rd. Begley Motorsports runs 4th. And the follow-on Mission rounds out your EC top 5.
And Whip Racing's come back into the pits there, and the pits right now being serviced. Thank you for that, Kyle.
No problem. So looking down the order, the closest battle right now that we have on the racetrack is there's an 11.8 second difference between Shed Racing and Team Midlife Crisis. Now, this is a substantial one to watch because that'll determine the bottom step of the A-Class podium between the two teams. So that'll be something we really, really need to keep an eye on. The difference in lap time last time by was a 147.38 for Team Midlife Crisis to a 148.5 by Shed Racing. So we'll have to see how much the back and forth is there. Bourbon Dogs Racing is only about 1 minute and 8 seconds behind Party Cat Racing, and that's for 23rd position in the overall. The 140, we haven't talked about them much today. That's the Ford Probe GT, the blue car. They're running in 24th position right now. Again, not the day that they've wanted. They're down 15 spots, 8 in class, but they're still running and having a decent day. Last lap was a 143.58, but they're 5 seconds quicker right now than Party Cat Racing. So the question is, can they catch up to them? That's not an insurmountable amount of time in 50 minutes, but they've got to start making some inroads sooner rather than later. So take a look back at that other battle we talked about between Team Midlife Crisis and Shed. There was a 3-second difference that time between Midlife Crisis and Shed in lap time, so they've increased the lead to 15 seconds even. So it looks like if Team Midlife Crisis can continue on the path that they're on, they may open the gap up enough to hang on to the bottom step of the A-Class podium. We also need to keep an eye on, there's a 3-way battle for third for the overall. 45th Parallel Racing, TR Motorsports, and Rice Creek Speedworks are all within about a minute and change of each other, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. So we're back on board with TCR. They're headed down for turn 1. They just completed another lap. They're now working the 200, and I believe they're working the 211th lap. So I think that's 45th Parallel in front of them. So that's making up another lap. Now that's 5 laps difference. Again, 5 laps in 49 minutes is not something you're going to overcome, but it is showing the strength of that 45th Parallel team, the fact that they're just continuing to put those times down. I think that's going to put TCR on notice for tomorrow. But at this point, there's no sense in TCR really racing anybody. Again, they have a healthy 2-lap lead over Hurry Racing. If they can just continue to run this low minute 41 second pace, that's really all they have to do to just hang on for the victory today.
Yeah, it looks that way. And I'm not seeing much in the way of storms right now. Like the thunderstorm, the lightning strikes have moved off, so they are no longer on the radar. So it looks like we're dry to the finish of this race with unofficially, about 48 minutes remain. Still a pretty strong wind, or it's more than a breeze. It's more of a wind that's out here, which is great in these rather humid, warm conditions.
So the winds are now at the south-southwest at about 11 miles an hour. The gusts may be up to about 12 to 14 miles an hour, but it's stabilized a little bit from where it was earlier. It's 80 degrees right now, but with the humidity that's 72%, it feels like it's almost 85 degrees out here. So that humidity, you got to wonder if it's also been taking a toll on some of the equipment today with some of the heat, Paulie.
I think it kind of sucks as a driver because it's hard enough for your body to breathe inside of a racing suit to begin with. So when you've got that humidity out there, then it makes it worse, of course. The body just doesn't respond well to that. That's why it's so important that you show up to the racetrack properly hydrated and ready to go for your race. It makes such a huge difference in the car.
Yeah, and you want to start hydrating. You don't want to start hydrating on Thursday or Friday. If you know you're racing that weekend, you want to start hydrating Sunday or Monday of the week before and really just getting all those fluids in your body and make sure that you're ready to go. Because a lot of times, yes, I mean, physical fitness is important. You want to make sure you're pretty physically fit to do this. But a lot of times, mental preparation and proper hydration and some decent nutrition can get you through a race weekend.
I've told this story before, and I'll just mention it again, that I've been in a race car in extremely terrible conditions. I had a cool shirt, and the cool shirt system quit working. I had a drink bottle, and that quit working, and it was just awful in there. And I thought, boy, if there's ever a time I'm going to get sick from the heat, it's going to be today. But I didn't, and I'm not a young guy. But I was really well prepared. Physically, I was well hydrated. So I have bananas. When I get to the track, I'm eating bananas in the morning and plenty of fluids, the Gatorade and whatnot. And so even if that equipment breaks down, if you take the time to hydrate, I've found that for my body, it really works wonders. And good suits make a big difference too. You go to Discovery Parts and you get yourself one of those really thin race suits, not the Nomex, but whatever the more the later version stuff is that we use these days. So it shouldn't look like you're wearing a quilt. It's a multi-layer, but it's thin, and it allows your body to breathe. The combination of that kind of stuff just makes such a big difference. So, just a little bit of advice. I don't have much to offer, but...
And what is it about the bananas, Paulie? I mean, I know what we're talking about, you know it, but what is it? They may not know. What is it about the bananas that is so important?
I'm not a doctor, but I know they're rich in potassium, and that's supposed to help you from cramps. So back when I was an athlete in high school, that was what the coach wanted us to hit, was the bananas and the fluids. So... yeah, the cramping is just really annoying when you're in a car. I've had some nasty ones too, some doozies. Usually I get them when I get out of the car, trying to get out of the suit. But yeah, the cramping and all that stuff. Again, just the diet, like you said, Kyle. I eat very bland. Nobody else does this, but I eat very bland meals, and I don't eat a lot. I take it easy on the volume of food. And I'm sticking to very bland fluids, nothing really greasy or fried. And then I go with the bananas and the fluids.
No, that's pretty standard. I mean, I do pretty much the same thing. I might do a little bit of pasta the night before just because of the carbs. You'll burn the carbs off in the car. But no, you're right. You don't want to go out and eat something that's high in. You don't want something that's like a ton of sodium either, because that'll bloat you and make you feel uncomfortable in the car. But you also don't want something with a lot of spice and something that's going to upset your stomach or cause other issues that'll make you uncomfortable in the car. It really does make a difference. You want something. Obviously, going out and getting a good steak isn't always a bad thing because you get the protein. So just make it, and then obviously, something with a little bit of carb is good for burning, but really some vegetables too.
Yeah. Anything that, common sense helps. So going out and drinking a lot of alcohol the night before, not a great idea.
No, not at all.
Ask Nathan about that. It's not good. All right, so stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Here we go, folks. Not much longer before we determine the winner of today's race here at Autobahn. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. On board with the rear view and Fiat Endurance, still green out here as we come down to the closing minutes. Day one here at Autobahn. 2.1 mile road circuit, 40 feet wide. Man, like 13, 14 corners here. What's it say? 14, well, they say 15, actually. You count the little dogleg kink there heading onto the straightaway. The way the noise echoes in this room is crazy. All right, car coming into the pits there. Now Whip Racing still in the pits. Pickle juice.
Yeah, I had a
potassium and tryptophan. Oh.
Yeah, pickle juice is one I've heard, and I've used that one before. There was a teammate I had when I was in ARCA a while back, D.L. Wilson, Donis Wilson out of Texas, and I remember he was walking around Daytona drinking pickle juice, and a lot of us were asking, like, what are you doing? And he said it's great for the potassium. He didn't mind bananas, but he liked pickle juice with the brine and all that. And he said it worked like a charm. I never heard DL once.
I'm not sure it's worth it.
He loved it, but
it's got to be a better way.
Banana about the only other way. But it is a true one that pickle juice can prevent cramps. You just got to be willing to overcome the taste and the smell if you're not a fan of it. So TCR continues to lead this race, and they have been so dominant for a good chunk of this race. There's no Z and Mazda had it for a while, and it looked like they were on their way to a three-peat until they had a hub brake, Paulie, that Eric said? I believe they had a hub brake, and it put them out over in turn 8. They were off the racetrack for a little while, and then put them out. Now, we did have Eric Matoy up here earlier from the team principal, and he did say they were able to get it repaired. They will be back out tomorrow. They had some other damage they had to get repaired, but they're already ready to go. They already went back out, kind of shook the car down, used it as the little bit of time remaining as a test session, felt the car was good, so they put it in the truck, and it'll be ready to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, it tore the caliper up and the brake line and all that stuff, so it was the wheel comes off, it can do an awful lot of damage, but they got it all, the knuckle, replaced the knuckle too. I mean, they got it all taken care of, so got it all taken care of, nobody got hurt, and they'll be back out there tomorrow. And I think they're feeling hopeful. So we'll have a camera in their car for tomorrow too, and enjoy watching them work their way up to the front and see if they can bid for a win tomorrow. We'll also have premium dudes out here tomorrow, see if they can make a bid for a win tomorrow too. They're not out of it.
We said they were headed home to get a backup car to be able to race tomorrow, so.
Yeah. So the standings right now, you've got TCR Motorworks leading over Hurry Racing, and then it's 45th parallel. And this overall leads by 2 laps. Then you've got TR Motorsports back about a lap from 45th parallel. Rice Creek Speedworks is about 15 seconds behind TR Motorsports. So it's relatively close. They did run a little bit faster lap time. About 3 seconds faster on that last lap. So we'll have to keep an eye on that contest there in case TR might get overtaken here.
Are they having a problem, Paulie?
TR is slowed. Oh, they're coming into the pits.
Does that car sound like it's vibrating?
It doesn't sound good, does it?
No, it does not.
Oh, no. For TR Motorsports, is this the gremlins they were talking about yesterday in the paddock with us? Oh, no. I mean, we were just saying as they're coming down pit road, we're just saying, no one else should have to pit at this point. They should be good to go. But it doesn't look, it looks like it's like chugging or something, like maybe there's an axle issue.
Let's see what they will
Oh, no, they're not jumping over the wall.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency right now.
Oh, there's Bob, and there. Oh, yeah. He definitely heard what we were hearing, and Bob doesn't know what, it could be anything.
What a tough break for these guys running in the top 5.
It's not drivable, that's for sure.
He's saying it's too sketchy to drive.
I can't tell which corner it's from. It feels like it's that one.
Speed Creek has made the pass. Oh, man, that's just... or Rice Creek, rather, has made the pass, so that puts them in 4th place. They're going to get a jack underneath that left side and see if they can see what's going on, but...
if they can find out what it is, and if it's at least... the driver said it's not drivable, which is understandable, but if they could get out there and at least limp it for a little bit, they could potentially win this class. They've got about a 4-lap gap between themselves and TBD Racing, but it really just kind of depends on what they find here when they go under the left front.
Yeah, and if it's serious enough, you don't want to send them out. It can do a lot more damage. And Ray's down there. We'll go back up to the front while they're working on that. We'll keep an eye on them.
So last lap for TCR was a 142 flat, 142.03. just continuing to lay those laps down, holding that 3-lap lead over Hurry Racing.
So Les is down there with his camera as well. But this is a heartbreaker for these guys. They're not supposed to break on Saturday. They're supposed to break on Sunday. Okay, they've pulled the jack. They're putting up the window net. There's something laying there on the ground. Did they pull something out of the suspension? There's something that got up in there. It's starting to look that way.
So with just under 30 minutes to go now, if they can get back out there, they're still 3 laps up. They don't have to, again, they didn't take fuel. They don't have to stay the mandatory 5 minutes in the pits. But if they can just nurse it around, even if they can find...
Oh, it's doing it again.
But if they can nurse it for the next 30 minutes, they can win the class. But that's a pretty violent shake.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing is you don't know what it is. It could come apart. You could wreck the car. So when he gets off throttle, it's definitely not solved. He's talking to the crew. Here it's smooth. It's when he kind of comes off throttle, which would be driveline, something transmission or differential related.
Yeah, it's shaking pretty bad.
Yeah, it could be the Guibo or a U-joint. Yeah, it's probably the Guibo that's doing it. Because when it's under power, he's not really getting it. It's when he comes off the gas that it's doing it, and that's where all this vibration will hit. It's awful. It'll shake the whole drive line, which is all connected to the car, so then you feel all of that.
You can hear some stuff shaking around and moving now. You can hear clanking.
Yeah, well, so the Guibo's part of it's a 2-piece drive shaft, and this Guibo's a big rubber disc that connects the two together. And so when that starts to come apart, then you get, it's pretty bad. You're going to get a lot of vibration. It's supported by a bearing, but it's not going to, solve all your problems. This is, it's probably, I'm going to guess that's what the issue is. The steering wheel's not really shaking, so I don't think it's something in the front end.
So most likely in the rear end of the car, then, based on what you're suspecting.
Yeah, it's really hard when all you have is sound and a little teeny camera. The guy in the seat, can feel and experience a lot more than what we can here on this camera.
The 140, the probe is in. Looks like they're in checking out something. So 26 minutes and counting down, Paulie.
Yeah.
So Dylan said, I'm going to guess it's driveline related, not suspension or brakes. So kind of like what you were saying, Paulie. So probably something in the rear end of the car, right?
Yeah, it's something probably behind the engine. Whatever it is, you can't race it like that. He'll have to get it up in the air, get underneath it, and find it. It should be pretty easy to find because it's pretty loose. Whatever it is, it should be pretty easy to find.
So this most likely, with this happening, folks, within the next couple minutes, you're going to see TBD Racing take over the race lead in the A-Class and move into the top 5 in the overall. So
yeah, it's a shame for those guys.
But any given day, we've talked about this before, on any given day, anything can happen to somebody, and you just have to be in contention.
Yeah, he's got the left rear off now, Bob does. He's working on the, not sure what he's going after there. So if he's got an axle failure, I would imagine he'll take it behind the wall. Certainly the wheel bearings on these cars are some of the hardest jobs to do on the planet Earth. They're really hard to replace. He's not going to do that on pit road, but yeah, it looks like he's working on the brake caliper or something. I don't know.
Left rear.
So he's telling us, Les is saying something about the left rear. It looks like it's brakes that he's working on. So we'll keep an eye on that.
So potentially maybe a warped rotor then?
I don't know. It's really strange. Can't see what he could see, you know, so yeah, he's definitely
Wheel studs left rear.
He's saying wheel studs. Okay. So if the wheel was ready to fall off the car, if it broke some studs, which is strange that it would still be hanging on, but yeah, that would be terrifying because that wheel will just loosen up on those lugs pretty quickly, and it'll destroy the rim and the studs. Those studs can just shear right off.
So with that, within the next lap, TBD Racing will take over the A-Class lead and move into the top 5 in the overall.
Yeah.
So TCR is with 23 minutes to go, is working lap 220, just working lap 227 now, or just completed lap 227. That surpasses both races from last year, because we were at 206 on this race a year ago, and then the Sunday race was 220. So they've already surpassed that and counting. So should maybe with, let's see, about a minute and some, maybe another 11 or 12 laps to the end of this thing, I'm thinking.
Yeah, we're getting there. Findurance team. 22 seconds the gap for GTR up to Legitimate Racing. But Legitimate turning the faster lap times, a 142 to Legitimate's, to GTR's 145 on that last lap. Hurry Racing turning in at 143, and TCR still cranking out those lap times, a 143 compared to the rest of the classed field. Legitimate Racing just a little bit quicker. So Legitimate really leaning on that car. Down in 7th place there.
And TBD has officially taken over 5th overall and the A-Class lead. So with 21 minutes and counting, it looks like the next closest competitor there is 6 laps back. So it looks like here shortly they should lock up the A-Class victory for the day.
Yeah. Yeah, Bernie, you're right. The factory BMWs, some of them used bolts instead of studs, but they can put the studs in, of course, if they want. As it's extremely awkward mounting tires with bolts. so much easier when they're studded.
So Ian continuing to do a nice job, continuing to lead. Fendurance is on their way to an EC victory today if they can keep up where they're going.
Now, TR Motorsports back on the racetrack with that car.
So it looks like they got it fixed.
Yeah.
But if they can just hang on, they're going to come home with a second place finish in class today and top 10 overall, which is not a bad day after that hiccup.
Yeah, the clouds getting thicker here above us in the skies. The wind continuing to come at us here, so.
We should be good to go to the end of the race as far as weather. So there's about a 40 to 45% chance of rain around 6 o'clock. So we may get a little bit of rain later, and then there's some thunderstorm chances during the overnight hours. A little bit of rain about 4 a.m. chance spikes up, but then we should be clean and green for in the morning based on what I'm seeing. So the rain chances taper off by about 6 a.m. So placeholder motorsport continue the 111, the Rabbit. Timothy, this ought to make you happy. The Volkswagen Rabbit is still running in the top 10, having a pretty nice day. And they have about a 1-lap lead over Swampfoot Racing and the Impreza. So both those cars, 10th and 11th, have had solid days so far. They've moved up in overall positions. They've moved up overall in class positions. So a solid day for those guys. The award for most positions going so far, unless something changes, is going to be TBD Racing in the 138 Mazda Miata. They've moved up 35 spots on the day, 5 in their class. The next closest to that, based on my numbers, is West 10 Racing with 29 spots on the overall and 2 in their respective A class. And then we have 28 spots for Swampfoot, like we talked about, 27 for Swampy, and they're sitting in the top 20 overall, so not a bad day for them. But again, unfortunately, some of the cars that have had the worst day. What's that, Turtle? Is that
ecstatic?
Oh, Turtle is ecstatic. We're glad to hear that.
All right, so with that quick break, we'll be back for the finish of the race. Stay with us.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone for the finish of the Autobahn Grand Prix Day 1. And we're down here in the pits, it looks like, with TR Motorsports, so we'll see if we can get Les to give us an interview real quick, but we're just about done with this race.
Here with me. They just came in. They were leading the race, well, leading their class convincingly.
Third overall.
Third overall.
Yeah. Mysterious vibration. Thought it was a wheel. Our tire went down. Yep. Put a new tire on. Went back out. That wasn't it. Turns out we broke 3 bolts.
3 bolts in the rear, the left rear. Yeah.
Left rear. Yep. Someone spotted it when we went out. Yep. And sure enough, it was 3 bolts were broken. So we found the fatigue lights on those. So gotta replace them.
Nice. Yeah. All right. So that's going to be part of your maintenance program from now on?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Those are throwaways now. Yeah. One race weekend, throw them away.
Yeah. Use new ones.
So back on board with the leaders.
There's a lot of time left in the race, though. 10 minutes. You can do it.
Tell them to get after it. All right. That's one of those things. It's just the last couple minutes of the race, and it can all come apart. You just never know. All right. So 4 off and continue for car 731. It's West 10 Racing. So still things happening out there on the racetrack as we speak, as we head down to the last couple minutes before they put that checkered flag out, Kyle.
Yeah, we're getting down to it. Inside 10 minutes to go now. TCR continues. They've just had such a dominant performance today in the second half of this race. They've just been flawless. They haven't put a wheel wrong all day long. Even before that, even though they weren't dominating up front, they were consistently in the top 10, top 5, and then just as other teams had issues, they've just continued to stay smooth, stay solid, and if they can hang on for another 9.5 minutes, they're going to be on their way to a victory. And we talked earlier in the show, this team, this isn't a fluke by this team. One, they run well everywhere that they go, but they had 2 top 5 finishes in both races last year. They finished 4th on Saturday, and ironically, to Parts Badger, who's not here this weekend, they finished 2nd, but there's No Z and Mazda and Hero Time Racing both had mechanical issues. They finished ahead of those guys, and then on Sunday, they actually finished 2nd to There's No Z and Mazda. So it's been, and ironically, it was those 3 cars again earlier today that were in contention for the victory before There's No Z and Hero Time had mechanical issues.
Yeah, Dylan said, oh man, those last 2 bolts were holding on for dear life. Man, those last 2 bolts are troopers, man.
Yeah.
You should put those on the mantle. Those babies, they were not about to give up. It's never say die for those last 2 bolts. Oh, man, it's crazy. TCR Motorworks. Yeah, it's another one of those teams that just keeps putting the bullet back in the chamber and firing and hoping to come out with a win. And things just seem to have been going their way today. It seems like he's backed it down here a little bit. Just kind of taking it easy here. 7 minutes remain. Just taking it easy through here.
Last lap, they've backed the pace down a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like he's definitely slowed it down a little bit.
Last lap was a 1:45.67. It looks like Legitimate Racing is on pit road, Paulie. The 460 car, that's our D-Class leader. Now, there's a substantial gap, almost 20, over 20 laps to Cole Morgan Racing, but it looks like Legitimate Racing is in the pit taking care of something, so not really sure what's going on there.
Well, with a gap like that, I suppose it's not going to matter much to the end of the race, so not for that class anyway.
Well, at that point, you can start getting it prepared for tomorrow. Come in, do an evaluation on it. You're still going to, even if you go around and limp for the last lap just to bring it across for the checker.
Yep.
So it's been such a good race today, and it's gotten pretty strung out, but we've seen a lot of good side-by-side racing and a lot of respect by a lot of teams. But, I mean, we can't say enough about what TCR has done today, but we can't leave Hurry Racing out of the conversation, nor 45th Parallel. Rice Creek Speedworks, talked to one of their guys this morning as I was leaving the hotel. They're staying at the same hotel I'm at. And they were just saying, we're really excited and optimistic about today. We just wanted to have a good run. I didn't think they probably weren't expecting to run the way they are right now, but I think they were just hoping for a good top 15, top 10 day. But they've got to be ecstatic with a top 5 and second in B class.
Hey, Bernie, yeah, come on up. Come on up and say hey tomorrow. TCR still hitting all the points.
Just
Thank
a touch.
you, Timothy.
Yep, just about 5 minutes to go.
Thank you, Bernie. Short shifting, just taking it easy here.
Yep, just he let off at the start-finish line.
Yeah, he just really just taking it easy through here. Just wanting to bring her home.
So we just working lap 237 now.
Leader of the race, TCR Motorworks. Yeah, we're going to have that camera spun up again in the Begley Corvette. It went down today. I'm not sure yet. We haven't had a chance to look at it. Kyle's going to look at it here later and see if we can figure out what went wrong with it. But yeah, we'll put that back in there for tomorrow. Just watching TCR here as they come around the racetrack down the front straightaway.
So, Paulie, if TCR, which it looks like they will, holds on, that's going to be the 3rd win this year for BMW, going to be the 5th win for a C-Class car. A-Class currently leads with 6 wins, so C-Class cars will be within 1 win. The only other ones outside of A and C so far this year have been 1 D-Class victory, and that was the Floridian Motorsports team at Daytona for the 14-hour. But that'll continue the dominance of the 4 manufacturers. Mazda with 5, Porsche with 4, BMW, again, if they can hold on today, will get a 3rd victory. And then Honda has a victory, and that was, if I'm not mistaken, where were we here? 90 Racing at Gingerman on Saturday.
And the starter there, waiting for them to come by. We'll see if we can get the 1 to go or whether the checkered flag will be in hand for TCR Motorworks. Really just taking it easy around the racetrack here. Just on a parade lap, really. I'm surprised he's not getting past more driving at this pace. So what the officials are doing are calling out where this car is located at. Waiting for them to come around here. We'll see if they get the 1 to go or will they get the checkered flag.
Penny, you're welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Here we go.
There's the wave for the 1 to go for TCR Motorworks as they head down into turn 1 for the final time. So this is it. This has got to be so sweet for that TCR team to see this, to live this moment. So they came out here today with hopes and dreams like any other team, hoping to show their best, to put their best foot forward and come out here and perform as best as they ever have before and, better than they ever have before. And they certainly delivered, Kyle. They really did put on a good show today.
They absolutely have. They've just, like I've said a couple times already, they haven't put a wheel wrong. They've been smooth. Even when they weren't dominant in the first half of the race, they just continued to put smooth, consistent laps down and stayed in contention when some of the other heavy hitters had problems.
Yeah, they really did. And he's working his way down the backstretch for the final time. Still getting the one to go for everybody out there. And there it is, the checkered flag. And lights are flashing on that BMW for TCR Motorworks. They take the checkered flag here on day number 1. The checkered flag flies for TCR Motorworks. Your winner overall today. So TCR Motorworks takes the win out here on day 1. A class, it's going to go to TBD Racing. Then it's for B class, it's going to go to Hurry Racing. For C class, TCR Motorworks. And for D class, it's going to be Legitimate Racing. So TCR Motorworks takes the overall win, followed by Hurry Racing in second, 45th Parallel Racing in third, Rice Creek Speedworks in fourth, TBD Racing in fifth, GTR Racing is going to take 6th place overall, followed by TRM Motorsports. With all that drama they had right at the end, they're going to take 7th. And then it's Maximum Effort in 8th, Placeholder Motorsports in 9th, and Swampfoot Racing 10th. So many teams have worked so hard for this finish today. And I think, Kyle, they all got pretty fortunate. They escaped the bad weather. For the most part, it was pretty good.
They did. And one other thing we want to mention, the EC class, Paulie, is going to go to GT Hillbillies.
Hey, all right, guys. So congratulations, GT Hillbillies.
Great job for the 729 team. Let me verify that just to be sure.
An EC win?
Should be an EC win for those guys, but let me check to be sure.
All right. We'll check with Race Monitor, see what they say. I've got Findurance winning EC.
Oh, that's right. Nope. I was a bad call on my part. Findurance gets the victory in E-Class today. Sorry, guys.
So congratulations, Ian and crew. And they came out with a huge crew here this weekend. Their families with them. The kids are with them. There's a lot of people out here for Team Findurance. And they bring the Z-Car home for a win in EC. So how about that? That's a nice way to finish off a Saturday.
Absolutely.
The Begley Corvette's still on track, so they've got to be pretty happy with that, as they'll look for an even better finish tomorrow as the victor, the overall winner, TCR Motorworks, comes down pit lane. They'll go into impound with the rest of the teams that they've decided to pull aside, where they'll go through their impound. And then we're going to be back at it again tomorrow, folks. Back at it again tomorrow for another 7 hours of endurance road racing here at Autobahn Country Club. So that's going to do it for us for today. We got to get ready for tomorrow. We got to get some things turned off, and we'll be back at it again tomorrow morning. 8:45 is the green flag. The show starts at 8:30. We'll bring you, once again, all of the racing action live right here on ChampCar.Live. So for myself and Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps, so long for now, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.